Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 166–170. Chapter 166, The Sin Eternal. Ash was consumed with golden lighting within a split second, burning so brightly that he became little more than a shadow in the center of the stream, golden light reaching up to the sky and splitting the clouds. No. Ritska charged forwards. It was only Mash wrapping an arm around his body that stopped him from going forwards. "Let me go," he all but pleaded to her, not even looking as he struggled past her grip. Not even the strength afforded to him by Castor could let him move past her. "Mash. Please. She's going to. You can't, senpai." Mash's voice cracked as she held him back, pulling him away as his eyes remained locked onto the sight in front of him. He barely even noticed that her voice was equally horrified. "It's too dangerous." He still struggled, pulling at her arms to try and force his way past even as she locked both arms around him and pushed back, dragging them both through the snow to the thick of the servants. Mordred had to hand it to him, his reaction was faster than her own. Even then all she had managed to do was just jolt in surprise. Her eyes fixed on the display in front of her, the ear-splitting screams of pure agony from someone who shared her older brother's face filled her ears. She watched and she listened, but she didn't move from her spot. She could feel the heat even at this distance. The shield girl had the right idea of keeping her master away from that because it was on par with a low-grade noble phantasm. Being directly squarely into the head of the saber who could not move, because she was forcing him to remain still as she tortured him into death, and like an idiot she couldn't move her legs because the mere thought of doing anything to stop her was rejected from her mind. Mordred was aware of it. She could feel her body try to fight her as she wanted to push herself forwards, but she could do nothing but watch. None of them could do anything but watch. She had called this woman something like her mother. What a fucking joke that was. Not even her mother was that bad. She preyed on his confusion, waited until she got close, then just snapped her jaws shut like the viper she was. The worst thing was that Mordred had actually believed her. They all heard every word she said, everything she said about how he had friends now or some shit, how sorry she was all and all that. It was all nothing but a big lie so she could fry his damn head. He might have been an asshole, but he sure as hell didn't deserve that. Not when he was an asshole because this bitch messed with his head so much. When the screams fell silent, it was almost a comfort. The bitch pulled her hands away from her son, the lightning faded and showcased her results. A black body stood up straight, his final expression fixed upon his face, a pained scream. No, not just pain. It was a face that exemplified pure agony. He hadn't even died quickly. Her eyes remained fixed upon it, watching as the body shifted, specks of soot fell down from the limbs, then it was as if someone flicked a switch. The body lost any structure it had. Probably a strong gust of wind that did it. Either way, the corpse disintegrated into nothing but black ash, scattering across the snow as little more than a spray of remains. He had been an asshole, he had been self-righteous beyond belief. Hell, he even sought to kill them. But he at least wanted to die like a warrior. Her eyes darted back to the bitch, her body still felt heavy but her mouth was just fine. Watching as the woman brushed her hands clean and swept off the black soot from her palms as though she'd touched something dirty was the last straw. "You vile fucking bitch," she all but sneered, the first to break the silence. The woman hummed and lazily raised her head in their direction. She even had the audacity to look somewhat affronted by the insult. Pursuing her lips and sending a look in her direction that made it clear she disapproved of what she said. Tough luck, because Mordred meant every single word. She could think of a few more words she could give out, but that was just the first thing that came to mind. What the hell was that? The goddess raised a curious eyebrow. What was what? She let the words hang in the air for a second before she made a noise of understanding. She pointed at the dust smear on the ground. She didn't even look at it. "Oh, you mean that? I was taking responsibility for my failures. As I intended to do so." Mordred blinked once. She was torn between gaping and just snarling at the sheer hubris on display before her. "You just fucking killed him." She didn't care he was dead, she cared how he died. She made a bemused face. "He was going to kill us." Did you not hear his declaration? How he intended to end each and every single one of us. She turned to the group. Quite frankly, I'm rather surprised that you're all looking so shocked. Did you believe that your two groups would battle and then you might have beaten some sense into him without a single loss of life? That you might keep him alive by this battle's end? Shaking her head from side to side, she looked somewhat offended. Do not be so naive. There was only one way this encounter would go. Was that what she was running with? How she did that to save lives? Don't give me that bullshit. Mordred sneered. What was all that you were saying to him, all those promises of helping him? I did help him. She shrugged. Did you not see the turmoil that gripped his mind? How my education was forcing him to turn into a danger to even you. He was even willing to kill me. She pointed to herself, as if that was the real problem here. I know how deeply his duty controlled him. I was the one who created it for him. Do not be so conceited. Her bemusement was replaced with arrogant irritation. You knew him for how long? A few months perhaps, even less. Guinevere straightened herself out, assuming a more dominating posture. I had his mind for years. I groomed him purely for his duty and it now presented itself as a danger to us. It was my shame to correct. Eyes narrowed, I made him what he is. I know, full well, how strong his will could be. When in my service it was a boon, outside of it. You saw how far he was willing to go. She stepped forwards, sweeping a hand over them. He was willing to kill even his own allies for this duty. So confident in his role that any emotional bond he had was severed. The hand lowered. I did not lie to him once, if you should believe that. I helped him the only way that he could be helped. That's not helping him. The Kid Master burst out with shock evident in his voice. There was some real fire there that she could approve of. Heck, the guy had been his servant until just recently and all that. Maybe he would have fought the guy to the death like he wanted, maybe he wouldn't. Either way, that just wasn't right. You didn't mean a single thing you said about helping him. You just wanted to get close enough to kill him. Guinevere frowned. You're letting your emotions cloud your mind. Do you understand what I am telling you? She stepped forwards. I convinced him of the importance of duty so perfectly that Gawain could not get into the flame fast enough. He knew from the very beginning I was making him a sacrifice and he did not question it nor did he look away from it. Yeah, because this woman was a manipulative swine. That is how perfect my design of him was. She was seriously priding herself on this. So dependent on his duty that without it, he believed he was nothing. That there was no value in his being if he did not follow his duty. Guinevere pointed behind her to the dust. So when I tell you there was no other way, I speak only the truth. He was fighting to kill you because if he did not, then his life would be worthless. He could not abandon his duty because I made sure he would never accept that. Lowering her hand, her tone shifted back to its more composed form, her expression cooling. I do regret it was necessary, but it was. No, Mordred knew what she was regretful of. She knew because she knew that look. Don't screw with us. The snarl burst from her throat easily. You're just pissy that your little toy didn't do what you wanted it to do. Perhaps it was sheer fury driving at this point. Her rage being burned away as fuel that she could feel her body revert back to her own control, but she felt her own draconic core answering to her, crimson light surrounding her body as she pushed herself forwards. Stabbing a finger in the direction of the scumbag. He wanted to die on his own terms and you didn't even let him have that for himself. I don't know a lot about him but I'm willing to bet you just made him for your own little games. Guinevere turned back to her, raising an eyebrow once more. You say that as though it is strange. If I go through the effort of having a child, am I not entitled to decide their ultimate fate as their mother? You would not beget a blacksmith for demanding the final say on what becomes of his creation. He was no mere creation. That voice, perhaps the loudest of all, came from the smallest of sources. The diminutive-looking girl in the black dress managed to shout even louder than she had. Mordred could admit when someone had a decent pair of lungs and that was a lot of anger in a small package. He was Mr. Ritzka's friend and that made him something precious. Something you made to live a tragic life and you denied the one thing that might have given him a happy ending. The accusation was levied at the goddess, who now looked even more unimpressed than before. You tricked him when he was all alone and needed help. She personally didn't even know why she was entertaining this anymore. This nasty little viper just outed her true colors then and there. Was killing this guy the best path forwards? Who knew? But even if it was, dying like that was just flat out disrespectful. Hell, he was practically begging for them to beat him down. He was literally asking for an ass whooping. And if there was one thing Mordred hated, it was not getting to dish those out to people who deserved them. Right now, this woman deserved one hell of an ass whooping. He looked to you for guidance. Even with his hatred of you, he trusted you enough to expose his vulnerabilities. Ruler spoke next, looking very close to seething at the goddess. He came to you in a time of weakness, in a time where he needed help and compassion to finally move him onto a path that would lead him away from his mental prison. She pointed the standard towards the goddess. You did not kill him out of some belief of doing him a favor. You killed him because his existence was proof of your flaws. That you could make a mistake. Is it not? Guinevere flattened her features. You're all becoming much too emotionally charged. She was cut off. A sound of chains rattling echoed through the air as the goddess' eyes widened. Her left hand snapped up into the side as the sudden appearance of a silver chain with a golden tip emerged from a pool of light in the sky, wrapping around her limb and dragging it up. What the? Mordred found it cathartic how there was now genuine panic setting in on the face of the goddess. Pulling away at the chain and finding that she couldn't release herself. She felt a savage grin slowly form on her face. It might have been a little twisted, but she couldn't help it. Watching her lose control of the situation was definitely rather amusing, even if the catalyst was something foul. I mean, wow. The little blonde boy strode forwards, his expression warped into a disgusted sneer. Truly, I hadn't thought you could be any worse, but here we are. You've surprised the king with your, actually, you haven't. He stopped walking then shrugged. I could pretend to be shocked, but I was more or less waiting for you to do something like this. I don't think you understand this, but you really pushed a few of my nerves with how you treated your son there. The boy gave a smile that was all teeth. And really, I couldn't stand you in the first place. This is, Guinevere pulled on the chain once more, her features really becoming unsettled now, her head snapping towards them. He was going to kill every single one of you. What part of that escaped your notice? How many do you suppose you were going to lose in a straight encounter against him when his strength was growing in size? Her expression shifted into annoyance. Could you truly afford to take the chance that he would come over to your line of reasoning? Whatever doubt I put into his mind was short-lived, because that's how I made him. She turned herself as best she could with the chain still around her arm. Do you truly believe you understand my own child better than I? The eyes of the goddess fell onto Ritska. What plan did you truly have for when conflict emerged? Did you not witness the fact he already slaughtered 2 servants and injured several more? He would not hesitate to kill you. I'm getting tired of this viper's words. The archer in the red cape snapped her fingers, the air around her soon becoming filled with dozens of rifles. Step aside, master. Even if he had to die, Ash deserved to go out on his own terms. Mordred wasn't quite sure what the boy would do, but she wasn't his servant, so even if he said to leave her alone, she wasn't contractually obligated to obey him. Whether or not this was an opinion shared by others wasn't something she really cared about. She just wanted to punch that bitch in the face. This place had been one insult to her after the next, and she really wanted to vent some aggression on someone. This person made it almost too easy to hate in. Sir Mordred. Percival's voice came from behind her, a clear warning in his tone. Be on guard. She's chained up. Mordred answered back, raising her fists and cracking her knuckles in preparation. What the hell is she gonna do? Like? Behind her. Behind. There was nothing behind her but. Mordred pinched her brows, her eyes falling onto the small mound of soot that was shifting. It was moving, but it wasn't doing so in a way that was consistent with how the wind was blowing. She frowned in confusion, narrowing her eyes ever so slightly towards it, with the frown on her face only deepening the longer time went on. The goddess all but forgotten as she stared at the ash that was now rising upwards as though something was pushing through from beneath it. What the? Her voice was barely above a whisper, looking around towards Percival and seeing that his own eyes were laser-focused on the ash. At least she wasn't seeing things, though that made it all the weirder. Turning back around, watching as the ash rose up for a moment before it fell back down into a slump. The interval lasted barely a second before it rose up once more, the dust converging inwards and solidifying. Mordred felt her lips part, taking a half-step backwards and tensing herself as she watched the shape start to turn vaguely humanoid. An arm reached towards the location where the sword had fallen and wrapped around it, fingers extending from the featureless arm and taking the blade in hand. The ash continued to rise upwards, the shape became more and more distinctive. "Hey!" Mordred called out, then pointed towards the shape. "That ain't right." Heads turned to the rising mound of humanoid-shaped ash, though now it looked more like the outline of the saber once more. Color seeped into the body, the lines becoming more complete and gaining life once more. The face returned to existence. Gawain's visage stared right back at them all with an expression utterly bereft of emotion. Atop his head burned a crown of black fire. Diamond-shaped flames circled around him and hung without any support, flickers of black smoke poured out from underneath his armor. Green eyes swept over the attempted faces before landing on Guinevere. The goddess looked much like a dead woman walking at this point. "Ash!" He backhanded her in the gut. Mordred didn't even register her flight. It had simply been a case where she had been stood there in one moment and then vanished in the next. Ash's arm raised where she had been stood and not even looking in the direction where the crash of shattering wooden brick originated from, a hole now present in the front of the house next to them. Ritska took a step forward. "Ash!" He brought his sword up, holding it an arm's length from him horizontally. Bringing his left hand up, he placed the flat of his hand against the flat of the sword and then swept it across the blade in a single fluid motion. Black fire followed the sweeping of his hand, the words leaving his mouth without a single emotion in them. "This sword is an embodiment of the eclipse." He leaned forwards, bringing the weapon underneath his left arm. "Present your souls to the haze of flames." Well, if she wasn't convinced he was some version of Gawain before, she was now. Undeadened, he stepped forwards, expression twisting into a rather furious snarl. Bringing the sword across his body as the second word was pulled from his lips, the only thing that matched the heat in his words were the flames of his sword. Galvatine. Something was wrong in her world, something was terribly wrong. She felt the existence of the land where Kella had been, yet she could not feel Kella anymore. He was just gone, no other spots of her world had fallen silent. She knew exactly where the Chaldeans were and yet there was something else present along with them. Something that was growing stronger and stronger as time went on. Something that was. Priscilla felt herself frown as she found the link with her world starting to weaken. It wasn't noticeable at first, but there was another presence pushing back at the existence of Ariamis. Not unlike the existence of Kella's domain, but this was different. His had been focused on a single point. This was spread across the entirety of Ariamis. The world itself was under attack by something. With the Holy Grail empowering her, she could still maintain dominance, but at the rate it was growing, with the force at which she could feel this new presence pushing her back. It would not be long before Ariamis shattered under the weight. It was why they delayed no longer. She took command as Fried had instructed. Whatever misgivings she had, there was no denying the necessity for it now. If they did nothing, then it was a given that they would lose all of Ariamis. The world she had struggled to build would shatter into nothing. They all marched in step now, her and however many numbers now moved behind her. All those servants who believed in her cause, they all accompanied her. The Corvian Knights of Fried who remained after the infighting, the corpses provided by Pinwheel and those she herself had called upon. An army marched to defend their world. Perhaps it should have been inspiring, but she could feel only trepidation in her heart as she continued onwards. Drawing closer and closer to the presence that was starting to dominate her world, perhaps it was telling how far-reaching it was getting that she could only pinpoint the general area rather than the single individual. If there was a comparison to be made, she would liken it to Jackie. But on a scale far and above the likes of the young assassin. Where she was but a few hundred souls, this contained the souls of countless. Though none were truly active, she could still feel their presence. They moved as a single silent mass in the world, more and more lending their strength to whomever was calling upon it. Her lips pulled into a tight frown. "We close in on our quarry," she announced. Atalanta stiffened at her side and nodded her head, already drawing an arrow to nock in her bow. The rustle of others preparing their own weapons filled the air behind her. She could have counted how many followed her, but she didn't want to. She was afraid of the number who followed her, the less she knew the better. That way she would remain ignorant to how many died due to her actions. And she knew that some would die, it was inevitable. "Is there a strategy you wish to follow?" Atalanta's voice asked a moment later. Priscilla found herself hesitating at the question. She didn't know much of warfare, in fact, she knew very little at all, and there was less she could say for this state of affairs. To that, she would defer to another, her eyes moving towards that of Fried and Wilhelm who walked in step with her. The nun did not even waste a moment to respond. "Look for their master, he shall be the one they prioritize in safeguarding above all else. He remains their link. If the servants can be distracted with sheer numbers long enough, then the path to the contractor is open and can be exploited." Priscilla fought back a grimace at the way the souls behind her were referred to as a distraction. Atalanta nodded her head all the same, understood. Something pulled at her fur gently. She glanced down to see Jack staring up at her with a rather innocent smile. "Mommy, does this mean we're allowed to cut them? Leave the fighting to the others, Jackie." She spoke after a moment. The fact the girl looked let down was rather heartrending. "Stay close to me, and all will be." Her world screamed in protest. The words died on her lips and her head snapped upwards and to the side, staring at the row of houses directly in front of her. For a split second, it felt as though the world froze. Then the world roared. The land before her rose into the sky as a wall of black fire ripped through the horizon in a split second, the inferno climbing higher than even the tallest tower in this copy of London. Debris was pulled into the sky, the remains of what must have been a dozen homes were carried upwards along with it. Then the shockwave hit, a clap of thunder rushed through the streets before them and upturned the world. Priscilla felt herself lifted off the ground and carried backwards with the blast. A ringing filled her ears as her vision whited out into a haze of colors and blur. Her back struck the ground with a shock that reverberated through her entire body, feeling as though she had been punched in the gut, wheezing out lungfuls of air as she turned herself over onto her front. Coughing heavily, she rose her head towards the direction the fire had come from, unable to make out anything specific aside from the falling debris of black fire, the muffled crackle of distant flames and the consuming visage the shadow blaze struck out amidst her world. Then movement caught her eyes, narrowing her gaze as indistinct blurs came rushing out from where the inferno had emerged. She could hardly focus on them at all. The knight was making a swing with the warhammer, the saint was making a thrust with the standard. He countered, raising the back of his hand and stopping the first strike with ease. His body did not even buckle under the weight of the blow. He pushed backwards, the weapon was parried upwards. He swung his sword down with his right hand, angling the thrust of the saint towards the snow rather than himself. Left hand swung back around, slamming into the chin of the knight and taking their feet off the ground. He turned his body and raised his left leg. His shin collided with the saint like a hammer. Her eyes bulged and her breath escaped as a dull wheeze before she vanished into the distance, striking the snow and kicking up a haze of white with her impact. Don't focus on their names. Don't acknowledge their individuality. They are enemies. To acknowledge them is to invite weakness once more. Show no vulnerabilities, not even to yourself. These were the thoughts that moved through his kind. He would not be deceived again. The goddess was the pressing threat closest to him, she was dealt with first. If she even survived the blow, her ribs were smashed and she would be in no position to move at all anytime soon. He lost sight of the demon in the confusion. Shielder had protected them all with her noble phantasm, he had followed through with the attack, they retreated. He had to push on, he could not fail in his duty now. The human was somewhere, he needed to narrow them down. There were multiple targets that he needed to deal with first and foremost. Identify them and discern the weak links and the strong ones, they need to be dealt with first and foremost. He needed to reduce the total number of fighters against him. The pontiff, they have but one arm. Where had they gone? His head tracked down the fighters in front of him, he hadn't seen where they had all disappeared off to, so it was possible that they had. His senses warned him of danger. He turned, his left hand moved up and caught the burning sword of the caster. The pontiff froze on the spot, unable to push the sword any further. He pulled forwards. Unfortunately, the caster released the blade at the last second and jumped back, only just avoiding his slash aimed to disembowel him. Ash could manage, though. Tossing the profaned greatsword to the side, he turned his body and jumped off the ground, ramming his shoulder into the caster and channeling magical energy into his body as he did so, then expelling it at the point of impact. Mana flared through his body, being released as an explosion of dark. Caster was blasted back from his body with a pained grunt, his left side being torn open further and crashing through the burning ruins of the homes. Ash felt his magic resistance activate a moment later, turning himself to the source and seeing the second caster unleashing a barrage of spells onto him. He did not recognize them, but they were not penetrating his defenses. A skeleton emerged from purple smoke in front of him, soon followed by a dozen more. He knew the design of them well enough. They approached him as swiftly as they could with all manner of weapons. He swung his sword, there was a flash of black flames and the skeleton ceased to exist in the next moment. His eyes locked onto the second caster, he prepared the spell to counter her. He would need to add more magical energy this time to accommodate for her defenses. The lancer approached, the priority was shifted to this servant. He was not alone, Saber accompanied him. The saber that he wished to terminate, this was the moment he had been waiting for. No emotional investment in this duty. They could prey upon his emotions. Saber was now armed with some weapon he had not seen before, a longsword decent make but otherwise relatively harmless. He did not know where she got the weapon, unless it was from the blonde archer. He had fired many weapons at him, so Saber must have got one from there. She spoke. He ignored whatever she said, mana channeled across his in flickers of dark to mimic the crimson surges of Saber. Ash stepped forwards and swung down between the pair of them, unleashing more black flames from his sword. Both Saber and Lancer parted to avoid the inferno. Ash kept them in his line of fight at all times. Stepping forwards, he followed after the trail of fire and focused on Saber first, sweeping his sword towards her neck and finding it blocked. He reversed course and swung at Lancer as the spear was thrust at him, blocking the attack easily. Putting all his strength into the blow, Lancer staggered with the attack with a grunt of surprise. He brought the sword back around, raising it up and swinging down at an angle towards Saber. She raised her sword and blocked the attack. Ash frowned at the toughness of the blade that now fought against him. He had struck it more than hard enough. Saber's knees buckled. Lancer returned. He switched targets to the newfound attack and attacked him. Keeping a close eye on his movements as he fought, then stepped forwards and swung forwards. Lancer ducked his blow. Ash made to reposition himself until Saber slashed the side of his head with the sword. Half his vision went dark, unable to see anything on his right side. Attention was focused on Saber once more. She ducked after he swung at her head and then jumped back when he thrust down towards her. She made it barely half a step back before she moved again, swinging the sword towards him with a snarl accompanied by her crimson magical light flowing through her body. He raised the flat of his blade, blocking the strike and then shoving back once more. His left arm snaked forwards, grabbing the white spear before it could skewer his extended limb. Ash pulled his right arm back around, swinging towards the head of the Lancer, who ducked down just before the blade could meet its target. Slicing through nothing but empty air. Pain lanced through his back, his armor tore itself open at the front. Ash looked down to see the tips of a dozen or so weapons poking through the front of his body. The spear in his hand glowed, his hand burned even through his gauntlets. He released it on instinct and drew the limb back. His right arm came back around. Saber cleaved through it at the elbow, the sword empowered by the red lightning tore through the limb rather than cutting it cleanly. Ash felt little more than a muted loss of his limb when Saber reversed her movement and thrust the sword upwards towards his chest. His left hand came up, the sword pierced through his palm before it stopped. He tightened the remaining hand into a fist and grasped the blade of the sword lodged in his limb. Pulling the sword to the side, he dragged it back at the same time he swung his head forwards. The spear interjected itself directly into his path at eye height. Ash ended up headbutting the blade of the lancer's weapon at full force, the spear effortlessly cutting through his face and into his remaining eye. The pain that followed was agonizing as his world went black. He screamed in pain as the spear was yanked to the side, dragging his head along with it as the cut deepened along the front of his head. The sword was pulled from his hand as something struck his gut, a feeling like a foot, and he staggered backwards from it. Force struck his chest and moved upwards, a sword cutting through his armor and along the front of his skin. The sensation of it parting was barely registered by it was enough. His body was crippled. Ash figured it was easier to start from scratch than bother with healing spells. Pyromancy flooded his left hand and he swung upwards into his own chin, placing the flat of his palm against it and then unleashing the full force of the attack. The pain lasted barely any time at all before it was replaced by a cold numbness that washed over his whole body. A sense of being away from everything filled him, the familiar embrace of death. He pulled against the sensation, feeling the reformation of himself around him. Much faster this time. Ash was back, his sight returned and his right arm back where it was supposed to be. His eyes snapped open, darting between the two in front of himself and then racing forwards. Galvatine fell back into his hand as he swung up. Black fire consumed his vision as he released a burst from the sword. The weapon vanished a moment later, returning it to the box and calling forth another. Turning on his heel, he performed a full spin as he grasped the next weapon to answer his call. The sword spear of the war god came to his hands. Gripped in both hands he swung it across and unleashed the divine power from the weapon. The crescent blade of golden light split the flames apart and rushed towards the servants. Saber and Lancer blocked the attack but were forced back in the strike. He pulled the spear back, aiming towards Lancer and hurling the weapon forwards while calling for his box once more. Lancer parried the spear upwards. A grunt left his lips as he was forced to back away a step, the throwing being driven into the polearm like a nail before being sent skywards with a shove and a grunt. The braided hair whip came to Ash's hand next. He swung it forwards and extended it, wrapping the burning whip around the right arm of Lancer and pulling forwards. Lancer stumbled forwards. Ash brought his left arm back and swung towards his head. Saber struck him in the side with her sword, the steel bit into his just long enough to cause a distraction. Mana swirled through his body, then released in an explosion that sent the two of them skating away from him once more, yet the line remained on Lancer. He turned once again and pulled. Lancer was lifted into the air and spun around. Ash gleamed for the next target, then swung down. Lancer crashed into the top of Ruler as she tried to flank around him, the collision kicking up an explosion of snow and debris. He dismissed the whip and turned. Artoria's greatsword came to his right hand and he swung downwards. Sword met shield and the blow very nearly sent Mash Shielder to her knees. He could feel her pushing back against him, a futile struggle. Dragging his sword across, his left hand reached out and wrapped its fingers around the surface of the shield, finding purchase in the patterned front of the aegis. He pulled, dragging the shield and its wielder to the left side and exposing the girl behind it. Surprise and panic flashed through her face. He had already drawn the greatsword back and was poised to thrust it forwards. He swung, the hilt of the weapon struck her in the face and she staggered backwards from the impact. Ash stepped forwards and brought his leg up, then slammed his boot into her chest and launched her away with a small boom. She vanished in a haze of debris when she struck the ground. Ash turned again, angling the greatsword down and channeling magical energy through it once more. It was getting much easier to battle like this. The swiftness of his movements and the strength he could call upon were becoming more familiar to him. The presence of the saber returned again. He continued the flash upwards as she met it with an empowered strike aimed down. She blocked the attack, her face straining with effort, and then brought up her right hand and curled her fingers inwards. A fist coated in red lighting struck the front of his head. knuckles driven into his cheek just below his right eye. He stared back at the saber as the pair remained frozen in their last actions. He continued his push after a moment longer, power flooding his limbs and swinging high, blasting the sword from the hand of Saber and cleaving the sword through her breastplate. He figured that would be more than enough too. She grabbed his wrist and then raised her leg upwards, driving her boot into his knee and then kicking off his body and into the air. He stumbled back as she propelled herself with an explosion of red light, the magical energy burning across his body as he felt his expression twist in faint discomfort at the fact his knee was now bent out of shape. His head snapped upwards as Saber reached the sword in the air and grabbed it with both hands. Saber turned in the air, looking down at him and flashing a grin. Her white teeth were stained with blood, but she looked as though she did not care in the least. Her body glowed red once more as she vanished, rocketing towards him and swinging the sword over her head at his body. He brought his sword up too. Pain flared through his chest, the spear of Lancer burst through his back as the man appeared in front of him and thrust forwards. He opened his mouth to scream, no sound escaped him save for a faint wheezing noise as he forced a step back, grabbing at the spear's shaft with his left hand. Lancer wrenched it free and kicked him in the gut. Saber was upon him a moment later. He rose his head just in time to see the sword fall. He felt the blade strike his neck and cleave through it, skin and flesh parted and then bone shattered. Ash was granted the brief sight of Saber slamming the pommel of her sword into his headless body and driving it away. He felt the numbness spread over him, his vision darkened and then the sensation of reconstruction filled him. He was back in front of the pair once more. "That's just fucking cheating," Saber complained loudly. He gave her words little thought beyond acknowledging its existence. She raised the sword up, spitting out a wad of blood and then flashing her body with crimson light once more. The smile faded into a strained grimace as her eyes roamed him. Lancer twirled the spear in his hands and narrowed his eyes. Ash glanced at him first. The greater threat of the two. Thunder filled the air. He felt his back riddled with small points of pressure that multiplied as more cracks rang in his ears. Gunshots. Nabuna Archer. Her name was Archer. His left hand burned. He slammed it down. Pillars of fire reached for the skies in the next moment. Cries of alarm from Saber and Lancer filled his ears. He had distracted them for a time, but he needed to be sure. He jumped backwards and waved his left hand across. Rivers of black flames leapt from his fingers in the general direction of the duo. Satisfied, he turned to the direction of Archer and narrowed his eyes as he brought his sword up. "Not so fast, dead man." Saber's voice drowned out any noise. He turned back to her as she swung down at his head, crashing into his guard and then swinging with heavy strikes, each one empowered by whatever strength she had left. Ash stepped backwards and swung his own greatsword at her. The memories of Artorias were more than enough to fill in the blanks, but even Gawain's memories of combat were useful. He knew what he was doing now. There was true technique to his movements. He traded blows with Saber. She ducked under his slash and thrust into his side. He frowned and batted the sword away once it pierced armor. She turned with the momentum of the parry and spun herself right back around, slashing towards his neck. He turned the sword in his hand to aim downwards and block the slash, then pulled upwards and over his head, dragging Saber's sword with him. Ash brought up his right arm and curved it, thrusting his elbow towards the face of the Saber. She sidestepped the attack and slashed up across his breastplate the moment he turned his sword, locking her own against the underside of his weapon that now was held across his body. Using that as a base, the flipped it around so the blades were face to face, then drove her weapon forwards. Steel screamed as she drove the weapon through his ribs and pulled to the side, splattering the snow with blood. He felt very little, but understood a touch more. His mind worked overtime as he examined her movements. She kicked towards his leg, he raised his foot upwards and she instead struck snow. He stomped down on the side of her ankle. Saber snarled. He turned and shoved his hand into her side, pushing her away from him. The Lordkin was right there with a dozen portals the moment she was out of his field of vision. The weapons fell upon him before he could even react. He did not know what they were, but he knew they were weapons of good make. His body pierced well over a dozen of them, with many more still flying towards him. His movements started to feel stiff. he lost his left arm when an axe larger than his head cleaved the limb off at the shoulder and sent it flying away. Something struck his right side, his vision blackened and a weight was now on his head pulling him forwards. His left eye swung towards the sight of a golden shaft protruding from the front of his face. Pain racked across his whole body to a point where he would call it unbearable. He dropped down when a hammer struck his knee and shattered it completely. Unable to keep his balance and then forced further into the ground when more weapons flew into him, the Lordkin did not even seem to care. The moment a weapon struck and pierced him, it vanished in gold light and then another took its place. The sound of crashing dirt and screaming metal was all he could hear, flashes of light racing through the growing chaotic haze straight towards him. How many times had he died by this point? The familiar numbness had spread across his body multiple times by now, but he could feel each time he reformed he would be dead within seconds from the continued barrage. But deep down, he knew it was only his physical body that was being destroyed in these attacks. His soul remained undamaged. They were not strong enough to break his soul. As long as his soul remained intact, as long as his mind remained focused. These deaths, this pain, they were nothing compared to the threat of losing. Besides, he would not die to a Lordkin. Only two. Power flared through his body once more, a hammer struck the top of his head and he felt his skull cave with the impact. All he needed was a single opening. He called to the box. A split second later a dozen shields dropped down in front of him, covering his body like a shell and blocking the attacks. Though several weapons still burst through the defense and struck his body, the barrage of weapons ripped into his defense. But he had been granted time enough. Mana flared through his body once more, drawing deep from the reserve of energy in his body and then flexing outwards. It was as though he pulled a cord tight and then released it back. The energy rushed out from his body and shattered his own shell, but the shockwave continued onwards. The swords that were launched towards him were blasted back, the ground was pulled apart beneath him and sent great swaths of dirt catapulting into the air. He was on his feet a second later, searching for the next target. No, the Lordkin came first. He drew from his bottomless box. The broadsword of the dark wraiths answered him. The black sword comfortably fell into his grip as he sprinted forwards out of the cloud of dust. He leapt into the open, eyes seeking out the golden-haired child and finding them swiftly. He swung the sword down towards them. Red eyes of the boy narrowed and he felt his body lock up a second later, being pulled backwards as something wrapped around his arms and waist. He snapped his head to the display. Chains now fell from the sky, emerging from the same portals he had witnessed earlier and kept him in place. He narrowed his eyes at them, swinging his hand around and wrapping his fingers around the chains. He could feel something about them, as though they were divinely made but not quite like titanite. He likened it to the transposed weapons he owned. But they were still made with divine hands. Black fire rushed through his fingertips and against the links. He pulled down a second later and ripped them apart, melting them at the joints where his hands connected and swinging the limb forwards. He briefly caught a glimpse of surprise and fury flooding across the face of the young Lordkin, but he dismissed it instantly, unleashing a burst of black fire from the palm of his hand towards him while he flexed his mana once more. Dark raced across his body, poisoning the divine chains and loosening their hold just enough for him to rip them free of himself. He stepped forward and thrust through the back inferno to where the boy should have been, feeling a sudden resistance and the shockwave of his thrust parting the flames to reveal a series of shields directly in front of him. The dark sword was dismissed and replaced with a Lados warhammer. He drew the weapon back and then swung it forwards. The impact churned the ground beneath them but left all else virtually untouched. The shields remained strong. With a frown he drew the weapon back once more and flooded his body with magical energy, then drove it into the hammer itself. It hummed with black light before it swung once more. The shields vanished before the hammer met them. He frowned as he found the expected resistance gone and was thrown into overextending. But that wasn't the only thing he noticed. Where there had been a boy before, there was now a man with golden plate armor covering him from shoulder to toe. Around his waist was a strip of red cloth that descended down to his ankles. His expression set in a deep scowl and eyes burning with fury. He imagined the boy and this man were related. but he didn't have much of a chance to contemplate it before a blinding light filled his vision and he found himself rocketing backwards from a dozen impacts to his body. His eyes briefly noticed a vast array of weapons buried in his armor but had little time to contemplate this as he spun through the air. Only to find more weapons striking him and continuing his flight, he struck something that put upon only a millionth of a second worth of resistance before it gave way and the light vanished, launched into a house with a crackle of wood. Yet the barrage had not stopped. Weapons ripped through the building as they continued to strike him, his body being torn apart at the joints and forced to repair itself at ever-increasing speeds. He counted how often he was dying now. It had passed 30 times within the last 10 seconds. He pulled forth once more. The twin spears came to his call, his arms moving as blurs as he rose up and started to spin them. His reactions grew faster and faster the longer he fought. He didn't know how, but he was starting to know. He was seeing the pattern in the seemingly random attacks. Or perhaps he knew where they were coming from beforehand. Either way, he was gaining progress once more as he advanced. The right spear in his hand shattered in half from the attack of an axe. He replaced it instantly with a superior weapon. The Dragon Slayer Spear of Ornstein. He advanced with only that weapon and continued the movements. His eyes cycling from weapon to weapon as he continued the advance, his arms shuddered and trembled with each strike they endured, but he was gaining ground. His mind's eye could see the attacks, his instincts warned him of when they would strike next. Angling the spear, the latest weapon was parried upwards through the roof of the building and shining light down upon him. It was the last the building could take. The structure collapsed and the roof fell upon him. At the last moment, he twisted the spear in his hands and drew it backward, ignoring the thuds against his body as the barrage started to land once more. He poured every bit of power into his arm and then swung it forwards. It was far too much for his body to endure. The throw of the spear disintegrated the limb in its entirety, but the spear was thrown and moved faster than he ever believed possible towards the head of the Lordkin. They twisted themselves at the last second, but still a touch too slow as he scored a hit on the man, slashing his cheek open with the attack just as his vision was blotted out by the falling debris. Chaos overcame him once more. The falling out was torn asunder into less than dust as the storm of weapons intensified well beyond what it had been before. He died a dozen more times before even glimpsing the sky now full of golden ripples of light, stretching high into the sky, even rivaling the walls of Lothric. A powerful display to be sure. But he could see through it now. His mind caught up with the attacks, he knew what needed to be done. They were doing nothing more than throwing weapons towards him. He had gleaned the truth earlier, but now he was certain. Randomly flinging whatever weapon they could towards him and hoping that some of them landed, he could hear the impacts around him and see the devastation. Some of the weapons had only been in his general direction but nowhere near him. He needed a weapon that could withstand anything that was thrown at him. Gundar's unbreakable halberd fell to his palm and then his body moved. Letting his mind take over and moving where he felt the greatest warning, the burst from the debris and held his ground. The halberd in his grasp turned to little more than a blur that looked as though it was appearing in 3 places at once. It might as well have been from all the weapons being hurled towards him, yet for every one he parried there were 3 more to take its place. He moved, the weapons followed and left behind a trail of destruction, but he did not mind it. Continually spinning the halberd in his grasp as he sent more of the flashes of light flying from him, even his increased speed could not account for all of them. His shoulder jerked as a spear ran him through, but that was it. Every weapon that struck him was ignored. So long as he remained moving, then he would not be caught in the cycle of death and resurrection. A shadow fell over him, his eyes turned skywards as a sword the length of a mountain emerged above his head. The dark blade hovered in the sky for a moment. A weapon of such great strength that it could not be wielded by even the largest giant he ever laid eyes on. The tip of the weapon was not pointed like a regular sword, instead the tip was bulbous with sharp points on either side. The mountain sword dropped down, as though whatever force holding it up was no longer there. It fell head first towards him. There was no force behind it, but when it was as large as that, when it had such a height on them to gain momentum, any notion of forcing it down with effort would be little more than redundant effort. The size of the weapon alone would decimate this location when it fell, he would survive it though. Even if his body was smashed, he would survive. He could feel the presence of the others behind him, they did not have his endurance nor his resurrection. Ash spared a glance over his shoulder, such a fleeting thing to be sure how many were actually present in his line of sight. He paid for his glance with a spear through the lung but opted to focus on them. There were only a few, there were some he could not see like Ruler and the Outrider Knight. Then there were the casters, the woman and the pontiff could not be seen either but the small one with the appearance of a girl stood next to his old summoner. Ritska wasn't looking at the falling sword. He was looking at him. His eyes moved past the summoner towards Nabuna Archer. Red eyes stared back. I consider myself your friend. I lived a petty rat, but would rather not die as one. He wasn't going to let them die at the hands of a lordkin, not like this. Ash turned back, twisting the halberd in his hands and dismissing it entirely. His eyes fell onto the falling sword. Bringing his arms up, he raised his hands to the weapon and narrowed his eyes. Calling upon every single ounce, every iota, of strength that was available to him and gathering it all, nothing was dismissed. The sword crashed through the roofs of the houses as it fell, descending towards him point fist. His hands caught the blade, his body screamed in protest, bones cracked, his balance wavered, but he did not loosen his hold. He pulled. Where this strength came from, he did not know, but he would not lose it now. Instead, he gripped it tight and pulled with all his might. He pulled with strength he did not have and lifted. The falling sword slowed its descent, the angle of its drop slowing to a crawl. All the while, his eyes remained locked onto it. If he failed now, the sword would drop and there was no telling if Ritska and the others would die. If they were to die, it would be by his hands. Not by the hands of another or anyone else. Just his. He was the one who had to do it. Or Ritska had to kill him. Whichever came first. Quellen ignored all the ruinous sounds from behind him, the thunderous crashes and the raging explosions. All he focused on was moving towards the location where his cousin had been slammed. Fortunately they had all fought in the opposite direction to where Guinevere had been flung, that meant that she should have been safe enough. He didn't know what was truly going on, though that was more on the side of why everyone had been angry with Guinevere. If this Gawain was her son, then it made sense that she would be the authority on his decisions. He couldn't imagine anyone else taking responsibility for his actions except for his mother. Quellen figured that's what parenting was all about. Making sure that the child was raised properly and lived up to expectations. That was why he always tried his hardest whenever the opportunity arose, because he was a son of Isilith. He was a child of the greatest magic caster the world had ever seen. So it made sense that he would also be skilled. If Gawain didn't live up to his expectations and was now making an effort to try and kill them, didn't it make sense they would respond in kind? He was making it fairly obvious that he was an enemy, didn't anyone understand that? Then again, he was talking about humans after all. They didn't often make sensible decisions at the best of times, it was why Mother said an Orlando was so important. Without them, the world wouldn't be the great place that it was. Quellen fought back an internal sigh, then paused as he heard another crash from over his shoulder. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end, but he did not dare look behind himself. There was something very wrong with whatever Gawain was. He didn't know what cousin Guinevere did with him, but she was right to be worried. Trying to beat him quickly looked to have been their best bet, but that was no longer possible. Well, if anyone had the chance, he was sure that his cousin would be able to do so. Even if she didn't, it was the responsibility of a lord to account for their mistakes, so Guinevere still had to do something to help with the current situation. He coughed, bringing his hand towards his mouth and grimacing at the familiar burn that was starting to build up in the back of his throat. Quellen pulled his hand away, staring at the faintly glowing orange liquid in his palm. Turning it to the side, he watched it dribble from between his fingers and into the snow below, hissing and steaming as it dripped. His eyes scanned along his forearm, watching as splotches of reddened skin gray in size. A frown came upon his face, but it was not born of irritation or fear. Quellan didn't have the patience or the effort to be afraid of this, and getting annoyed with it would be pointless. He was resigned to this. The mere fact he had been granted the opportunity to be free of the pain, if only for a little while, was more than enough for him. It had been the greatest gift of all, and he truly needed to find a way to pay back Percival. Shaking his head, Quellan briefly set those thoughts aside. For right now, they needed to work on trying to survive. That meant getting everyone on their side, regardless of whatever problems they had with one another. That made sense to him. If everyone was in danger, then everyone should work together to get out of danger. Moving through the snow, he drew closer and closer to the house that Guinevere had been struck into. He grimaced at the memory. He heard something break in that punch, but he knew that Guinevere would probably recover herself by now. Still, that wasn't to say that she needed to be alone. As he came upon the hole in the wall, he was greeted by a golden light that soothed his body. Staring into the room and finding it a ruin, the table was shattered and the chairs were ruined splinters on the floor. The single-story house had virtually been turned inside out. Yet, in the center of it all, Guinevere stood tall and firm as though nothing had happened. The light slowly fading from her as whatever healing miracle she performed undid the damage. Quellan was relieved to see that, letting out a short sigh of relief. Guinevere snapped her head to him, then her features softened. "Quellan, I'm relieved to see that you're still all right. I heard the commotion after I was sent here." She trailed off, her expression hardening and shaking her head from side to side. "Though, I am rather glad you came at the moment you did. Any sooner and you might have seen me in a embarrassing situation." Though she offered a smile, Quellan could tell she didn't really mean it. "Everyone else is fighting right now," he explained, stepping through the hole and coughing under his breath as the burn started to become more pronounced. A brief wisp of burning caught ears. He looked down and pulled his foot to the side to see a faint black marking burned into the floor where he had been standing. It was much too soon. He stepped backwards into the snow, letting that cool him down and returning his attention to his cousin. "We need your help." Guinevere shook her head from side to side. "I do not believe my help would be welcome anymore," she lamented, closing her eyes. "Perhaps I acted much too hastily. I should have spent more time explaining the danger he posed, but that is my own error." "No," Quellan snapped at her. She opened her eyes and looked at him with surprise. "You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that everyone else is." He shook his head from side to side. "I don't get it, but I think you did the right thing. You always do the right thing. Your confidence is truly inspiring, but," she exhaled, "I should have seen the strength of their bonds." They could not see the danger he posed and, indeed, the threat he still displays. Her hand came up before he could say anything else. "Do not blame them for that. Such loyalty between them all is truly beautiful, but it blinded them to danger. Ash is their friend, I was but a stranger to them. I overstepped my bounds with those who did not understand the complete picture." Quellan grit his teeth, furiously shaking his head from side to side. Guinevere was blaming herself for doing the right thing because the others didn't understand it. He didn't even know why they cared about Unkindled in the first place. They hadn't shown to care about him in the slightest. He didn't even think they called him his name once. With an exhale, he stopped shaking his head. You said you wanted to make this right. Then you can still do that, cousin," he urged her. She tilted her head in continued surprise at him, but he continued on. "I know you can make it right somehow. You said that you were the one who made him what he is, if only by mistake, but Mother always said that taking responsibility was the purpose of all the gods." Guinevere remained silent for a few moments, then slowly nodded her head up and down. "I know you to be right, but I do not believe there is anything I have the power left to do." Extending her hands, she glanced down at them with a saddened smile. "I am not like my older brother. I have not the strength for such a physical battle, and I doubt I would get the chance to approach him once more. I am afraid my chance to make things right has been and gone." Her eyes rose up and looked dead into his own. "I am afraid, as I am now, I would be little more than a burden." He bit his lower lip. A burden, she called herself. She wasn't a burden. She had never been a burden on anyone. All Guinevere ever wanted to do was her best. She always tried to do the best, that was what he knew about her. His cousin. She meant well and she had the chance to set things right, but she couldn't because of how weak she was. If that was the case, I can help. Guinevere gave him a small smile. You do not need to push yourself for my sake, Quellan. You have done more than enough. No, that wasn't true. He hadn't done anything. All he had done was follow everyone around and force them to take care of him. She wasn't the burden, he was. He had always been a burden from beginning to end. Not just here and now, but for his own family. Quellan wouldn't let that slide. It wouldn't remain. If he could help her in some way, in any way, then that would be more than enough for him. Just so she had the chance that she needed in order to make things right. More than that, just so he could stop being a burden and provide some meaningful assistance for once. My noble phantasm, he blurted out quickly, I can give you the chance to get to him and set things right. I can do that. Staring up into her eyes, he watched as her expression gradually cooled out, the sadness slowly leaving from her features and replaced with a mask. The words hung in the air for what felt like hours, even if he hated that noble phantasm. If it could be used for some good, if he could pay everyone back for all he put them through. Oh Quellan. Guinevere's voice was little more than a whisper, her eyes glowing a touch brighter than usual but nothing else of note. You truly are an extraordinarily young one. Aren't you? Slowly nodded her head up and down, she gave a smile that sent his heart aflutter. Then you can go forth with my blessing, know that I shall make full use of the chance you have granted me. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Chapter 167. Clearing the air. It was an impossible sight, no. Calling it impossible didn't do it justice, the impossible had been broken time and time again, but this was something well beyond what Ritska was used to at this point. All he could do was stare at the sword which stood at the height of a skyscraper being raised into the sky, slowly coming back up to a straight angle pointed up. Ritska looked down to the one who lifted the impossible weight, the one who caught the sword with his bare hands and held it above himself. Even as he was pierced with many weapons of all different sizes and shapes, he stared in silence along with all the others by his side. Ash turned his body, twisting it around so he was no facing them. The sword held in his hands was no in such a position that if he swung his body forwards he would end up dropping it on them. He would, without a doubt, kill them if he did that. But for whatever reason, he didn't feel afraid. Maybe it was watching Ash fight, the lack of emotion that showed on his face, but Ritska didn't feel anything. No, that wouldn't be right. It was like watching someone go through the motions. Perhaps that was a better way of putting things, but he'd seen Cu fight. He'd seen all the others fight. It was difficult to explain, but there was something in all their actions that seemed to be different to Ash. Like they were putting in more effort. No, they had their hearts in the fight. When Cu fought, you could see he was either enjoying himself or there was just something indescribable about the way he moved that made it clear he was putting himself into every strike. He could liken it to when he watched Archer, the one who hadn't named himself yet, fight. When he fought with those swords there was something different about the way he carried himself. Just a bit like Ash, but even still, when Archer fought he looked as though he was doing something he wanted to do. Or maybe it was the purpose of his actions or something. He wasn't sure how best to explain it, and he wasn't even sure how he knew. Just that he knew something was different about how Ash was fighting. It was almost mechanical. He hadn't even said a word, no, he hadn't been really trying. He'd seen him pull out all those weapons and all those swords, all those noble phantasms. And he didn't use them. He could have killed Mash, Ritska saw him going to do it. And he didn't. So what was he doing? What was Ash actually playing at? He continued to stare at them in silence, the sword held in his hands looming over them and blotting out the light. A blur of white caught his eye, something leapt from one of the houses and slashed across the length of the sword at an angle. Ritska jolted backwards, watching as the shape of a woman in what looked like a white dress wielded a rather large scythe, cleaving through the length of the sword from one end to the other. She twisted in the air, spinning around then landing a kick on the flat of the weapon. The top half that had been sheared off was flung in the opposite end of the street. The woman raised the scythe above her head and dropped down, the weapon slicing through the giant sword as she traveled downwards until she reached the ground and pulled the scythe back. The sword, now cut lengthways, fell to either side in Ash's hands and spread his arms wide. The woman twisted the scythe in her hands and then drove the butt of the weapon into his face like a spear, knocking him away and sending both halves of the sword falling to the ground on either side away from the group. Even if they had been trimmed down, they were still large enough to crush the homes they fell upon, flattening them with ease. Ritska looked around, watching as more figures filled his line of sight. Eventually the street was filled once more with the sight of the Corvian people and several servants he didn't recognize. And one that he did, even if she didn't look anything like what he had been expecting her to look like. "Senpai, that's," Mash started to speak in a quiet and somewhat shocked tone of voice. Ritska would have admitted to have shared in her surprise at one point, but at this stage, he doubted there would be anything to surprise him as greatly as the last half an hour had done. It had been one bombshell after another. He nodded his head, keeping his eyes firmly placed upon the servant who had landed atop the buildings to their left with a bow drawn taut. There was also the fact he now recognized the outline as well. Atalanta had been the one to attack himself and the others much earlier during the fight. He moved his hand towards Nursery and pulled her slightly closer to him, something she complied with. There was also the nun with the scythes and a black knight wielding a sword virtually identical to the one that Ash had wielded when they first met. He supposed that would be the Sir Wilhelm that Sullivan and Jean had spoken about, which made the nun freed. His eyes darted to the right, seeing the shape of the spindly-looking figure in metal armor with translucent cloth hanging from her. That would be Carwin. Then there was the weird guy with 3 masks, a black robe and what looked like 6 arms. Despite not a single one of them making a move, Ritska couldn't help but feel as though the tension had suddenly skyrocketed. "Hello." He turned to the childlike voice, then raised an eyebrow at the girl in the black cape and the white hair, smiling rather genially at him and waving her hand around before her focus fell onto Nursery Rhyme at his side. She tilted her head ever so slightly and furrowed her brows. "We didn't think there would be anyone else young like us since the last one. Are you going to hurt us like he did?" "I don't like hurting people," Nursery replied, "but conflict is not always something we get a choice in. Even still, I do not enjoy it." "That sounds really smart. Are you sure you're our age?" "I am not." "Okay. That makes sense." The smile the white-haired girl gave was rather amused rather than sounding put. She looked towards the front once again and then frowned. Hey, you're friends with Uncle, right?" Ritska blinked once. "Uncle." Priscilla stared at the vacant expression on her younger brother, not an ounce of emotion to be seen in him, but he carried the same look in her eyes. Those same green eyes that greeted her in the mirror every time she glimpsed at her reflection. It was such a strange thing to focus on, she supposed, but it was worth noting. She knew they would not have the same father, but they had the same eyes. They could not be the eyes of their shared mother because hers were golden, unless it was the influence of her soul that made it that way. Her grandmother had always said that the gods could change certain aspects about themselves as though they were flexing a muscle. All the same, she stared into those dull emerald eyes that lacked any sort of life in them. She could not imagine a greater tragedy to befall someone than to lose the light in their eyes. The fact he hadn't so much as spoken a word was telling enough. She glimpsed to the side, watching where the Golden Lordkin now stood with his arms folded. A hefty glare aimed in her direction, one that she would have been more afraid of in another life but not this one. "I shall demand you leave at once." "You shall demand nothing from a king, mongrel." The answer was swift and curt, as though demanding she even think to interrupt him again. "For your act of vandalism, not even 100 deaths will be enough to balance this crime." Red eyes narrowed. "How my other self could even tolerate the presence of your ilk is beyond even my boundless wisdom, but it is no matter." He raised his right hand up. "To appear before a king when you are knowledgeable of your crimes is to admit your own guilt and demand fitting punishment. I have never known one so brazen as to commit yet more slights against me." Priscilla narrowed her eyes. "This world is not yours to assume a role of authority. It is mine. Whatever judgments you make shall stay private, I care not whatever power you hold outside this land. She matched his glare with one of her own. The fact he had just tried to drop a giant sword on her world and their battle had already caused the deaths of a great many hundreds was straining her patience as a protector. It broke her to be so useless as to be slow on the uptake. The golden man eventually made a noise, foo. Phew-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha, throwing his head back and laughing from the gut in such a way that his mockery was made apparent. Her eyes narrowed and she felt her lip curl down in displeasure. There is always some enjoyment to be had in watching a toothless mongrel find their bark. Giving a single wheeze to finish it off, he lowered his head back down. But it is through embarrassment alone, at the very least you serve to make an amusing weed. I have said nothing that should be considered amusing to the likes of you. Fool, all you say is amusing. The smile turned sharp, from how you dance so blindly to the tune of another from within your own world, foo-fa-ha-ha. Shoulders trembling, the laughter resumed, watching as you proclaimed such bold motions while being the blindest of them all. It is so utterly amusing that I cannot help but laugh at your pathetic sight. Waving a hand, he carried on, creating such a vast world, causing such a ruckus in my garden, and you have not even the decency to perform these acts yourself. Lowering the arm, his expression twisted into a sneer. Had you more sense than a newborn babe, I would have acknowledged your stupidity in willingly vandalizing my garden with your naive foolishness. The sneer dropped from his face, replaced by a disgusted scowl. Instead, you are not even worthy of gazing upon me, let alone directing your anger to me. Your nature remains as singular as your blood, proclaiming peace while your eyes can bring only death. He nodded to her younger brother. That beast understands his own folly, even if it makes him all the more foolish in pursuing it. Though any mongrel who would throw themselves upon the mercy of the king is. Priscilla felt something strike her in the gut. In the next moment she was flying through the air and away from her younger brother, watching as he stared at her blankly with his arm extended and his hand clenched into a fist. Mongrel, you dare interrupt, he called forth his sword once more, swinging it upwards at the lordkin and unleashing a jet of fire towards him. The flames ripped through the land where the man had been, yet he remained unharmed, some strange symbols emerging from a portal and bending the flames around his body. If he had further words to give, Ash cared little for them. He pulled forth more power and thrust the sword forwards. The flames shifted and clustered tighter together before becoming a screaming beam of pure white energy directed towards the lordkin. The symbol that had protected him shattered and the light streamed onwards, then met a shield once more. At the same time, several weapons rushed towards him from behind the lordkin. Rolling to the side, he avoided them from striking him, but they were still close enough that he would be engulfed in problems if he got caught in a fight with them once more. It would seem their supply of weapons far eclipsed his own and their method of using them surpassed his. He could not unleash them in such a manner. Which was rather unfortunate, given his quantity of weapons. It seemed a rather prudent course to use them in such a method. Either way, he needed to return to the matter at hand, which meant he needed to clear away the distractions that threatened to take away from his real goal. Everything he worked towards since he started this had been to force a battle between himself and Chaldea. They wanted to prove their way was correct. Then that was all for it. If they could destroy him, then they would have been correct and proven strong enough to decide the fate of the world. If his reasoning was so feeble that it could not stand against anything above hollows, then he was truly wrong. But he did not believe he was, he did not believe he could be. When one looked at all human history, how could they see it as anything other than wrong? So then why? Why did Ritska still look so confident? Why did he not show even the slightest hint of fear? Why was he still trying? He hadn't died once, he hadn't faced the end like Ash had, not truly. So then why was he still willing to struggle? There was only so much ignorance could account for. No greed, no ambition, could ever drive someone so far. Could it? Ash leapt off the ground, vanishing in a flash of darkness and trailing a cloud of black smog behind him as he moved through the air like a meteorite. Sure enough, his body caught fire with the same black flames that had claimed his weapon and all else he touched, rocketing towards them with such speed. "Mash, ruler!" he shouted out, pointing skyward towards the falling comet that was the saber. Defend against the saber twisted through the air, a beam of pure white light rushed from the comet aimed directly towards the location where Atalanta was. Though she dodged the initial beam, the explosion that rushed out still blasted her aside. The heat ripped through the building in a split second, setting it alight and then cleaving down at an angle until it touched upon the ground and ceased. Ritska's commands died in his throat as he watched the comet get redirected towards the opposite end of the street, watching as he landed on the houses and then cleared his body once more. Drawing his right arm back, Ash swung it out and unleashed a great ball of flames towards the thickest part of the Corvians. The birdmen scattered and the skeletons that accompanied them were turned to dust. Ash jumped once again, charging straight into the thick of the group of what had been enemy servants and then engaging them all in battle. The first victims of the battle were Fried and Wilhelm. Ash landed dead in front of them and then rushed forwards, not even willing to trade words with them as he locked blades with Wilhelm and then shoved him backwards to parry Fried aside, the blurred between the two of them twisting back and forth as he swung with ever-increasing swaths of power each time. Swinging upwards, he launched a wave of black fire that flipped Wilhelm over and onto his back. He turned back on Fried as she swung for his neck, dropped his sword and caught the longer side with his hands. Then yanked her forwards, turning as he did and swinging his body into her, driving his left elbow into her face and following through with the turn. His right arm swung up and caught her around the throat, hoisting her into the air and then chokeslamming her directly into the ground with an explosion of snow. Even through the white haze, Ritska could still see the shadows of the pair, watching as Ash brought up his right leg and then stomped downwards. He started as a sound like crunching an egg echoed out around them and the saber pulled his foot back up and then tossed the scythe away. Reaching out and grabbing the dropped sword and pulling it up. No! Wilhelm charged in, leaping through the air and swinging downwards. Ash sidestepped his initial attack and then thrust his sword in retaliation. Wilhelm raised his left hand and formed some transparent red shield around his palm. At least, Ritska presumed that's what the intention had been. Right up until the point the sword struck the shield and it shattered like glass, continuing on its path and driving itself like a nail straight through the chest of Wilhelm. A choking gasp filled the air. Ash yanked upwards and pulled the sword through the rest of the body and into the air. Bringing his right leg up and kicking the corpse in the chest, sending it ragdolling through the air and bouncing along the ground several times before it rolled to a stop, splattering against the front of a house. He turned just in time for a pillar of fire to rise from the ground at the spot where Fried had perished. The same flames that Ash seemingly commanded erupted from the spot of the corpse, only this time they didn't seem nearly as strong and Ash didn't look as though he caused them either. Ritska watched as Frieda's body slowly rose back up from the ground, scythe still in her hand. Her body was swiftly coated in the same fire that Ash wielded, but it was so much weaker than his own. The difference in power became apparent the moment the two of them engaged in battle. Ash's every swing matched her blow for blow and forced her on the back foot in less than a second. Even as her every blow was accompanied by an explosion of fire, it was clear that it amounted to nothing. They simply rolled over Ash's body without doing any sort of damage. Something that did not translate to Ash. Blocking her slash, he twisted his sword so the pommel was facing towards her hips. Then the weapon was propelled downwards with a sudden jet of light. Ash released the sword-turned rocket and Fried let out a sharp gasp as the weapon's sword struck her body like a hammer, bouncing straight back to Ash, who leaned back and grabbed the weapon by the hilt as it returned to him. Swinging back across, he slashed against her guard and accompanied the strike with an explosion that knocked Fried off her feet and sent her weapon flipping through the air. She rolled back when he swung into the ground, though it lasted very little as he pulled back up with another explosion leaping from the sword and sending her smoking body cartwheeling through the air. Pulling the sword back, he thrust it forwards once more and unleashed another beam of white light, this time striking her dead in the chest and carrying her even further beyond the reach. From the looks of Lynx, it burst right through her body as well before cutting out. Ash staggered as several explosions of purple flames ripped across his back. He made a half-turn before the next flash of light struck him in the side of the chest. A solidified arrow of purple light buried in his ribs fizzled away at his body before three more struck his front. The saber swung his arm up and flashed out a bow, dropping his great sword to the ground and pulling forth a single arrow, but rather than aiming it towards Atalanta, he instead aimed towards the sky. The tip of the arrow glowed a brilliant white as he drew it as far back as he could, tanking another arrow to the chest without even flinching at it, nor did he move as the next struck him in the head and pierced through and out the back of his skull. I offer this prayer, false though it may be. Ash intoned with a voice lacking all emotion, yet the arrow burned brighter all the same. Deliver judgment upon my enemies. Drown them in glittering night. He loosened the arrow, light of the dark moon. The arrow raced into the sky, then vanished. Within moments, the clouds above them darkened, turning black as though a storm was about to form directly on their heads. The sky rumbled and growled, swirling inwards like a vortex. Light spread through the layers of the storm like electricity, then a twinkle reached Ritzka's ears like a bell. Then it rained. At least, it looked like rain at first, until he saw what is actually falling from the clouds. His eyes locked onto the arrows of deep indigo light falling down from the darkened storm above, falling so rapidly and in blocks that it was looked as though they were shooting stars. The arrows raced forward like a line, the cloud shifting as it followed after Atalanta. The berserker kicked off the nearby house in the split second before the arrows fell upon her and started to run, leaping from building to building as the rain of arrows matched her pace, not even caring for whatever happened to be in the path of their target and piercing through the bodies of the Corvians below. Tossing the bow aside and allowing it to fade into dust, Ash brought his sword back into his hand and swung up, unleashing another river of fire from his sword. That jolted Ritzka back into a state of alertness, breaking him out of whatever trance he had been in seconds ago as he watched the wall of fire charging directly towards himself and everyone else. Mash! He cried out. The girl was in front of him already, raising her shield up and already announcing the activation of her noble phantasm. Lord! The fire went right past them. Ritzka blinked once, then again as he struggled to comprehend what just happened. He clearly wasn't the only one as Mash cut out Lord Chaldea's and then turned her head so quickly that she looked close to giving herself whiplash, her eyes bulging in surprise as the wall of flames charged right past them and into the midst of the Corvians. Ash didn't go for them at all. They were right there, he was right there. Ritzka hadn't even been paying attention to the danger he was in, maybe some of the other servants had been but he wasn't. For a second, he had completely forgotten Ash was actually their enemy right up until he turned on them and launched his attack, except, he hadn't attacked them at all. He'd attacked the people right behind them and made a clear and conscious effort to miss them. It wasn't even this singular instance. Ash could have charged straight into them and attacked everyone right from the get-go. Instead he went straight for the enemy servants. It was utterly bewildering and only served to confuse Ritzka further as to what was actually going on with the saber. Either he was their enemy or he was their ally. He couldn't be both at the same time, could he? What the hell is he doing? Nobunaga voiced out next to him. Ritzka was inclined to agree with her confusion as he watched the fight, if it could be called that, with rapt attention. Ash moved like a whirlwind of chaos, flying around and launching out jets of fire to whatever came close enough. The zombie dragon that had attacked them last time suffered next, not even able to open up its jaw before Ash jumped towards it with Faram's weapon in his hand. The spear glowed like the sun, consuming all other sources of light around it before the light charged forwards directly into the mouth of the beast. The streak of gold light that rushed forth from the spear slammed directly into the head of the dragon and right out the back. Soon the light consumed even its head. A burst of crimson fire rushed forwards and struck Ash in the side of his body. Ritzka watched as the saber was catapulted through the air and towards the ground, bringing up the flat of the spear and angling the weapon to direct the burst of power past his body and towards the buildings, incinerating them in a moment. There's that fucker. Mordred snarled by his side, directing his attention towards the six-armed man with what looked like a red and silver sword hovering in front of him. Which, now that he noticed, held a similar color scheme to her armor. So he supposed he understood why she might be more than a little upset. I'm gonna. Ash twisted his body, the flames surged right past him and he kicked off the ground towards the robed servant, charging straight through the small army of skeletons that were directly in front of him and shattering them into dust as he moved. He was already upon the servant before they could even raise themselves off the ground, thrusting the spear forwards and running the caster through. At the same time he released his hold on the spear and ripped the sword straight from the air in front of the caster. He ripped the spear back, it vanished into dust and rushed back into his body. At the same time he raised the newly acquired sword above his head and then swung downwards, cleaving through the servant from the top of their body to the bottom in a single fluid motion with both halves falling to the side. Ash turned and parried a strike from Carwin, then snapped his fingers. An explosion ripped through the space in front of them as he charged forwards, briefly engaging them in a duel. It was when his body flexed with magical energy once more and it ejected from him like a jet that he gained the upper hand. He parried her left sword upwards and then swung down, slashing clean through her knee. Carwin fell at an angle. Ash swung his left hand up and clasped his hand around the front of her helmet. Then squeezed. The noise of screeching metal mixed with a wet crunch followed, then ended with an explosion as the black flames erupted from his hands and sent the servant's corpse flying away from him in a shower of golden light. Ash straightened himself up. He turned on his heel and swung down. Fried appeared behind him with her scythes crossed over in front of her and catching the sword with her hands. Ash remained silent, then a metallic clicking filled the air, the hilt of the silver and red sword widened and split open. Then the blade was coated in black light, emerging like a Bunsen burner and coating every inch of the sword. The pair vanished in a pillar of black fire a second later. When it abated, only Ash remained standing. The burn remains of fire lying beneath him as he stepped backwards, then turned around and brought the sword above his head, the hilt of the weapon still clasped tightly with both hands and raised above his head. Then his words echoed out, "Boil over, wrath of the stars. Prepare yourselves for the heat of this world." The jet of black flame from atop the weapon suddenly roared, reaching far into the sky like a tower and showing no signs of ever slowing with the height it reached. Ritska widened his eyes, taking a step back and gaping at the display. By all accounts, Ash had just pulled that off. What the fuck? Whatever curse Mordred had planned was drowned out when Ash swung the sword down, his next words eclipsing all else. Clarent spar dorcha. The beam of the sword rushed towards the ground. The moment it struck, it raced through the streets like a tidal wave, consuming everything that lay before it, the body of the dragon, the Corvians who had yet to figure out what was going on, and the skeletons who remained. Everything was reduced to nothing in a matter of seconds. When the fires ended, Ash instantly turned on his heel to face them once more, swinging the sword to his side and snapping the hilt shut, cutting off the torrent of black fire that had emerged from the weapon. Fried was upon him yet again. Ritska hadn't even seen her rise up, but he'd been more focused on Ash. He frowned when he watched the saber switch his style. There was something much more brutal with how he was swinging his weapon this time, like it was a club rather than a sword. He sidestepped her next slash, the weapons barely skating across the front of his armor before he reached out and grabbed her shoulder with his left hand, throwing her down into the ground and then swinging his sword like a golf club directly into her. Fried brought up her weapon at the last possible moment, but it was still barely enough to save her as she was sent spinning through the air. Then Ash did the unexpected. He threw his sword straight at her like a spear. Fried was quick to get on her feet, raising her scythes to block the attack. Ash jumped, swinging his leg forwards and kicking the sword forwards. The guard broke once more and he drove the sword straight through the front of the woman, dropping down in front of her and grabbing the hilt of the sword and twisting before pulling to the side, splattering the ground in blood as he faced Ritska and the others one final time. Ash stared into the dumbstruck faces before him. The surprise on Ritska was dismissed quickly as his eyes sought out another target. Landing on the face of Priscilla, the crossbreed looked at him with nothing shy of horror upon her face. His eyes narrowed ever so slightly as he noticed something different. Where was the little girl who had accompanied? HMPH. A grunt tore through his lips as the girl appeared at his side, her machetes singing as they moved through the air towards his neck. He turned at the last moment and swung down at her. She blocked the attack, but the force was enough to drive her into the snow. She bounced upwards with the force. Swinging his body around to face her, he drove his fist straight down towards her head. She rolled at the last second, avoiding his blow. His arm buried itself past the wrist into the ground. He pulled upwards and ripped the arm free, swinging it towards the girl as she made to escape, scrambling to her feet and throwing several small knives towards his head. His arm tore the ground, upheaving a shower of debris and obstructing him from vision as he barged through the dust with a single step, the haze rolling over his body as he caught up with the young girl in less than a second. Reaching out, he clamped his hand around her ankle and dragged her back towards him. She turned and widened her eyes, drawing out 2 serrated knives in each hand and thrusting them towards his hand, gripping her. Loosening his hold, she swung through nothing but empty air. His hand moved upwards, wrapping around her wrists and hoisting her upwards and in front of him, pulling Clarence backwards and taking aim to run her through. The young girl widened her eyes and stared at him. He made to thrust. No. A desperate scream stopped him at the last moment. He shouldn't have stopped, but there was something about that scream, that agonized yell, that halted his actions at the last second. Ash felt his features tighten as he stared at the young girl in his grasp for a few seconds, then turned his attention solely onto the one who had screamed at him to stop. Priscilla stood upright with her hand extended towards him, her eyes wide and her mouth ajar with terror gripping her features. The likeness of her face to one he knew so well, the similarities she shared with Guinevere were unmistakable. He had not noticed them before this moment. Perhaps it was finally the moment he had to slow down and think rather than fight, but now he could see what she was. Though where this madness spawned from. Yes, perhaps that was where her desires came from, or perhaps this mistaken duty of hers to care for this type of person. The type who would suffer without end. There was no way that Priscilla was ignorant as to who Jack the Ripper was and what they had done. Even if they knew only the legend, the appearance of this servant was telling enough that there was something different about the story. He knew all about her because of his visions from Solomon, though they took a moment to completely surface in his mind. Moving through 1,000 years of knowledge and drawing forth names of key figures who surfaced in his mind was an experience that he was not used to. It was possible, but it wasn't as easy as pulling forth the names of people that he personally encountered before in his life. The thoughts were dismissed. He narrowed his eyes onto Priscilla. No. He parroted the word back to her. It did not make sense to him in the least on any account. Her personal history notwithstanding, Jack the Ripper was still a hostile servant who had tried to kill him twice now. Her physical appearance aside, there was no reason to spare her life. Priscilla's voice cracked. Just don't do that, taking several steps forwards, her extended arm trembling as her eyes flickered over the remains all around her. Her face looked as though it completely shattered, the emotions slipping out of her before returning to him and desperation entering her eyes. You don't have to do that. Of course I do. Ash cut her off before she could finish the ridiculous statement. Did she not understand the full weight of what was going on here? Even if I was still allied with Chaldea, we would be in this exact same situation. You will not tear down Ariandel and this girl. He shook Jack in his arms. She whimpered ever so slightly, will not betray you. There would only ever be one ending for that encounter. Priscilla exhaled. If I lowered my world. Ash found himself frowning. She truly understood nothing of the situation. Do you even know who this is? He cut her off before she could finish. What she is. Her silence was his answer. Then you know this is for the best. It's not. It is. He roared. His voice thundered as he snapped his head back towards Priscilla, lowering Clarence and snarling at her. He did not usually get angry, but her ignorance as to the situation was staggering. Especially if she claimed to know who this person even was in the first place. If she did and still maintained that keeping her alive was some form of kindness, then that was nothing shy of revolting. You know what this person is. You know what she is created from. He turned to Ritska. The boy froze at being in his sight. Perhaps this would change his mind. Perhaps being faced with the full weight of what this person was, what Jack was, would finally make him see the truth. This is no girl. Ash held Jack up in front of himself. She's an undead, made from the souls of London's dead children. All those children who were discarded or forgotten about, those poor souls who were left to rot in the gutters and died. The next words dripped from his mouth like venom. The unwanted. Lowering his voice, he felt his next words were cold. She's a collection of souls. Her streak of murder was nothing more than her desperately returning to the place where she came from. The one place she could feel safe. The womb of her mother. Ritska froze, his expression cycled through several emotions before landing on disturbed horror. That was all that motivated her killings. She killed all those women because she wanted somewhere to belong, but there isn't anywhere for her. Bringing her back up, he pointed the tip of the sword squarely towards the girl. There is nothing she can do to change what she is. Even if she finds her mother in one life, it is such a fleeting victory because her nature as a servant means she will revert back to a blank slate when she is summoned again. He felt his arm tremble. Do you finally understand, Ritska? This is what my duty is, this is what it is all about. She cannot be saved. Her quest for peace will never end. She is fixed in her existence to seek out that mother she will never have because that's all she is. Eyes narrowing at the boy, he felt his features harden. How can anyone, look on that and call it a life that deserves to exist? Why would anyone keep something like this around? It's torturing her in ways she cannot even see. The strength to keep his sword up faded. He lowered the weapon ever so slightly and kept his focus solely on Ritska. He just needed them to understand. He just needed Ritska to admit that he was right. This is what you look like. Desperate lost souls craving peace you can never have. Seeking out something unattainable, filling that void in your souls with a fleeting vice and then becoming lost when it fades. Jerking his head to Jack, he carried on. When she loses her mother, she strides right on to find the next. That is what she will do forever. That is what I watch humanity do. Filling that void with something that cannot be right. Just as this girl will never find her true mother, you cannot find true peace. Raising the sword, he pointed it towards him. So tell me, if you see something like this, if you see an existence as tortured and pitiable as this, how can you possibly say it is worth it? What is the point of that? Ritska did not reply immediately. Ash felt as though his emotions were boiling over at the silence he received. Answer me, Ritska. Is it wrong to want this girl free of pain? To want her suffering to end and to finally grant her peace? His eyes swept across all of them. Well, what say any of you? Am I sinful for not wanting this for all humanity? The boy took in a deep breath, then exhaled. No. Ash blinked. Then you finally. You're not wrong for wanting people to be spared pain, Ash. Ritska cut him off, not showing a single ounce that he was going to stop. He actually ended up smiling, but Ash could not help but feel as though something was wrong. In fact, what you're talking about, trying to stop people from suffering, that's, nodding his head up and down, the smile remained. That's pretty ideal. Ritska said all this, yet Ash could feel something at the end of his words. He could see that spark of determination still in the eyes of the young man. That would not break so easily, that focus that pushed him forwards. Ash spoke next, but his words were delivered with more acceptance than he cared to admit. But, a slow nod of the head was Ritska's answer. Yeah, but, closing his eyes, he moved a single step forwards and opened his eyes again. But, it's just not what people are about. He paused for a moment, then sighed. It's just not what I am about, at least. You're talking about duty and all that stuff. I think responsibility is important, but, gesturing to himself, he offered a resigned face. I couldn't live like that, Ash. Not for long, anyway. Devoting myself to doing this one thing forever, even if it was peaceful, I can't do that. Letting out a breath, he placed his hands on his hips and gave a strained face. This feels weird to say, but, I'd rather live how I want to live, do the things I want to do, than be constrained to a single role that keeps me content for the rest of my life. Ritska shrugged his shoulders. Sorry, but I'm a selfish person. I want to do things I like. Ash stared but said nothing. What could he even say? He barely even noticed his hold on Jack had been lost until he watched her sprinting away from him and leaping into the arms of Priscilla, though that was utterly forgotten about as he focused his attention solely onto Ritska. If duty means so little to you, then why even work with Chaldea? Ritska raised his brows. That doesn't have a lot to do with duty, Ash. Well, it doesn't. He admitted with a wave of the hand. I guess, yeah, I do have a duty, I suppose. I've got to do everything I can to save the world. That is my duty, but more than that I just don't want to die. The admission was delivered with such simplicity. Everything Chaldea does is super important and I have a huge amount of respect for Olga for it, but I can't do something like that forever. Heck, I can barely cope with it right now. You want to live. Ritska looked apologetic. Sorry if that's not profound, but it is what it is. I just don't want to die. Then what is it you want? If not fulfillment, then what? What? Well, I don't know about anyone else, but I just want to be happy. That was all he said as he pointed to himself. I want to be happy and I want other people to be happy as well. If they can enjoy what you're talking about, then more power to them, but that just isn't for me. I couldn't live like that. That was it. That was all he wanted. He completely underestimated him. Ash lowered his eyes from Ritska, moving them across the sea of faces in front of him and then finally onto Nobunaga. Though she didn't say a word, she was nodding her head up and down in a clear show of support for the word she had just heard. You all feel this way. His eyes moved onto another. Jean stared back at him with a troubled face. It is as I told you in the past, Ash. Not all can find comfort in the life of greater purpose, for it is not something all can bear the weight of. My path, our path, is not one that is welcomed. Gesturing to herself, she frowned. We lost something along the way, the chance to be something else. I do not regret my actions for even a moment, but you cannot deny that we both lost something important to ourselves when we began our duties. Lowering her hand, she stared into his eyes. We lost our chance to be truly happy with our lives. He didn't understand. If you were at peace, then why are you denying it? It didn't make sense to him, none of it did. She had lived a life of duty just as he had. She had devoted herself to it, so why didn't she understand what he was talking about? Why did she, more so than any other, deny him he was right? What does happiness matter if you are at peace with your life? If you understand your role from beginning to end. Jean shook her head. Ash, it is not that simple. Why can't it? He snapped, fixing her with a glare and silencing her words. Why can't it be that simple? Why must you complicate matters so? From the very beginning it should have been simple. It should have been easy to comprehend. He didn't understand, taking a step forwards and bringing up his hand, stabbing his finger against his chest. You can make such claims that life is complicated. That life has to be something apart from duty. That you cannot live by this way of life. Then tell me why. Tell me why this isn't the way of life that humans should strive for. Ash whirled on Ritska, now pointing squarely towards him. You say you seek happiness from them all, but what this life you protect would bring isn't just happiness. Even if it were, they can never fulfill that void in their being with happiness. The hand moved from pointing to Ritska to pointing towards the back of Jack in the arms of Priscilla, the crossbreed tightening her hold on the young girl. That girl will never find her true mother. She will forever be searching for them, and even if she were to discover someone who might come close to fulfilling the role, it will be not more than an ephemeral dream. When she dies, she will forget that person ever existed and the cycle will begin again. His arm lowered, feeling incredulity sweep through his entire being. How is that an existence that should be tolerated? How can you gaze upon that life of hers and feel anything more than pity that she should have to endure this forever? Her entire being is suffering. She will suffer abandonment for all time, and no amount of love you show her in this life will ever cure that. But it was never just them, it would never end with just them. Jack was not a singular example, there was never just one who suffered because of these feelings. It's always the same with all of you. Pursuing your own happiness, your own greed, regardless of who suffers in the end. You don't truly care for these people. Because there was no chance that anyone who truly cared about others would truly do something like that. Why would they do something that would only serve to bring about suffering and misery? It would be bad enough to inflict it upon just one other person, but it was never just a single person who suffered, and it was never just a fleeting moment. Every one of you is always questing for self-satisfaction. He spread his arms wide, sweeping them over the landscape that surrounded them, the frozen world of Oriental. The ultimate destination for where a loss of duty would lead. Where those who had nothing left to live for would end up. This is always the result. This festering wasteland inhabited by the souls of the damned who find only comfort in the fact others share in their misery, and you just sit there and watch. How was he supposed to do nothing? How could he remain silent in the face of that? If you'd all just followed a basic duty to do right by others and never strayed from it, none of this would exist. And it wasn't just them, it wasn't just humans who had abandoned duty, it wasn't just all of them. If you just accepted your place in the world and found a basic duty, then we wouldn't be in this mess. The dark sign wouldn't have existed, and the gods wouldn't have dragged the world into a sea of agony. Drake's words came back to him, the mere thought of her existence filled him with a true sense of fury. Then I will be told that greed is necessary for true human happiness. Greed. The very thing that doomed them in the first place. He couldn't even begin to imagine the sheer audacity of her position, how she even considered speaking such madness. How dare she spew such insanity at me? That's nothing more than an ill-conceived jest brought about by ignorance. She was insane if she believed that, for a single moment, greed won't bring her anything but a painful end that causes suffering to both herself and all around her. It wasn't just that, no, it was never just that. It was what had consumed him from the very beginning. The thoughts he could see so clearly now. A basic duty to provide you with a sense of fulfillment is all you need for a worthwhile life. There was something so much more than that, a basic understanding of the world. If you had all just done that from the very beginning, then I wouldn't even be here. That was it. That was it exactly. He wouldn't be here. He wouldn't have to walk down that path. He wouldn't have been forced to cling to this single way of life in the desperate hope that he could stay sane, in the belief that this and this alone was what made him meaningful in the world. If the gods had just accepted their world would come to an end, if they had just acknowledged the basic duty they had to adhere to the world logic, to keep the planet moving. If they hadn't been so blinded by their arrogance and their ambition, their overwhelming desire to claim the world for themselves. I wouldn't have been what I am. He wouldn't have been created for that perversion. Some freakish monster dragged from his tomb with the sole purpose of dying, and you claim I am somehow wrong for not fulfilling that task. Was that what Guinevere intended for him to be, something that would work to be little more than fuel? Was that why she killed him when he rejected that idea of hers? You think that taking part in the suffering of mankind is somehow a worthy goal to strive for? Was that what you wanted for me, Mother? Was that to be my grand duty for you, my value? Clarence slipped from his hand, he cradled his face, feeling the surge of emotions from deep within him once more. It didn't stop, it couldn't stop. His life, his journey. What was it all for? What was it all for if he couldn't do something with it? If he couldn't save them, then he could at least. He could at the very least. It's horrifying. I waded through thousands of hollows on my quest and killed each one. They had been someone driven to madness by the cost of greed. His mind darted back, the legions of pale masses he slaughtered in his goal, each one had been someone. Each of them had a life once. Do you understand that, Ritska? They could have been someone and that was robbed of them, because of ambition, because of greed, or because of pride. His fingers dragged across his face. If they had just kept to their duty, they wouldn't have to die. I wouldn't have to kill them. They would still be there, I would have walked hand in hand with them. He felt himself go cold, numb. The emotions faded, something gripped his heart. You speak of something beyond duty. Of an existence based on happiness. Happiness wouldn't have kept sane. Happiness is the reason I killed them, and you dare claim to me its importance. He glared directly into Ritska's eyes, daring him to speak up, to say anything, but Ritska said nothing. He could say nothing. Ash did not grant him the chance to say anything. You think because I span a few tales of my travels you suddenly understand the depths of my world's agony. Was that what it was about? Did Ritska need more proof? He straightened himself up, his hands clenched by his side, and his words came out cold and blunt. It was a corpse. A dried husk which was dragged along every single time by a flame that brought no hope. Can you imagine that for a second? His eyes narrowed on the boy, waiting for any sign of affirmation, and when he received none, he continued onwards. Clinging to that which brings you endless agony because you cannot imagine another way of life. Enduring it for eons because there was no other option but to go insane if you did not value it. That is what the gods did, that is what life was. They were forced into servitude. I was forced into servitude, my very soul was bound to this service to the very architect of my misery. Was this all he was supposed to be? You think I, with my second life, could gaze upon that world, that hell, for more than a scant few seconds before understanding its true nature. But that wasn't the worst part of it, that wasn't even coming close to the depths of it. His throat burned like bile. The next words were so difficult to consider, let alone speak out loud. The worst part is that I clearly tried, I made an attempt to propagate that suffering and was, mercifully, scattered to the winds for my efforts. Shaking his head, he continued onwards. But that doesn't matter. I forever live with the knowledge that I tried to curse mankind and failed. Can you imagine what I felt when I understood that? He pointed to Ritska. Could you imagine learning that you were the one behind the incineration of humanity? That your past self had tried to burn away everything. Worse, that they tried to bind the very souls of humanity into an existence that was predicate on a way of life designed to bring them only misery. Ritska did not reply, but Ash didn't need him to. He just needed someone to listen. The urge to fling myself to my death and go hollow was so strong I very nearly took the plunge. Everything I claimed to want to achieve was spat back in my face by my own hypocrisy. It was as though he was right back at the very start, the foundations remained the same, only it was not the gods who were making all the arrogant choices. It was not the gods who were deciding to live by their own vices. It was humanity. This is what my life is to become. To sit by and watch as this place is warped into that world all over again. To wander this globe and be forced to watch all of this transpire with the knowledge of where the end path will lead. Worse, with the knowledge of what you have done to yourselves as you travel this road. Why should he be forced to sit through something like that? Why should he be forced to acknowledge something like that? Where you make the claim for peace, where you see the world as fine, I can't see that, Ritska, because it's on the same path. I can see all the same mistakes. All of them. The same vices that doomed my world, the same poisonous grip is sunk so deeply into this planet and you can't let it go. He felt his posture loosen. You can't let it go because you need them for happiness. He exhaled, his eyes moved downwards at Clarent on the ground, staring at the silver and red sword. I can't understand you. I can't understand what makes you work. I can't understand why you're fine with this way of life. He didn't realize it until just now. I'm not doing this because of my duty. It was so simple. I'm doing this because I don't want you to end up like my world. So terribly simple. I don't want you to end up like me. His head came back up. I live by duty because it is all I am. It is all I can ever truly be. It brings me peace to do this, but, his eyes crinkled, you, all of you. How do you do it? How do you walk this path? How do you glance back and see all that stands behind you, look upon all the bodies that lay at your feet, and then keep on walking? It just didn't make sense to him. I don't want you forced into a role you never asked for and then made to defend a world that is unworthy of your protection. He just didn't want that. He never wanted that. Killing people, slaughtering them in the hundreds. That wasn't the life he wanted, but it was never about what he wanted. It could never be about what he truly wanted or cared for. It was only about what would bring him peace, what made him feel as though he was worth existing in the first place. He just wanted them to feel that. I just want you to feel as though you can. The right words did not come for him, he couldn't explain it. Love ourselves. He stared at Ritska, the boy looked back at him with a creased expression. You just want us to love ourselves. Isn't that right? His brows were furrowed and his expression softened. That's what it's all about. You just want to see people value themselves. There was that word again. Love. Yes. That was it. Yes. He slowly nodded his head. I want you to care about your own existence. I want you to find that purpose that means you can truly find peace with. That you can stare at yourself and want for nothing more. If you don't have that, then what is the point of your lives? He shook his head from side to side. How can you tolerate an existence where you cannot love yourself? That's what your duty is, Ritska. If they found their duty, if they found their value, then they wouldn't want for anything. They would never struggle for things that they believed would make their existence worthwhile. They wouldn't have to prove themselves time and time again, there wouldn't be a need for pain and suffering, they wouldn't. All those wars, all those deaths, all those betrayals, all that pain, they would all have been needless, they would all have been avoided, if only humanity was more content with how they existed. If they didn't have such boundless ambition, if they could have just loved themselves how they were. That duty, that feeling of value. He wanted them to feel that. That's what duty is, where you know you have value. Regardless of what any other says, you have value. If you cannot find that, if you cannot love yourself, if humanity as a whole cannot find that singular duty, Ash felt his expression grow cold. Then what value is there in a life that cannot love itself? What is a life that forces someone to move purely because there is nothing else for them but living for the sake of living? A life that thrives off its vices to justify itself. To err is to be human. But if that is what humanity was. Ash took a single step forwards. I don't want an existence like that for you. Any of you. I want you to never lose sight of your value. I want you to find peace in your lives. He thinned his lips. Stepping back. But it's not about what I want. It's never been what I want. He closed his eyes. And he finally understood it too. I have my duty, it's the only thing that makes me tolerate myself. His eyes opened up, and perhaps that is my own failing. No, it is my own failing. I want you to love yourselves, the only way I know how. The only way that I believe is universal. He shrugged, but you can't, because I wasn't made like you. I can't love myself like you do. So, you have to die. I have to be merciful to you because if I'm not, I know where you will end up. I don't want that because I love you too much to let you all suffer like that. That's what it all amounted to. That's what they could not see. Their history, their lives, their way of living. It was all too painful to look upon, let alone experience. I don't know why you press on, knowing that you lack this basic purpose. Willingly rejecting that which could bring you peace. He slowly reached down towards Clarent on the ground, his hand wrapping around the hilt of the sword and pulling it back up. You're insane in my eyes, Ritsuka Fujimaru. You're all insane, each and every single one of you. Clarent sung in his grasp, the blade clicked and snapped as the hilt widened and flames rushed along the surface of the sword. The black fires jetted out with a growl. He brought the sword up and pointed it squarely towards the Chaldeans. Each and every single one of you that stands against me now, that rejects their duty, that rejects the only thing that might grant them peace, that would bring them value, you reject the ability to love yourselves in a way that you cannot understand. His lips thinned, that is madness to me. That you will all fight so hard for this flawed existence of yours, an existence where you prefer the fleeting to the permanent, how you can strive for that, how you can pursue that with the knowledge of all it has done, you're mad. Ritsuka just shrugged at him. Well, no one ever said we were perfect. He brought his hand up, pointing it squarely towards him. If you're doing this because you want to save us, if this is what you believe will save us, then I'm gonna come right out and say it, Ash. The grin he gave was openly challenging. We don't need you to save us. That same mind-boggling determination, that desire to keep on pushing forwards in spite of everything that he was fighting for. The tapestry of pain and suffering that he would protect. Yeah, what he said. Nobunaga shouted out in support, a human without desire is no human at all. Without that desire, they could never achieve the impossible. She outright pointed towards Ritsuka, that brat there. That's the true face of what humanity is all about. That potential could never be unlocked if he remained bound to duty as you claim him to be. Sure, he might be at peace, but what good is peace to a life so short? Stepping forwards, she pointed at him now. Do you want humanity to remain peaceful? Wahahahahaha. Throwing back her head, she let out a long and confident laugh. You have not even the faintest understanding of what you seek to save. Your actions work to doom humanity, not to save them. If you claim to save humanity, then first see if you can break through the limited potential of a single human boy first. He stared back at them for a moment, narrowing his eyes and sweeping them over the assembled faces, servants from Chaldea and those from the Singularity. All united against him for such a simple purpose. They would reject his help. Very well, he remarked with finality, bringing Clarent up and gripping it with both hands. Let us see if your potential really can best my duty, Ritsuka Fujimaru. Perhaps there might have been a moment in which this sight could have provided him with some meager form of amusement, perhaps there could have been a moment where he would have become more involved compared with the response he had given. That was the response that they were worth, only a handful of his treasures was necessary to answer for the slight of their existence. Their crimes against him, and they had paid with a great many of their lives, far more than they deserved, but it could be handed to the gods of any world. When they sought to create their ultimate tool, they did not do things by halves. That swine goddess could take pride in the fact that her twisted spawn had managed to become a monster on a scale that even he would admit the strength of. However, they were not using their full strength at the moment, they were barely even using a fraction of their power. Restoring their lives was nothing compared to what he knew they could do. There was still something deep within their own little store of trinkets that he would call exceptional. The only weapon that could be worthy of wielding against him, but so long as they clung to this pitiful little delusion of theirs, he was little more than a tool of the gods still. A tool of the gods who accepted their faults but stuck to them, even as they despised their creator. What a pathetic sight they showcased. Perhaps it was a testament that even the same conditions could not bring about another. It only showcased his own will and enduring perfection that he could not be recreated in such a way. After all, he would not stand for those who plagiarized his own existence, even if their crimes were done in ignorance or not. He felt his lip curl downwards. This sad sight no longer held any real interest, not even as entertainment. Quite frankly, he would prefer that the mongrels just culled their numbers at this point and end this performance here and now. It had dragged on far too long and they only served to wound themselves with this. It would have taken himself an Enkidu a fraction of the time to put this mongrel beast in his place than it had taken these Chaldeans to even wound them once. Was this truly the best hope that humanity had? These were the sort that would protect his garden in his absence. Shameful. They deserved 1,000 lashings for even bringing such wanton invaders into the king's domain, especially of this type. There was only so much that stupidity could excuse, if at all, and the mongrel master of theirs had committed a great many blunders in the moment he had met them. Blunders that his foolish younger self might have been willing to ignore, but he was in no mood to. Especially since the mongrel had allowed himself to be bound with a serpentine parasite and clearly remained unaware of its true nature. What a tiresome affair this was. I shall grant you a second to reveal yourself before I dice your body into 1,000 ribbons. The threat hung in the air for the second he promised. He was barely an inch away from deploying his treasury on the eavesdropper before a single flutter of wings caught his ears. He did not deign to look at the latest intruder, especially since they had not adhered to his command. I believe my words were clear. Yet you hide behind such a pitiful form. Well, this form is as much my own as any other. The cold feminine voice replied, a touch of amusement in her words overshadowed something darker. He could feel it, a pressure that eclipsed the meager chill of this foreign land. Though such a pressure was nothing to him. And I had little interest in coming to this world in person, though it would seem things have become rather interesting since the arrival of the Chaldeans, haven't they? He did not laugh at such a foolish statement, it was barely passing of amusement. If you believe this sad pantomime to be interesting, then your capacity for entertainment is sorely lacking. Curling his lip up, he watched the display in front of him. Though that is to be expected from one such as yourself. Not all have the appreciation of the true arts. The amusement on his face died, replaced by the irritation he felt deep within. The only plot that might have brought but a hint of mirth would be from the crossbred mongrel realizing that her own ally was using her to further her own self-serving aims. He exhaled, the realization she would have had when she understood that her efforts to bring about salvation were only dooming those brought into this world. That sense of betrayal and heartbreak from such a grievous oversight that could only come from a babe unused to the cruelty of others. How sweet that expression on her could have been, it might have even made for a good laugh before the amusement faded. Though, he supposed there could be just as much amusement derived from the manipulator dying before their schemes could even come to fruition, especially considering she had met her end at the hands of the same figure twice over. Evidently she had not learned the folly of repeating her foolery and was punished for it, that had made for a modicum of sport. Not nearly enough to grant an ounce of mercy to any involved in that sham. The destruction of one of his greater treasures, I.G. Aoyama, was not something that could be repaid with a single death. Those who partook in it would have to endure 1,000 before he could even consider a tenth of their debt paid. Adding onto their crimes of dirtying his garden, their list of offenses was growing longer and longer as time went on. It was very nearly impressive how swiftly a pack of mongrels could go from being mere annoyances to criminals who deserved to die at the hands of a king. The voice chuckled by his side. I cannot help but feel a touch pressured by this disappointment you feel. Especially considering that much of this was brought about by my own hand. His arms remained folded over his chest, he did not show an ounce of emotion at the admission. But he supposed some acknowledgement could be spared for a goddess who would so willingly admit her crimes against him, even if she did not have an ounce of regret in her words. Still, she had come before him for a clear reason, and so long as they remained in this world, he had no reason to become truly involved. That was the one thing that spared that goddess from suffering her rightful fate for this farce. Shame you should feel, he declared with a frown. You brought forth a great many pieces here that could have entertained me to a far greater extent than this pathetic display. Waving a hand to the battle occurring below him, Gilgamesh kept his expression bereft of interest as his eyes lazily roamed over the participants. If you were to stage an invasion into my garden with such connected characters, you should at least have the courtesy of ensuring they all fall in such a manner to leave me amused before I dispense justice on you. Foo. A chuckle, yet you offered me the chance to appear before you rather than simply killing me on the spot. Am I to assume that you still have some meager hope that this shall become a performance worthy of even your attention, King of Heroes? I do not recall inviting you to speak of my title. Perhaps I overstepped. My apologies. His finger twitched ever so slightly. He let out a slow breath. To have such nerve as to feign repentance, your mockery truly knows no bounds, Crow. His eyes gradually turned to his right, staring at the bird that stood just a touch below his own stature, oily black feathers and an eye that absorbed the very color of the world. A foul avatar for an even fouler goddess, but it was one that was honest at least. Though you speak truly, it should be obvious that I am granting you a single chance to ensure this display shall pull some amusement back from this otherwise pitiful sight. Raising his left arm slightly from its folded position, he pointed a finger squarely towards the head of the large bird. You can accept this as the king's command. All in this world exist to entertain me. If you cannot understand this simple fact, then you have no place in it. Lowering the arm, he glanced back towards the battle. At the very least, you should understand an instruction as simple as that. Eyes narrowed, thus far you remain a chef who has been granted fine ingredients and spoiled each one. If you were of the profession, I would demand your hands and your tongue, considering you clearly have little sense with either. The laugh that echoed out from the crow was deeply amusing, but it came as little more than a whisper on the wind, so distant and yet so close. The avatar of this goddess denoted her as the prickly sort, but there was something that could inform him she would not waste such a second chance. Though it should have been expected, especially when he granted an order for amusement. Any outsider would have the sense to pay him the proper respect, especially after insulting him so many times. When faced with words such as those, I truly do feel a touch guilty that you were not properly entertained. The bird tilted its head to the side. It is, after all, proper manners for a guest to show due respect to their host. Doubly so when they are of such high status. You speak words of common sense as if it was the greatest wisdom. He retorted with a grunt of annoyance. Speaking such things meant nothing if she had yet to put them into practice. Worse, if she was aware from the start and chose to ignore them. Which meant that she was either stupid or she was a fool. Though, with your recent performance, I have little reason to doubt that the two are mutually exclusive for you. The goddess chortled, now. There is no reason to be so quick to judge, King of Heroes. My true focus has been standing before you all along. He knew what she was referring to, glancing at the undead of uncountable souls as they fought there with former allies. Their strength was certainly above reproach, a monster that he would have most likely journeyed to slay in his youth. But here and now, there was little reason to so much as lift a finger to slay them. He was not going to do the work of the Chaldeans, they should have the decency to clean up their own messes. That said, you speak of that thing. He raised his brow at the goddess, feeling his shoulders tremble as the beginnings of a laugh built up in the back of his throat. Phew, ha ha ha. Surely you do not mean to suggest that this performance between fools is somehow your grand scheme. If that is true, you are an even greater clown than I was led to believe. It is an achievement for me to overestimate your intelligence so greatly. The laughter continued for a moment before it died down, his expression turned cold. For your own sake, I would warn you to choose your next words carefully. The large crow tilted its head to the side. No, this is but a prelude to the main event. I shall let him have his little exercise. Have him face the strength of human determination for a while. He could do with coming to terms with his abilities, I would say. So you claim there is more. While still unimpressed, he was at least rewarded with the claim that the goddess was not the complete oaf that he was led to believe. However, he had little reason to believe she would not spoil this finale either. If there was one thing worse than a boring performance, it was one that had the potential to be interesting only for its director to spoil the elements. If this does not amuse me, then I shall see to it you are expunged from my garden so that not even a single shard of you remains. My, you kings and your temperament. Golden portals opened around him without even a moment of hesitation. I jest. The crow remarked quickly and with a dry note to her words. It was rather insulting that she did not truly understand the predicament she was truly in, but that was neither here nor there for the time being. She would understand if she pushed her luck. But if you would prefer I explain this goal to you. HMPH. Cutting her off with a grunt, ensured that his stare was as disappointed as he felt. It is a poor jester that explains their joke to the audience before they even speak it. Have you not even an ounce of confidence in your own skill that you will be unable to amuse me unless I search for the crumbs you scatter? His eyes narrowed. Or do you mean to imply that I would not understand the depth of your feeble humor? The crow stared at him for a moment, then chuckled. Neither. I believe that you should at least be granted a prelude, just so you understand why remaining here for a moment longer might well be in your interest. He met her words with silence. You see how far he shall push it, how deeply his love is driving him. What face do you suppose he would make if the very backbone of this love were ripped away? She inquired, the hidden smile in her words turned to a sharp grin. He felt his brows furrow slightly at her, but said nothing yet. He truly believes that his intentions are the best for humanity, but what if doubt was introduced to him? Tangible doubt he could see and experience. Slowly raising up the flat of his hand, he gazed at the messenger for a touch longer before he gave a bored sigh, dismissing the portals and returning his sight to the battle beneath him. I shall hear no more. You have promised me amusement, foreign goddess. I expect you to deliver, else I shall derive my own humor, at your expense. Foo, I shall ensure not to disappoint your faith, King of Heroes. The crow took several steps backwards. After all, to break a promise is quite the sin, and I do so abhor those. She took off into the sky, vanishing into a puff of dark smoke. He watched her retreat with the same indifferent expression as he witnessed her arrival with. Her words held promise for amusement, but it would be a very different thing to deliver upon it. He expected a grand performance now, especially since she had so completely ruined the previous threads of this theater. With such a diverse cast, he was inclined to believe that he would at least get some hint of amusement. Perhaps he should turn his attention to theater. No, it was the work of a king to judge a performance, not create one. That role fell to those who had the duty of humoring one. A king watched the show from the stands, they did not prance around on the stage like a fool. Another explosion attracted his eye, he raised a lone eyebrow. This was already a dull affair, so it would not take much to liven it up. And, aren't you all excited? And yes, Ash just wanted people to value themselves, to love themselves. Because that was how duty was to him, it was what he wanted other people to live like. It's how Guinevere raised him, poor bastard. He might cloak it in duty and all that, but he does just want people to value themselves. The pursuit of duty is to pursue purpose. With duty, you can value yourself. Without it, you have nothing left inside. It's why he looks down on all these vices. Because they're inconsistent in his eyes. Drake's treasure hunting might provide fleeting happiness, but it won't make her love herself. At least, that's how he sees it. Chapter 168, The Sin of Duty. His boot struck the shield, Mash skated past him as he rolled himself to the side. His head snapped upwards towards the direction of the flying shielder and narrowed his eyes. Ash was in the midst of lowering his leg when both Mordred and Percival charged him. Ritzka brought his hand up and narrowed his eyes towards Ash, caster. The mental link was shot because of a certain someone that he would not care to mention. The excuse that Haku had provided him in the first place was actually pretty good, but it didn't really help him in this situation. Sure, keeping out hostile mental interferences was all well and good, but did he have to include everything related to information trying to enter his head? Couldn't he have made it more fine-tuned? If you would prefer I remove it. Not now, please. Haku retreated into his mind as Medea summoned a dozen of her little skeleton people. Ritzka had zero expectations for how long they would survive against Ash, but it was more than enough to even provide a finite distraction against him. Those sort of things were incredibly valuable in combat. Ash blocked Mordred's first strike, shoving her back and then retreating when Percival thrust down. He countered by kicking the Lancer in the gut and blasting him away, then struck back at Mordred with a blow that sent her to ground. The skeleton dogs of Medea jumped on his back. Ash released a burst of mana that shredded the construct and all those behind him instantly. Burning sword in his hand swung along the ground and shot towards the sky, billowing out a great wall of flames as he did so. The black fires rushed straight towards Medea, who vanished in a flash of light. Mordred kicked Ash in the shin, barely flinching him. Remove it. He couldn't command it like this. It was as though he'd stepped outside from a warm place, feeling a chill seep through his body for a brief moment before everything felt just right. This was fine, why was he even struggling so hard? Dismissing the thoughts instantly, he cast his words to the mental link once more. Mash, Jean. Run interference on defense, stop Ash from letting out those bursts of fire. Support Percival and Mordred and try to keep him contained for now. Nursery, get some summons in there to distract him for even a brief second. Rolling to the side once more, he felt his feet leave the ground as the stream of black fire raced across the snow where he had last been. He snapped his head back towards Ash as the servant pulled his left hand from the snow and brought Clarent above his head. Percival landed a fist into the side of his head, staggering him slightly. Vort slammed his mace into the back of his head and jerked him forwards. Ha! Jean charged straight towards Ash, her standard carving a line through the snow as she vanished with a shockwave, virtually appearing in front of the saber within the same second and swinging upwards. The tip of her weapon smashed into his chin for a moment and it seemed as though time froze at the point of impact. The air burst, a crack of thunder ripped through the air as Ash jerked backwards from the strike and then swung forwards. Ash's hand was extended forwards with his left hand clenched into a fist and Jean nowhere to be seen. A distant boom sounded out from somewhere behind him and he noticed that a deep trail now ran through the snow the general width of a person. Ash drove his elbow into Percival's face and then kicked down into the top of his knee. The knight was driven onto the one leg. Ash wrapped his right arm around him in a headlock and turned, swinging the knight off his feet and throwing him around in front of Vort behind him. Raising the jetting sword up to strike the pair a moment later. He turned and swung it down, catching the guard of Mordred and driving her to her knees instantly. Mash! He jerked his hand towards the direction of Ash. He didn't need to say much else as Ash's shield went flying past his head, spinning around like a discus and headed straight for Ash. Mash sprinting just behind it and hugging her body low to the ground, hiding her general shape behind the shield as it flew. The blonde snapped his head in direction of the oncoming attack, probably sensing it. Medea unleashed a barrage into his back. Not a single one of the spells reached him, burning up against some invisible barrier that hung right behind him. Not even sparing the caster a moment of notice as he swung. Clarence screeched as it was dragged along the front of Mordred's sword and pushed the weapon down into the snow. Ash drove his left leg up and he jumped slightly, driving his knee into her chin and shoving her back, twisting his body at the same time and raising his left arm into the air and clenching his hand into a fist. The snowflash shield approached him and he swung down, punching it with such force that it flipped over and was now pointed in the opposite direction. He dropped down and swung his body forwards, driving his facing shoulder into the back of the shield and releasing a sudden burst of mana. The shield was propelled back towards Mash like a rocket. Emergency E. The shield struck her in the head before he could even get the words out. She fell backwards with a gasp of pain and a metallic cling as the shield smashed into her temple and bounced the way it came. She jolted with the impact and fell backwards as her momentum cut out, crashing into the ground on her back rather suddenly. Ash caught the shield with his open hand, swinging it back around and smashing it into the side of Mordred's head, burying her skull into the snow and flipping her body over. He continued the spin and released the shield, throwing it high into the air and behind himself. Atalanta twisted her body and let it pass underneath her, hitting the ground in a roll which transitioned into a charge. Black clouds swirled around her body and she shifted into a black boar covered in matted dark fur. Turning on his heel, Ash faced the charging boar and then brought his leg up, abruptly stomping down onto its snout. The momentum continued along the back end. The rear legs lifted off the ground as she kept on traveling and flipped over the top of Ash, briefly releasing Clarence as he brought his hands above his head and clamped them down on the furred back of the beast. He twisted sharply, his form blurred, and in the next, Atalanta was rocketed through the air like a missile directly towards the spot where Medea now resided. The caster was caught in the midst of another teleportation before the pig transitioned into a person once more, though the lack of added weight did little for the momentum as the pair crashed into one another and then through the front of a house with a catastrophic bang. Ash turned, now facing him. Ritska glared right back, even as Ash brought up the sword once more and it glowed with the blazing inferno of midnight. He stepped forwards, swinging the weapon in his direction. Gah! He staggered forwards, the energy of the sword cut out as Percival's spear burst through the front of his chest. Light shone from the weapon, burning brightly as it sped out from the very wound it had dealt. Ash pulled himself forwards and swung. Jean. Nobu. Percival ducked underneath the strike of Ash, his hand surged forwards and grabbed the collar of the saber and then dragged him forwards as he shot up. Driving the top of his head into his nose and breaking it, Ritska watched the sudden rush of air away from the head of Ash before he heard the crack of the impact itself. He stumbled backwards. Percival grabbed the shaft of the spear behind the blade and yanked it forwards, pulling the full length of the weapon through Ash's body and spinning around him as he did so, sweeping his leg out and driving his shin into the back of Ash's knees. Jean rushed past him, jumping into the air and bringing her banner above her head like a club before swinging it straight down into the top of Ash's head, driving him further down and slamming his face directly into the snow with a crunch. Even making sure that when she kicked off his body, she did so at his head to further press him into the ground. Ash was barely able to pull himself up before Nobunaga let out a bellowing laugh. "You asked for it." Demon King's three-line formation. Dual-wielding rifles, she spawned even more around her until the sky was littered with the weapons. Hundreds of them immediately switched and pointed straight downwards at the back of Ash as he picked himself up. They opened fire a second later. Crimson-red beams leapt out from the barrels and struck him, his body consumed in a barrage of explosions a second later. When one gun fired, it vanished and another took its place. The noble phantasm of Oda Nobunaga scaled with mystery. Ritsuka figured Ash probably had a lot of that. A pillar of black fire ripped through the barrage. He raised his hand to cover his face as the shockwave rushed past him. A haze blasted against his face and covered his vision for a moment, only just. Even through the blizzard he saw the rising black light of Clarent and the shadow of Ash through everything. The shadow swung their hand, the debris was parted in a single moment and revealed him. His body was full of holes, his face burned considerably, evidently taking quite a bit of damage from the attack. Clarent was pointed towards the sky, the blade snapped open and surged for the sky, evidently he was charging the noble phantasm again. Something burst through the snow, looking much like a werewolf but something rather larger, its form savage and matted. More like something from a horror story, it tackled him to the ground and drove its claws into the front of his body, slamming its arms into him again and again. Ritsuka blinked, then glanced to the side and saw Nursery with her eyes closed. She opened them and faced him with a guilty expression. "The big bad wolf," she explained to him, which suddenly made sense for a lot of things, especially for him. Turning back to the display, he watched the wolf go flying into the sky as Ash kicked it upwards, pulling himself from the ground once more and bringing Clarent upwards. He turned and blocked Sullivan, shoving the one-armed pontiff back and thrusting forwards. Emergency evasion. This time he was much faster on the draw. Sullivan vanished in a flash of light and the sword thrust through empty space. Ash looked stumped for a moment, then Sullivan appeared by his side and swung his burning great sword down into the side of the saber's body. The sword buried into his shoulder and then burst into flames. The cursed fire spread across his body as the pontiff kicked off the ground and away from Ash as he tried to slash him back. Jean. Ash's attempts to chase Sullivan down were blocked by Jean, who he defended against, pushing the standard up and sweeping his elbow up into her collarbone. She coughed, then was sent flying with a savage backhand which flipped her over. Ash loomed over her, sword raised. Mash! She was behind him a second later, thrusting her shield down like a spear and driving it into the back of his head. Ash grunted as he moved forwards for a moment. He snarled and swung back around. Mash released the shield and dropped down underneath the strike. The shield hovered in the air as she darted around the front of Ash. He was halfway through turning before Mash swung her palm upwards and into his cheek, once more driving his head into the shield with a clang. Her legs swung out. Ash raised his own above. Her kick missed him entirely before he drove his foot down. Vort wrapped him into a tackle and hoisted him into the air, using his great hammer to hold him in place before he jumped forwards and let his weight carry them body down, body slamming Ash into the ground and twisting the Grethammer at the last moment. A groan of shattering steel filled his ears as the head of the mace was driven into Ash's back. Vort was above him, fist pulled back. He was sent flying when Ash exploded. Bursts of power ripped through the air as the shockwave sent him cartwheeling through the air. Ash snapped back to his feet a second later, raising Clarent and blocking a slash from Mordred, then pushed her backwards. The pair blurred amidst sparks of steel and shouts of metal. It was as though they were mirror images of one another. Ash was engulfed in a dark light while Mordred burned a brilliant crimson. The pair vanished into blurs, zigzagging across the street back and forth as streaks of fire and lightning. Ritsuka's eyes worked to trace after them. Even the benefits of Haku could not grant him that much. Biting his lower lip and searching for any sign of Mordred through all the carnage. The blurs flashed to a stop, hanging in the air as Ash parried Mordred's sword with the back of his hand, then swung his fist forwards at her head. Mordred ducked down and slid forwards, gliding underneath his left side and slashing her sword across his body, showering the snow in blood before she whirled around and thrust upwards, driving the sword into his back to the hilt. She wrenched the sword and then ducked once more as he sprung on his heel and slashed through the air. Thrusting the sword forwards, she stabbed him once more and then pulled upwards, cleaving him at an angle from his ribs and through his upper arm. The limb dropped to the ground as she swung her body forwards, driving her shoulder into him like a battering ram. Clarent fell directly into Mordred's waiting hand. She couldn't drop the last sword fast enough as the silver and red weapon was brought up. "This belongs to me," she shouted out. Ash swung his left arm upwards. Mordred slashed through his neck, his head went flying a second later. And don't you forget it. Ash's body crumbled to dust, shifting around the ground before rising back up and reforming once more. Leaping at Mordred with the sword spear in hand, she blocked the thrust with the back of her blade, skating away from him. She charged, vanishing in a burst of crimson light and appearing before him once more. Ash barely leaned back, yet avoided her blow perfectly. As he did the next dozen, it was as though his body rejected contact with the sword. Something Mordred was none too pleased with. Hold still. The sword spear vanished, replaced with a long thin scythe. Ash swung down and hooked the crook of the weapon behind her knee and yanked forwards. Mordred fell into his uppercut, punctuated by a blast of charcoal fire. She went flying a moment later. Percival slammed his spear down, driving the weapon from Ash's hands, then swinging up with the spear. Ash leaned backwards, a long sword appeared in his hands. Metal screamed, its death throes accompanied the remains of its body, having shattered the moment it was struck. As the spear of Percival continued on its path, Ash widened his eyes and flung his left hand up. Jack landed on his back, bringing her machetes down onto the side of his neck and jerking his head away from Percival. Ash snarled and shrugged his shoulders to pry her loose. A cry was ripped free from him as Percival drove the spear directly through his collarbone and out the back of his body. Medea, can you get past his magic resistance? With time. I'll give as much as I can. Just let me know. Percival pulled forwards. Jack rolled across and danged from his left shoulder, thrusting a knife into his ribs repeatedly and hacking away at the damaged armor. Ash stumbled towards the lancer and took a fist to the face. With a snarl he staggered and then swung backwards, parrying the spear to the side and utterly ignoring the back. It pulled out a good portion of his own body. Reaching back, his right hand clamped down around Jack's head and pulled, swinging her around his body and throwing her into the ground. Bringing the palm up, the flat of his hand glowed with black fire. Priscilla cleaved through the limb at the joint as she rushed past. Ash snarled and staggered. The crossbreed spun on her heel and swung the scythe towards Ash's neck on the turn. He brought his left hand up and caught the weapon just beneath the head, pulling it over his head and outstretched to the side. He stepped forwards and slammed his head into the chin of the taller woman. She staggered. Ash pulled the scythe back and drove the back of the weapon into her throat. Her knees buckled and she fell back, pinning her to the ground with brute strength and choking her with the polearm of her own weapon. A swift barrage from Nobunaga distracted him enough. He growled as she stumbled backwards and brought up his left arm in front of his face as though he was batting aside a swarm of bees. The distraction was more than long enough for Percival to land a solid kick into his gut. Swiftly being sent bouncing along the ground, Ash rolled back to his feet. Vort swung up into his chin, snapping his head backwards before he retaliated with a punch to the helmet. The knight felt it more, spinning around with the momentum of the punch and showing his back to Ash, something he took full advantage of as his hand clamped down around the back of Vort's neck and drove him face first into the ground. His hand exploded and Vort was sent tumbling through the air, his body smoking and his armor warped in several places. It was impossible to tell if he was alive or dead considering the lack of sound that came from the rider as he tumbled. Either way, Ash snatched the mace from the air as it went flying and spun around on his heel. Striking Atalanta in the head as she flanked him from behind and launching her into the air once more. Even then, she swung around and brought out her bow, loosening several arrows towards him which struck along his left arm. His body flexed, mana surged and the arrows shattered into dust. Reversing the mace, he brought it in front of himself and blocked Jean, dragging it to the side and shoving his weight into the head of the mace to drive it forwards. Bringing his left leg up, he stomped down into her shin and clipped her forwards. Ash snapped the mace around, pulling it across his body and sweeping upwards, dragging a haze of snow behind him as he did so. Ritska caught sight of the mace striking the saint, but everything else became a blur as the pair were consumed with the sudden avalanche of snow being ripped from the ground. A flash of crimson slammed into the cloud, parting it and revealing Mordred and Ash locked in combat once more. Twisting Clarent, she shoved it down and drove the flat of the blade into Ash's shoulder. A moment later the weapon clicked and mana rushed through the top of the weapon. Unlike the black fire of Ash, this was a jet of pure scarlet light, the ensuing explosion shifted the saber ever so slightly but precious little else. Ash dropped the mace and grabbed the blade of Clarent with his hand, pulling to the side and ripping the weapon straight out of Mordred's hands. She was jerked along with it and still with her arm outstretched when Ash dropped the sword and clenched his hand into a fist, swinging it back and catching her in the cheek. Mordred spun like the hand of a clock, her head striking the ground and her body bouncing up. Ash stepped forwards and grabbed her by the ankle, pulling her towards him and spinning her around his body. After a brief second he released her. The makeshift projectile flew through the air before crashing straight into the chest of Sullivan as he made to get up. Now bereft of a weapon as he stared back at them with a deep scowl now etched upon his face. He turned. A playing card with arms and legs tackled him. Ash looked briefly bewildered for a half-second before another playing card jumped onto his back, wrapping a spear around his neck and bracing it with both hands. His expression hardened and he barely looked as though he was being affected at all. Bringing his left hand to the spear around himself and pulling it away. But he was trapped for a brief moment. Mash, his legs. She slid into view, quite literally, and wrapped her legs around his ankles like a pair of scissors. Ash snapped his eyes down as she rolled her body to the side and dragged him along with her. Falling forwards, Ash landed atop his knees, turning to face Mash and reaching towards her with his left hand. He opened his mouth, his eyes went wide and his words cut off. Priscilla faded into existence behind him with a cold expression on her face. Her eyes shone a brilliant blue as the scythe was pulled high above her head. The slash was rather clumsy compared to everyone else, and yet Ash was split in half the second the weapon made contact with him, his body turning to dust and reformatting a moment later. Ash jumped backwards. Galvatine fell back into his hand as he landed, running his hand along the blade and engulfing it in black fire again. The moment his feet touched the ground, the sword was pulled under his left hand. His eyes narrowed and focused on them as the weapon glowed a brilliant light and swung outwards, und. 3 arrows of purple light slammed into his chest and out the back of his body, punching holes the size of apples within him and staggering him just enough to break his concentration, even if it was only to frown. Then Jack the Ripper landed on his back with her knives drawn, swinging them downwards and ramming them into his throat. Releasing a wet snarl, Ash's left arm rushed upwards towards his head and seeking the girl out. Jack swung around on his shoulders and dropped around the front of him, her knives left in his throat as she drew forth 2 more and then thrust them upwards directly into Ash's eyes. A grunt left his throat as she blinded him, her legs unwrapped from around his neck as she dropped down and then kicked off his body for leverage, rolling herself along the ground. Priscilla jumped back into the fray and swung her scythe through the air, slashing through Ash's knees and slicing clean through them with such trivial ease. With his legs, quite literally, swept out from underneath him, he started to drop down with a cry of pain. Ritska grimaced but didn't let it distract him. "I'm ready." Pointing his hand to Medea and calling upon another mystic code, momentary enhancement. This time, the beam of light did not shatter before reaching Ash's body, still hanging in the air and blinded. Ash could do nothing as the streak of magenta light slammed straight into the front of his body and carried him away. His body struck the ground and vanished into the explosion, the light pushing him along the ground as Medea drove him further and further away from them, the light fizzling out a moment later, leaving behind a smoking trail of steaming water where he had been carried. "Form up," he shouted out, racing forwards and sliding to a halt, glaring at the spot where Ash had just been blasted. There was no telling how long they would have, so he had to make this quick. "Sound off." "How's Vort and who else is injured?" His head whirled around, glancing at all the faces of the people. He didn't see where half of them had been launched to in the chaos and required him to command whoever entered his line of sight first and foremost. Medea flashed into existence next to him, probably looking the best out of all of them. She floated above the ground breathing in and out, armed with a long silver staff that with a large rounded head. He quickly dismissed that as someone landed next to him, raising an eyebrow at Atalanta's form, which was remarkably different to the one he was accustomed to. "Bad time, but it's nice to have your help, Atalanta." He couldn't help but speak up. The woman spared him barely a glance out of the corner of her eye before she raised her bow, knocking an arrow and pointing towards the location where Ash had been launched. Save your thanks for later, we return to enemies when this is over. If this ever ended, that was. Ash had taken everything they launched at him and then just got back up as if nothing happened. None of their blows had really stuck with him, even if they caused him pain it didn't matter all that much to him. Worse, it might have been his imagination, but it looked as though he was actually getting better as time went on. If that really was the case, then this was only getting worse. They needed to find a way to end this quickly and with enough force to put him down. Anyone got a noble phantasm that might work? I do. Percival voiced out as he approached, all of the servants rushing towards him. Ritska raised an eyebrow in his direction and noticed that Mash was trailing not far behind him with Vort over her shoulder. He didn't look all that great. And Ritska was starting to feel very tired. This world drains your strength. You cannot endure this for long, even with my power to support you. Haku supplied for him, but he could already have guessed as much, not to mention the fact he had been supporting servant combat at full power for quite a while now. Not really able to take a break. But you shall need protection in the event of a back blast. Percival continued on, Sir Mash, I leave that to you. I mean, yes. Mash stumbled through an answer, then gave a resolute nod of the head, sparing him a glance as though looking for something. He nodded his head to her once, he was confident in Mash's abilities to protect him. If Percival said that Mash would need to protect them, then he was fully of the belief she would. Nursery, what about you? I can't do a lot, Mr. Ritska. The big bad wolf and the Trump soldiers were the best that I could manage at the moment. He grimaced ever so slightly, not that it was any fault of hers. He suspected that it was due to a problem with magical energy. He was supplying several servants here and Ash was really taking a lot out of them. Priscilla was next to them, though the only reason he knew her was because everyone else spoke about her. She stared towards him for a brief moment, her expression cycling through several emotions before it settled on stoicism, pulling her features tight as she brandished the scythe in her hands and turned from them, moving to stand next to the growing array of servants around them. Our task is perilous, not even my eyes can see his final end. Okay. Not sure what he was supposed to take away from that. He knew it looked bad but there was always some way to pull through. He lacks a concept of death. Medea sounded aghast. Ritska felt himself do a double take and look from the caster towards the tall dragon lady, confusion etched onto his features as the words registered in his mind. Priscilla shook her head. Nay, he replaces one lost life with another. The damage I inflict is done, but replaced just as swiftly. I know not how many souls he can call upon, but it is far more than I can slay at any one time. Can you not see the central soul? He is undead. They are all the central soul. Priscilla grimaced, at least, to me. I have never practiced the skill of life hunt. Medea spared him a glance and then exhaled, he is replacing lives. Unless we have a method of destroying however many souls he contains all at once, then we shall be locked in this stalemate until we burn ourselves out. There is no telling how many he has at his disposal, but if he has returned from this many lives, then we are in grave danger. Nobunaga spoke up, Hey, Saint. What about an exorcism? On that scale. Jean sounded perturbed. I could very easily make an attempt, but without knowing the true number of souls within him, there is no method of understanding how he might respond. Worse still, he has the souls of a great many gods within him. I cannot exorcise something of that power. Ritska looked to her and winced at her troubled expression, a rather nasty bruise along the bottom of her chin and spreading up her face. I am not strong enough for that. She exhaled, but it is bizarre. Sigward is undead and yet I have not sensed the same from him. How can Ash be so different? Ritska cringed. Because Ash traveled here from his world. He isn't on the throne, I don't think. Wah. There was a flutter. Ritska snapped his head skywards along with all the others and narrowed his eyes. An eagle passed overhead, he furrowed his brows as he watched it. Sure as anything, it was the largest eagle he had ever seen, especially since it was carrying a man in full plate armor. A moment later, it released him. They fell from the talons of the bird which then dive-bombed after him, the two vanishing into the cloud where Ash had been launched. That would have been strange enough for him, but it did not end there. Especially since something came next. At first, it looked to be a cloud of pure black swirling above their heads. He felt himself tense before he watched it break apart into a dozen or so streams, each one rushing to the ground like a tendril and looking as though they were made up of dozens of smaller shapes. Though he had no idea what this grandmother and Priscilla sounded ecstatic, Ritska jerked his head towards her and raised his brows. He imagined that he wasn't the only one as even Atalanta, and when did Jack the Ripper get here? The shapes grew closer, getting more and more distinctive until he could make out the many shapes of them. It was crows or ravens, one of the two. Either way, they started to fly in circles. Hundreds of them formed a vortex which spanned several meters off the ground and was wide enough that it could easily have fit their entire group inside. The cacophony of cries from the birds rang through the air for a split second before fading. The crows took back off into the sky, breaking the vortex and leaving behind something else. Ritska felt on edge instantly, like a chill traveling up his spine. A pair of glowing eyes stared right towards him. There was something about those orbs that seemed as though they gazed right through him. Like his every nook and cranny was exposed to the world, there was judgment hidden within them that he could not describe. Then there was the feeling, as though he was guilty of something but couldn't recall what it was. Jet black wings emerged from either side of the new arrival, a woman with a long black dress, a small diamond-shaped window showing her cleavage, a black choker around her neck and a hood pulled up to conceal most of her features save for the bottom half of her face. Onyx-colored lips curled into a smile that almost looked inviting, the type of friendly smile that would come moments before he confessed something. The woman had her hands placed atop one another, the large bird wings slowly folded back until they were no longer spread so wide. The hood tilted to the side ever so slightly, the smile remained on the face of the woman and yet no words emerged from her. Priscilla had called her grandmother, but she didn't look like a grandmother to him. Not how he would imagine one anyway. "I'll inform you here and now, that I am married." The woman spoke slowly, her voice echoing out across the field and silencing all else. It was eerily gentle as well. He would compare it to the voice of Gwynver, but it didn't flood his mind like hers did. More like a sense of tension, as though you were waiting for something to happen. The silence before a jump scare. "Though we were estranged, adultery is still a sin, just so you don't get any ideas, young man." "Oh," she was looking right at him. He blanched. It was written all over your face." She cut him off, though she didn't sound all that insulted, and the melodic chuckle she gave a moment later was it was a rather nice sound. "But I thank you for your flattering thoughts." She raised the flat of her palm, "And no, I did not read your mind." The hood swept across the assembled display. My, so many of you pushed to your very limits in so short a span of time." Her head slowly returned back to him, "and at the hands of one whom you once called a friend." Two. Shaking her head from side to side, she clicked her tongue several times. "There is no sin that cuts quite so deeply as does the blade of betrayal." Her hands slowly parted. "But, where there is sin, there must also be those who punish such crimes." Bringing her right hand up, she gestured to herself. "Though I must hear your resolve first and foremost." Ritska opened his mouth. She raised her hand once more and signaled him to stop. "We have little time afforded to us." She spoke quickly, the amusement vanishing and replaced with clear urgency. "My enforcer gives his life to grant us these precious seconds. Whatever questions you have must stay on your tongue." As if to punctuate her words, a flash of blue behind her was accompanied by a high-pitched screech of a bird. "You lie on the cusp of defeat and victory. I can grant you an opening, but the rest falls to you to punish this creature born of sin. Though I ask," eyes narrowed at him, "shall you truly put an end to his life? Have you the stomach for that, young man? The strength to end Ash's life? Was that really something that would make him strong?" The argument could probably be made either way, but hearing him talk, listening to what his true goals were, Ritska knew that Ash wasn't a bad person, he was just tragically misled. No, Ash was just hurt, deep down inside him. It would be easy to kill him. It would be harder to help him. And he wanted to help him because, deep down, he knew that Ash wanted to do good. This was just his way of showing it. Strange and destructive as it was, he just didn't understand people, and that really wasn't his fault. But first thing was first, knocking some sense into him. His mind steeled. I'm not going to kill him, he announced. However anyone else felt about it in that one moment didn't matter to him. This was what he wanted to do. This went beyond his duty as a master, perhaps flew in the face of it because he was trying to help someone who threatened his life, but if there was one thing that he knew, it was that he wanted to help Ash. He wanted Ash to see there was more to life. He really was pretty selfish, wasn't he? The woman stared at him for a few moments, then nodded her head up and down, a coy smile playing upon her lips. If that is how you wish to play this game, then I shall allow you just that chance. You walk the path of greatest trial, young man. Leaning back slightly, her eyes glowed with approval. But, it is no sin to help a friend in need, even when they don't believe they need it. Gold eyes flickered to Priscilla and softened. For what little it would be worth, I apologize. Your wish in this life was born to fail. Without the chance to offer a rebuttal, the woman turned around and faced the direction where the clouds rose to the sky. The thick plume of black smoke parted as Ash stepped out of it, a single jagged slash running across his chest that looked as though it glowed a faint blue. I see my enforcer landed but a single blow on you. Ash did not reply immediately, but Ritska watched as he stopped walking and stared at the woman in front of him. Another goddess. So that was the presence he felt. Not just any goddess, one of the most dangerous to ever walk the land. Seriously. The hits just kept on coming, didn't they? It would explain the chill he felt when locking eyes with her, but he didn't feel any aggression. Just a lot of tension, as though saying the wrong thing would have evoked a response. Yet, no hostility. Well, if Haku believed she was dangerous, then that was that. The dark-robed woman hummed, yes, another of us. I would dare say you have had your fill of the divine for a single lifetime, let alone the hundreds you have lived thus far, little one. There was something soft in her words. You've walked through such hardship, but origin does not excuse sin, and your sins are of your own doing. Ash narrowed his eyes. My sins? He repeated with incredulity. Is that what you call my actions? Sinful. He resumed marching forwards, tightening his grip on his sword as the wisps of black smoke trailing behind him grew thicker and thicker. Is it a sin to provide mercy when it is required? Is it a sin to prevent one from falling down the path of ruin? Is it a sin to wish the best of another? These motives are not sinful. The woman acquiesced with a nod of the head, but the method by which you have gone about enforcing your love is quite the sin. More so when you do not even understand those you wish to save. Spreading her arms wide, she continued on, but one born of sin cannot grasp the motives of those without it. Yet, how will you answer the claim that your mercy brings just as much pain as that which you seek to avoid? Ash made a face at her. You claim my duty is just as great a factor in suffering as the vices I fight against. Of course. The answer was matter-of-factly. For what solace do you take in your duty now? Speak truthfully, do you still feel this rightness? Can you still claim to feel the value as you cut down your friends? Raising her arm, she gestured to him. Was it not you who appeared before the shrine of a goddess and begged for absolution when your devotion to duty, your desire to ensure a certain thief felt valued, perished? Ash's expression twisted and froze, his legs instantly locked down and he looked moments away from falling on his face, catching himself at the last second. Your belief that all would be well if he was devoted to this duty. She continued one before tilting her head, but he met his demise, all alone. There was something else in her voice, something piercing. As though every word was aimed like an arrow. How does it feel? Do you believe that he found peace in his final moments? Ash's form trembled, his expression shuddering. Do you believe all those you killed are grateful? Ritska blinked as she now pointed towards him. Do you not hear the words of this young man, who wants only to live? Do you suppose they were any different? You claim to wish salvation upon them, but there is nothing more sinful than one who forces their beliefs upon another. The black wings spread wide once more. I wonder, How many times shall you drop to your knees and beg forgiveness from those you killed? Will you stand before the shrine of the sinful and beg for absolution once his body lies at your feet? Shut up. My words are truth. You, who cannot even save yourself, proclaim you will save humanity from itself. Shut up. What boldness. What arrogance. Words delivered with such confidence. Shut up. A shame that your duty could not even keep your friend alive, but sadly, you could have. I said shut up. Ash roared, don't talk about him. I never wanted him dead. Want. The goddess leaned back, placing a hand upon her heart in a show of mock surprise. But your wants never factored into your duty before. Nor did such personal relations, so then, for what reason do you still think of that man as your friend? Why does he hold such a place in your heart if it's supposed to be satisfied with duty alone? Ash snarled, tossing Galvatine to the side and ripping another sword from his bottomless box. Ritska blanched at the sudden icy chill that rushed across his body. The sudden darkening sky and the sound of splintering glass, as though everything in front of him was viewed through a cracked lens. This sword was pitch black, steel coiled around itself in a corkscrew-like shape. The pommel was a ring and 4 flattened prongs served as the cross guard, each one angled downwards. Flickers of purest black started to flare around the weapon, so deep was their midnight shade that it looked to absorb all light from whatever they passed in front of. A singular splash of onyx painted across the world, the splotches circling around his sword. If he is so important, would you then kill him? She inquired further, there was hidden amusement in her words mixed with something more knowing. Why does it take you so long to pull forth this sword of yours? This fight would have ended in mere moments should you truly wish to extol mercy upon the world. What is it you desire? For them to accept you, to tell you how correct you are? Ash snarled, I don't want them to. Or is it, you need the humans you wish to save to accept your acts? To forgive this sin and say that your duty is right. The woman chuckled, how tragic you are, you still desire the approval of your acts, even now. To be told, even if only by a single human, that you are right. The woman exhaled, how sinful, but that is all right. Spreading her arms wide, there was a clear smile on her voice as the whirlwind of death swung around the sword of Ash, the ground beneath his feet shattered and rose in defiance of gravity. For that is what I am here for, to judge these sins you hold so tightly. The arms lowered, if you demand a single voice that wishes for peace, I shall grant you billions who wish for life. She clasped them in front of herself, only whispering loud enough that Ritska could hear her. This comes your chance, young man. Show him the strength of your life trumps his duty. Ash snarled and charged forwards, trailing the breaking world behind him with each step. Confess your sins to the altar. He swung his weapon high, focused solely on the woman. Lay bare your greatest shame. The black wisps around the coiled sword consumed the weapon entirely, little more than a tar skin. Be at peace, for sin is evil of humanity. The goddess made no attempt to move. O sinner, let me absolve you. There was a faint pulse through the air, it was so minuscule that Ritska barely noticed it. Accompanied only by the faint sound of a bell and then nothing. There were no further sounds, no further words and no further movements. Ash froze on the spot, his eyes wide and his mouth ajar. Ritska blinked, a dozen thoughts rushed through his mind as the goddess reached forwards, placing a single hand on Ash's cheek, caressing it with such a gentle touch. The sins you witness were not yours to commit, but if you claim to shoulder all the duty of the world, then you must shoulder their pain also. Born of duty, born of pain, born of love, born of purpose, born of hate and born of greed. Pulling the hand back, she turned around and faced Ritska, I have performed my role. The rest lies in your hands. She paused for a moment, then smiled, on another note. I am trusting you with my grandson. What did you just? He was torn between asking what she said or what she just did. Either one of them burst into his mind, but he could not decide on either one. Barely aware of Sullivan making a choking noise that was akin to a panicked response, he was more focused on pulling his eyes between the goddess and Ash standing behind her. They had been fighting him for ages and then she just says a few words and he freezes up. I showed him sin. All sin. The goddess explained, sparing a single glance over her shoulder, the sin of all those within him. Their shame of duty and ambition alike. He shall see that all sin is equal in the end. Life is built upon sin, if not in your eyes then another. Her head returned to them. Though, I suppose this was to draw out the first sinner who has escaped punishment for so long, but I leave that to you. You bear the name of those he wronged, you may pass the judgment. She trailed off, the smile on her face turning a touch apologetic. I would not loosen your guard so greatly. Ritska blinked. Huh. Why? Everything is born of something, all is inherited in the world. She explained, the strength of the forebears becomes one's own, as does their soul. Shrugging her shoulders, she walked forwards with a deliberate slowness. When one consumes souls from the end of all things, how many forebears do you suppose reside within them? And, what happens when the chains of inheritance are broken loose? When the power that was once fuel for the soul, returns to the soul it was. He didn't understand what she was talking about. It's all right if my words do not strike a chord with you. It shall be revealed in due course. She paused for a moment, then nodded her head from side to side. Oh, and beware the rising light. For it will consume all in its path, for the sin that you committed in rejecting the gods. A caw above his head signaled the return of the flock, the crows descending en masse and forming the whirlwind around the goddess once more. Good luck, she voiced out, then the swarm parted and she was nowhere to be seen. Ritska glanced up and watched as the murder of crows flew off into the distance far enough that they vanished upon the horizon. His eyes lingered on them a moment longer before they returned to Ash, staring at him with narrowed eyes. There was still no sign of movement from them, not even so much as a twitch of the finger as his eyes stared out the front almost lifelessly. It was very much a, what now? Type situation and he had no idea what they were even supposed to do. Ash screamed. The world shattered. His name is Reiner. He lived a simple life, he found peace in that life. His was the life of a farmer, he had a wife, he had a child, he was happy. She passes due to illness, his child soon follows. He remains a farmer until he dies, miserable and alone. His name is Oscar. He was a knight of a distant land, he served his duty to link the flame. He fails before he even begins, his body broken and alone. He falls to his wounds, a victim of his duty, full of shame. Her name is Shira. She was the daughter of a duke, she serves her duty faithfully. The monster who murdered a city arrives after so long. Her duty is met with failure, she dies alone and full of shame. His name was Raim, he served the king. The king abandons him, his duty is broken. He finds solace only in the love of a witch. He is Velstadt, he served his king until his final breath. He dies alone in a tomb, serving the dust corpse of his monarch. She fought for the duty, she slays the one who killed her friends. She dies alone, realizing there is nothing left, filled with such emptiness. His name is Flan. He is the god of all fire and king of Haida. His is the duty to protect the kingdom. He could not protect his own family. He throws himself to the ocean, lamenting his own failures. His name is Leroy. His is the duty to kindle the flame. His duty turns him to a dark wraith fiend. He dies in shame and disgrace, lamenting his choices. His name is Artorias. His duty leads him to fight alone and he dies alone. Unable to achieve anything of worth. Another shoulders his duty for him. He dies in shame. His name is Vendrick. He sought to become king to protect his land. His duty was to create a strong kingdom. He regrets he could not love his wife enough to change her. He dies alone and cold. Full of shame. His name is Asa. Her name is Ellen. His name is Deacon. Her name is. His name. Her. Jean. Nina. Isidore. Fiacre. Levon. What the hell are these things? Ritska let out a sharp curse as he watched Mash slam her shield into the next shadow that charged straight towards him, this one wielding something that looked like an axe. The shadow lasted barely a single moment before the shielder crushed it into dust. All the while, Ash's screams loudly echoed in the background, mixed with the cries of 1,000 other voices, young, old, man, woman, human, animal. Black tar continued to seep out beneath his feet. Ash staggered backwards and clutched at his head, the flames around his head flickering in and out of existence as his eyes continued to cycle through stages of glowing and dulling. More of the shadows came bursting out from the black liquid racing across the ground. Ritska glanced between the two of them. They weren't nearly as difficult to deal with as Ash was, but they were certainly coming at him in droves. No, more than that, there seemed to be no end to them, and the continued spread of the liquid only heralded the spawning of more shadows. Each one looked humanoid enough, but their bodies were comprised of what appeared to be the same black sludge that was currently pouring out of Ash's body like geyser, leaking out from the gaps between his armor while he writhed in the background. Glowing red eyes glared at him as they pulled themselves free of their murky origins and rushed back upwards. Vermilion light flared and rushed forwards, obliterating a wave of them as Mordred flew in, swinging Clarent from side to side and battering whatever construct happened to get close enough to her. She made it look easy, but the fact that double the number she destroyed just rose out of the ground made it all the more complicated. "They are wraiths," Jean replied, providing some explanation for what was going on, but not a lot. They are spawning from within Ash." That didn't make a whole lot of sense to Ritska, but he understood enough to realize that they were in deep trouble, and his eyes snapped upwards as he realized something. He was no longer staring at the snowy gray sky, the cold no longer pressed upon his nerves, and his every moment was not weighted by apathy. A freedom coursed through his limbs the likes of which he had never felt before. Or rather, that he never imagined he would have felt in his life. They were in London. They were in the proper London. He didn't know what Ash had done, but they were outside of the reality marble once again. Jolted from his revelry of the newfound freedom, he felt the world shudder around him as the screams of Ash only intensified further. Stepping back as the ocean of tar churned and bubbled, larger and larger humanoid shapes ripped themselves free of their prison and scrambled to their feet, rushing straight towards them. Some wielding spears, others with swords, axes and what looked like a pitchfork. A dozen gunshots removed them immediately, shredding their bodies and reducing them back into a sludgy mess. It was rather disgusting, but it was also something that. A wyvern ripped itself from the pool, its body similar to the humanoids but still distinguishable enough to be able to tell what it was. "Wyverns!" he shouted out immediately. Several arrows ripped it apart, courtesy of Atalanta, before well over a dozen more started to pull themselves free of the pool. Their echoing howls having him very nearly cover his ears, but seeing them in this wretched state was rather cathartic for him. The mongrel remains of his former people. Seriously, Haku. Now of all times. I can hardly help it. Shaking his head, he jumped backwards as the pool drew closer to him, though he was now more aware that if they were indeed in London, and the reality marble was gone, then there was a very real chance that all the people who had been asleep were going to start waking up again. They weren't exactly being very quiet out here, and if this spread beyond the limits, then there was no telling the damage that could be done. Chasing down each and every single one of these summons, all the while Ash was making more, though it didn't look like it was by choice. The sky blackened. It was so sudden and so swift that if he had blinked he would have failed to register it. Eyes widening, he found himself gaping at the lack of any distinct colors save for the void that hung above his head. Not even the sun shined, it was near complete darkness, and yet the world remained in clear definition. As though someone had merely painted the sky black but left all else intact. Ash's scream reached new heights. It felt as though his eardrums burst, his hands flying to his ears and covering them as he dropped. Entire body felt as though it was trembling, the shudder traveling through his very bones. He watched windows shatter but couldn't hear them over the cries of the saber. When the screams ceased, he tore his hands away. Whatever else was happening, there needed to be something done first. Mash. He sought out the shielder quickly. She turned to him just as she finished parrying away another wyvern. The body collapsed into mush. Her eyes locked onto him as he finished the rest of his shout, "Are we connected with Chaldea again?" The girl froze for a moment before opening her mouth to respond. Jean parried away the axe aimed for her back. Percival ran the attacker through with his spear and then kicked the body away into a splatter mark. Twirling the spear, he thrust it down into the ground and unleashed a pulse of light. The muck visibly recoiled away from him, slithering back as though alive and bending around to avoid the spear. He noticed immediately, Lancer. He shouted out. Percival turned his head towards him slightly, you and Saber. A stream of fire obliterated everything that was around the Lancer. A moment later, Ritska brought up his hand to cover himself as the flames ripped into everything, incinerating the latest wave of shadow monsters. Ritska had barely a moment to think of what was going on before a roar ripped through the air. A blur of red dropped straight into the ocean of black sludge, kicking up a river. His eyes widened at the sight of the creature. Insect-like appendages jutted from its back, standing well over 3 meters tall by now, and long-clawed arms. The left was rocky and twisted while the right seemed to be more insectoid-like, the twitching appendages, its hand looking more like the head of a centipede. With a savage snarl, the beast dragged its hand across the side and unleashed another burst of fire, the storm of flames burning another hole. What in the heck? He recoiled backwards at the sight of it. The beast whirled around to grant him a look at its face, somewhat featureless with 4 glowing eyes and missing a nose. Along either side of the head were horns that jutted from the skull and curled inwards like a bull. Roaring, the creature slammed its arms into the ground, flinging splotches of magma from its body which fell upon the shadows as burning rain. With the savagery only granted to monsters, the beast rampaged through the shadows, tearing them apart and flinging whatever happened to be closest to it away into the distance. The rumbling cry sounded as though it was a mixture of several different beasts all at once. Ritska had absolutely no idea what was going on, but Quellen. Percival's horrified voice rang out. The Knight of the Lance looked upon the monster, which halted for a brief moment and whirled its head towards him. All 4 of its burning eyes widened for a split second. Ritska could have sworn that it looked ashamed. Then madness swept through and the eyes of the creature burned with endless hatred once more, snarling and bringing its arms above its head before slamming them down into the muck. A river of lava poured out from every groove in its body. Yet Percival's words lingered with him, above everything else. How on earth could that be? Tragic as it was, this was the only solution. He froze at the voice, feeling his emotions strain and fighting back the urge to command literally anyone to attack them. Whether that was from himself or someone else influencing him, he didn't much know and he didn't much care. Regardless, he held himself back long enough to aim a sharp glare over his shoulder where he saw Guinevere stood near him with a shameful grimace upon her face. Though he couldn't much trust anything that she said right now, his eyes remained on her for a bit longer before he turned back to face the direction of the rampaging monster. Another scream and it stopped moving for a moment. Hunching forwards as a crunching sound filled the air, the size of Quellen growing even further as the heat from the servant now rose to such a point that whatever was rushing to get close enough to it was bursting into flames. A faint orange hue surrounded Quellen, the air shimmered like the surface of water. Even Ritska could feel the heat at this distance, like the roar of a furnace. You did that to him. At his own choice. The fact he could believe her was troubling. But was it Quellen's choice or was it the choice that he felt was the right one? Now he really understood what Haku was talking about. Being around her made him second-guess everything he was hearing. A flash of gold behind him, suddenly he felt as though he was on top of the world. Whatever soreness he had been plagued with before vanished. Looking down at his hands, he watched as a golden shimmer surrounded them for a brief moment before receding. A brief glance around him bore witness to the other servants similarly affected with this. The cuts and bruises they sported all but melted as they vanished from their skin. Ritska stared at them a moment longer. He shared a brief look of surprise with Mash before he made to turn on Guinevere, the questions already on the tip of his tongue. Focus not on me. Her voice snapped with a commanding sense of urgency that had him freeze up for a moment. Keep your sights on the battle ahead. I shall. She let out a pained groan. He caught sight of her and watched as she staggered somewhat, reaching up and placing a hand over her heart for a few seconds and then shooting a glance to the sky. I shall provide what support I can. She was right. Medea. Ritska shouted out to the caster, do you think you can keep this mud contained? If it grows we'll be in deep trouble. I shall manage what I can. The voice of the caster was strained as she responded to him. He could already feel the slight pull upon his magic circuits as the sense of drowsiness started to seep in, but not yet. He couldn't give in just yet. But the summons are the true. We'll work on that. He mentally replied, then looked to Mash, "Are we linked with Chaldea?" "Yes, Senpei." He nodded once, that meant they could at least start bringing in some reinforcements, though he was certain that things were going to be a mess up there. The world rumbled around him once more, holding out his hand and calling upon those he knew. It was a short-term system, but it would have to work, and he needed people who were fast, strong and could cover a wide area. "Scathach, see you Chilane, Lancelot." The call was made. In a split second, the three figures were stood in front of him. "See you" offered a wave. "Yo, mast, what the shit?" The calm attitude lasted all of a split second before it was replaced by a look of shock as he turned before he even registered what was going on. Props to the Lancer as he demolished the axe-wielding sludge monster that was sneaking up behind him. "What the hell is this?" Later, he called back, "You three. We need to keep this area contained and prevent the spread of more of the monsters. They're coming out of the mud, so watch out. It's not just human things, we dealt with wyverns and..." The mud exploded behind them. The three whirled around as the largest of the monsters burst from the ocean. Tar ran across their body as their eyes burned a brilliant crimson. Throwing their head back, they released a guttural wet roar and brought themselves taller and taller into the air. That was just them standing up. The arms hung by their sides, the torso was rather bulk and the legs were thick as tree trunks. The giant staggered forwards, each step shaking the earth as another roar ripped free of its throat. "And whatever those are," he pointed towards the giant, "destroy them as they appear. Quadruple ARRRRRRRRRRR." And then, for whatever reason, Ritska had to find himself blinking as Lancelot reached out and clasped something in the air. The shape shimmered before appearing in his hands. He knew what it was, he was certain what it was, but he could not make head nor tail as to why a knight of the Round Table was currently holding a minigun of all things. The belief that his eyes were playing tricks on him vanished the second the berserker's weapon screamed. A storm of bullets ripped through the smaller summons instantly, all the while the berserker continued to scream at the top of his lungs. "What in the fuck?" Once more, Mordred was cursing like a sailor. "Is that fucking Lancelot? What in the hell is..." Wahahaha. Nobunaga's laugh came next. "Finally. A servant with some proper style. But let me show you how it's done." Punctuated by a hail of bullets from the other end as the Demon King apparently took that as a challenge to her. A dozen rifles manifested and opened fire as she reached forwards and snagged two of them, shooting them with one hand while sporting the most manic grin he had ever seen. Still, she had the right idea. Urash. The archer appeared a moment later. To his credit, he was much more reserved in his reaction to the situation. "Orders. Take to the rooftops and provide covering fire. Take out any stragglers. On it." Wasting no time, the archer turned on his heel and leapt past him to carry out the orders. They seemed good on paper, watching as Scathach was consumed in crimson light as she twirled her spear and then took off into the air, zigzagging across before crashing down into the thickest point of the shadow creatures and turning into a whirlwind of death. Her every strike taking out 3 or 4 monsters at a time, and that were the ones he could actually see when she slowed down enough to perceive him. "Gotta try my best in front of her or she's gonna tan my hide." "See you" charged on those words. Black lighting shot right towards Ritska. The Lancer stepped in front of the blow and then swung. The electricity twirled around as it followed after Guy Bulb. With a grunt the Lancer directed it upwards and sent the streak shooting off into the sky. They both looked to the direction it had come from. Even in that state, Ritska recognized them as the rider from France. Farum, the god of war. It did not matter, their body was blurry, a haze shadow coating them and their general shape twisting and turning. He still recognized that sword spear anywhere, it was a rather iconic design. The rider let out a bellowing roar, pulling back their arm and coating it in blackened lightning once more before flinging it forward. Once more, the lightning was parried. Cu let out a sharp laugh, looking forward to this rematch. "Shame you're a ghost, but oh well." And with that, he jumped straight towards the shade of Farum, leaping through the air as he did so before dropping down. Clashing spears with the servant before pushing them back, the spear vanished into flashes of red light as he thrust it repeatedly in different locations. The shade barely moved with each attack, then swung back once. Cu skated backwards a short distance, then ran back in as though nothing happened. Rituska shot a glance towards the giant as it continued its march, then pointed towards it, and someone take that thing down. Sullivan. Contact with Chaldea is back, so I'm going to send you back. You're too wounded to remain in the field. If the caster had any protests, he wasn't going to hear them. With the need for fresh servants, Ritska just couldn't supply everyone at the time, and Sullivan needed to be sent back for care regardless. This was hardly what she had been expecting when she was abruptly summoned without warning, especially since she had come with her student. All the same, she had little complaints for the role she was currently fighting within. Especially since this was the rule she was most familiar with, sweeping away the lingering dead that crept into the world. Yet, their origin had not been what she was expecting at all. She had seen the undead and knew he was possibly holding back, especially given the number of trinkets he actually held. The only thing he lacked was experience, but even then, one did not slay a god of war, weakened or not, if they were a weak fool. The tales she had heard of him painted a clear enough picture. He had been strong enough to brute force without skill. Crimson blurred in her hands, the spear vanished into a circle of red and the attackers were reduced to nothing within less than a second. Barely even sparing them a glance as she did so. These pale shades were nothing compared to what she could sense lurking beneath the surface. The giant erupting from the ocean had been proof enough there were stronger foes here. Still, of all the things, she hadn't been expecting the undead to be carrying around a world inside of himself. Well, this was just how things went when one was around long enough. You could still find one or two things that might end up surprising you, but once the initial shock wore off, there was little reason to be greatly affected by it. Though, the origin could not be helped. Sliding to a halt, she spun on her heel and swept the vermilion lance across herself, slicing apart the shades and glaring towards the spot where the undead still screamed and writhed. She could feel the fluctuation of his power, the unstable nature of his own existence. She knew not what had brought this about, but he was being ripped apart from the inside out. These souls were bursting to escape from him. For this torrent to end, she had to deal with the root cause. Which meant putting an end to this undead. Oh well, maybe the master might have one or two complaints, but this was hardly the time to be sentimental. Especially when a servant gone rogue was actively threatening to destroy everything. These were times where one could not pull their punches. As if there was ever a time where one should. Sweeping her left arm forwards, a dozen copies of Guy bulbs shimmered into existence and then surged forwards as streaks of red, piercing through the chests of well over a dozen shades before she kicked off the ground. Rapidly moving towards the direction of the undead. A warning flared through her mind. She swung her right leg forwards and stomped down to slow her momentum. Halting dead in her tracks and swinging the spear across and up in a guard, her other hand bracing the weapon. A clang of steel rang through the air, her arms buckled slightly as a much taller shade loomed over her. Her eyes narrowed at the weapon in its grasp, a long blackened greatsword with murky traces clinging to it. The power of the divine construct could not be denied, but it was warped, cursed. Ah! The taller knight loomed over, their left arm dangling by their side as though broken. With a sharp turn, the crippled knight broke the engagement and blurred. Sweeping the sword across and forcing her several steps backwards. She jumped to the side as the knight kicked off the ground and launched themselves into a front flip, the greatsword poised over their head to be swung down at her as they landed. Their speed was certainly impressive, and the retention of skill with madness and a crippled arm could not be denied either. Scathach stepped back as the knight slammed into the ground in front of her, thrusting forwards, twisted the thrust into a guard as the knight flipped once more over the top of the thrust and swung down. This time she caught the strike in the guard and flipped them over him. The knight growled as they were flung over her head, but were able to twist their body at the last moment and land on their feet. Right arm pulled back and thrusting straight towards her, she parried the blow to the side and then thrust back towards them. They rolled, kicking up a slash of tar and sweeping their broken limb through the black water like an oar, flinging a large thick clump directly towards her. With a frown, she blurred the spear and batted it aside, then charged forwards once more. They swung the second she was close enough and she swung right back. Their blows collided with a roar of steel, the ground splitting beneath them. Whoever this knight had been when alive, they were certainly quite good. Shame they ended up like this. Brunehild, Emmeline, Lyoners, Glanville, Percival Elise, Jacquetta, Grania, Murphy, Evangelina, Gerhard, Engel, Cameron, Gavin, Isaiah, Edelgard, Tyson, Georgetta, Jem, Lalia, Cadale, Lawbrand, Caitlin, Ragenhild, Jordan, Uli, Ortwin, Kyson, Clarabelle, Delaney, Frida, Adalphonse, Sandra, Darcy, Marjorie, Lisa, Coleman, Reinald, EFA, Chalinda, Nate, Nita, Mandy, Hunbert, Connie, Dee, Landon, Red, Ideen, Marta. Who are they? Who is he? Who is she? What is their name? What did they fight for? Who is this? Who am I? Where am I? His name was. What was his name? Where was his wife? She had no wife, she had a husband. Where is her husband? He had no husband. Where was his daughter? Where is daddy? Mommy? Where is her king? Where is his queen? Where is his kingdom? Where are his people? Where is he? Where is his duty? His kingdom? They failed, they are gone. His duty is broken. His race is dead. Unacceptable. He would not be broken. He would not let this come to pass. In the deepest depths of the multitude of souls, light exploded forth. And so, you must be wondering what happened. The answer is simple. When you kill someone in DS, you absorb their soul. Simple, right? And then this cycle continues with souls being absorbed by other souls and so on and so forth. Basically, the world is recycling the power of souls. So, what happened to Ash because of the goddess? Well, when you get to the end of the world, you're going to have a lot of souls. It's only natural. What the noble phantasm did was basically wake up every single soul inside him. Not just from the ones he killed, but the ones they killed and so on and so forth, right the way from the beginning of DS1 to the end of DS3. Every single person who has ever been killed and absorbed just woke up. This includes all the people the Lord of Cinders killed. So yeah, a lot. They all woke up at the same time and were forced to experience the single worst moments of their lives. So now, all those souls are fighting for dominance inside of him. Which begs the question, which do you think is truly the strongest mind? Also, hello Velka. Stats will come later, when she is summoned. Chapter 169, The Light That Bent the World. The mind's turn is one, fear drives them forwards, the coiled sword in their hand answers their call just as it always did. The strongest surge to the surface, yet not a single one becomes dominant. There are too many voices awake, there is too much confusion. Their names become forgotten, a billion voices scream as one, words are drowned out in a sea of madness. The minds scramble for dominance, each one shoved aside by another, all moving to the summit. A single question on their lips, it goes unanswered as the madness continues. They don't know anything, they don't know anyone. They don't know where they are. It remains the same. The body turns, the coiled sword in its hand burns brightly as the flames continuously lap away at the ground beneath them, black tar shifts as more souls breach the surface. Their screams fill the air, the weakest surface first, their bodies are easier to create. It turns as one, the minds bring the body upright. Something burns from deep within. A hidden desire. It can sense so many souls around it. So much fuel, but no a single one of them right. They were born for a duty. The strongest rush to the surface with a single desire. To seek strength. The rest shall follow. They needed strength, there were strong souls about. The rest would follow. The body moves, the minds command it, they jump forwards and thrust the sword forwards, shattering the constructs that surround them and approaching the first of the great souls. They carry a spear of divine slaying, they hold a potent soul. Blows are traded, light goes flying, there is a moment. 1,000 voices scream at once, a dozen tactics spring to mind. A dozen calls are answered, 100 conclusions are reached. Their sword screams, the blade triples in size, the weapon turns from sword to lance within a split second. They brace their hand against it and turn, their body spins around as a wheel of burning fire. The white spearman skates backwards through the tar, they lower their weapon and move forwards. A dozen spells spring to mind. One is selected. The spear shrinks, fire consumes their sword and it melts back, they flip it in their grip. The pommel sings with power as they pull it back, purest light of the soul coalesces and is given shape, the strength of the mind surges forth without end. There is but a single moment of silence. Light screams, the streak of sapphire strikes the knight in the center of the chest, they are carried away backwards with the storm of souls, they pressure mounts as they place more and more power into it. Their body cracks and protests. Pain. They are attacked. Voices recoil in fear, they unleash only a single grunt from their throat. They turn, a shadow not of their own make, the visor burns a crimson red. They hold a strange weapon that sings in the voice of storms, once more the weapon sings and once more their body cries with pain, flashes rip into their body, pain continues with each strike. They step forwards and breathe. Tar freezes over, the air turns to ice, the cloud drifts towards the black night as a cloud of chill sweeps across the land towards them, their own fleeing souls are turned solid within the cloud. The black night releases a snarl and charges straight towards them. Let's go, bastard. Their legs are struck, they stumble for a brief moment and retaliate swiftly, the sword is brought across themselves and towards the attacker, the silver and red knight ducks beneath the blow. The sword shifts, the catalyst returns. They thrust forwards and light sings once more, the torrent of souls strikes the silver and red knight in the chest and blasts them over, their body flips through the air, the staff shifts once more and the sword returns. Curved. Their body becomes streamlined, agile. The kick off the ground, vaulting over the head of the black knight as they attack with a stolen battle axe. Their feet touch the ground and they attack once more. Their body moves on instinct, the voices offer their commands and the limbs obey, they swing with the experience of 1,000,000,000 warriors. A strong soul stands before them, the black knight is powerful. Sweeping strikes sends the sword from their hand flying, they bring the curved sword down and are struck in the face, the black knight grabs their wrist and screams in their face, their head swings forward and strikes their own. Nothing comes of the attack. Mana flares through their body, a pulse sends the knight stumbling backwards, but not more than 2 steps before they throw themselves forwards once more. Minds offer solutions. The body answers. They vanish in a pillar of light, returning to the ground behind the black knight. Even if they sense the attack, their speed is too slow to properly react to the sudden teleportation. They pull the sword back, the curved blade bends straight once more and thrusts forwards, the black knight brings up the back of their arm, the sword pierces through the armor and pain flashes through their body once more, several crimson spears burst through the front of their chest. Panic swirls through the less experienced, their screams of fear reach even the minds of the stronger souls. Their fist swings forwards, slamming into the head of the black knight and forcing them to the ground, their foot is drawn back and swung just as swiftly, the black knight is sent flying a moment later. A command is given, the shades give chase to the knight. They turn, parrying another of the crimson spears and block the attack from the spear-wielding woman. Crimson red eyes stare into their own, searching for something and finding nothing. She speaks words, but they are lost amidst the screaming of their own mind. Calls for retreat, pleas for aid, snarls for vengeance, all flood through their brain. The sword in their hand cries out, fire coats the blade and they retaliate. Each blow is traded faster and faster. The woman matches their pace beyond their expectations, further power is drawn upon until their body glows with the fuel of life. They continue to swing, her spear scores many hits upon them, an eye is lost in the latest blow but they do not stop swinging. Movement. Reinforcements. Their foot stomps down, exploding with light and their finger snaps in the direction of the latest attacker. A curse signals out, a copy of the red spear is flung through the spawn inferno. They strike up, the spear is parried high before the wielder is revealed. A man adorned in blue, the soul of a lordkin runs through his body. Another powerful soul. They snatch the parried spear from the sky, flipping their body over and dropping down as a blur of red. They catch his spear behind the head, winging their own forwards and slamming it into the blue man. He gasps and it's sent backwards as they swing their arm, the thrust of the woman is lodged in their wrist and opens up her defenses. The spear explodes, fire, lighting and ice rip through their skin and shatter their armor at the limb. The fizzled remains of symbols hang in the air. One of the strongest minds springs to the front, the language of the demons is carved into their mind. The woman knows their language and the power they hold. She must die first. They swing, she blocks, they unleash a burst of light and she comes out unsinged. Her spear vanishes to the naked eye, a wheel of vermilion as it approaches at impossible speeds and matches their own sword. They twist, the staff returns and a dozen orbs of light from behind them. The woman looks amused and jumps back, the spear twists and turns as the orbs are launched as arrows without end. Her eyes remain focused, the orbs are batted aside without concern. She ducks, the orbs fly over, her arm sweeps forwards and 3 spears pierce their chest. They feel nothing as the final spear is driven into their head. Their body becomes dust, the dust becomes them. They stand tall once more. The woman stops, there is surprise on her face, it lasts but a moment, replaced by narrowed eyes. She sharply charges once more. Light flashes, their left arm slings forwards and discs of light are unleashed, she jumps over them. The streak of sapphire strikes once more, the woman rolls and avoids the attack. Their knee strikes her in the side, she flips through the air and lands down onto the ground, the spear is pulled back and then hurled. They call upon every ounce of strength, every single ounce of power. They catch the spear, their body is consumed in light. They face the back of the woman and throw the spear forwards, she staggers as the crimson shading of the lance is deepened by the woman's own blood, she turns around with a scowl on her features. Their attempt to decapitate her is blocked by the burning monster, they wrap their arms around their body and start to crush. They grab their neck, they twist and shatter the horn on the right. The giant drops them down, they kick up and a crunch of bone is followed, the demon's screams are cut short when their sword pulses, the staff unleashes another beam of light, the song of the souls opens a hole through the body of the demon and carries them away. They fly through the air and strike the front of the house, the streak follows them and the flash of blue rips the structure apart. Another turn, the soul is sensed. One like them, they sense the many minds, but small, so small. The one of white, they catch the blades with their armor, they skate off and bounce. Divine power answers them, lightning courses through their arms, they hold out their palm and unleash the stories of time. The miracles strike true, the white-haired child is turned to dust before she even unleashes the next barrage. A scream reaches their ears, they turn to the voice. Primal fear grips their souls. The woman in white charges them with the snarl of an animal and the weapon of a reaper, the eyes glow blue and their weakness is exposed. The sword becomes a staff and the streak of light is unleashed. Metal flashes, the scythe falls, the song of souls is shattered in a moment and they are within striking distance. Their mind flashes. They answer as one. The souls burn and fire consumes their body, they unleash a river of flames from them which consume all around. The woman lets out a cry of pain as she is flung from them, they step forwards and snap their fingers, fire rushes in and then out, the explosion catapults the crossbreed from them further. A memory is shaken loose. They know this one. Another scream. A woman in dark rushes them, ears of a beast. A single mind breaks the stalemate. It's dark here. A voice falls silent. He recoils, he feels it fade away, he reaches out and grabs the remnants before they are lost. It's dark. Another voice falls silent, a burning light sweeps through his mind. Where am I? Another voice. Who are these people? Silenced. Where am? Silenced. What? Silenced. I'm scared. Silenced. The light reached through every corner of his mind, clasping at every stray memory, every stray thought, every stray soul. All that stand before the light are consumed, burned to dust and shredded, their very essence subsumed. He scrambles after, grabbing everything he can. Their memories are all that remains, their souls are burning away. They are being destroyed. He presses their memories tight against himself, chasing down the light as the voices scream in terror. They run from the light. They are consumed, the souls are ground into powder and become one with the light. He grabs their memories, they are all that remains. Horror floods his being. He is being consumed from the inside out. Scary, 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 scar. Silence. Comma. The light turns on him. The souls inside scramble, they hide behind him, the last sane one remaining. They scream, they beg, they plead. Their fear courses through his mind. The light crackles and burns. Tool of our will. Offer yourself to us. Serve your purpose. Become kindling. The light surges towards him, he grabs what souls he can, what few remain. The rest have been consumed by the light. He runs. His soul burns. Tendrils of light rip at his mind, he feels himself slip and fall, the light burns the souls behind him. He cannot help. They scream. They beg. They suffer. He can do nothing. Their screams are silenced in the thousands. Their lingering echoes remain, he etches them into his soul. They are all that remain. The tendrils pierce deeper, reaching the climax of his soul. He grabs what he can. And pulls. It was difficult to tell if they were making good progress or not. Ritska found himself fighting to keep his eyes open during everything, but he needed to keep on pushing forwards. With a mental command, he dismissed Sullivan back to Chaldea. With only one arm, he was one of the more grievously injured servants that were present. Though he was certain that Castor might have some complaints, he could hear them later. Try and push them back towards the center of the muck. Ritska shouted out as loud as he could, fighting to keep his voice above the sounds of battle and doubting that his words even registered with half of those present at the time. All the same, he shouted the words out regardless. Several arrows whisked above his head and struck the back of the giant. Its body staggered forwards as great splotches of tar were knocked loose from its body, falling down to the earth. It staggered forwards with a growl, reaching out and extending a hand to catch itself on one of the buildings. Ritska widened his eyes. If it fell, a whirlwind ripped through the body, the vortex tore the oil apart and turned it into falling raindrops. Ritska exhaled as he watched Sigward diminish the wind around his sword. The knight turned to him and then nodded once, returning back to Chaldea as the summoning was ended. At this point, he was being forced to switch out summons rapidly. Those who hadn't come with him were being called down for short intervals and then being sent back. It was all he could do. The black tar was falling towards him. Jean was in front of him, twirling her standard and then holding it aloft before slamming it downwards. A thin barrier of blue light covered the pair of them for a brief moment. The giant crashed down into the mud and melted back into the ocean of oily midnight. The waves sloshed towards them, the tsunami washed over them but was kept at bay by the defense of the saint. Ritska gave her a mental nod of thanks as he turned his attention straight ahead. The saint gave a faint response as she charged right towards Ash, brandishing the standard as though it was a spear and moving straight into battle. Ash sidestepped and brought his elbow into the back of her head. She dropped down and he spun on his heel, performing a roundhouse kick into the bridge of her nose and sweeping her backwards as he completed the turn, finishing with his boot placed firmly upon her face. The sword reversed in his hand and was thrust straight down. Emergency evasion. Jean vanished in a flash of light. The sword was thrust down into nothing but thick sludge. Ash froze for a moment before their head snapped back up, facing towards him and still giving him that cold and lifeless glare. Ritska shuddered. Where before there had been at least something, now there was nothing. A screech distracted him. Another of the shadow wyverns ripped itself from the ground. The first thing Ritska noticed about this one was that it was well over 3 times the size of all the others he had seen. More to the point, the general head shape was completely different. The horns bore more of a resemblance to coral than regular horns. The beast opened its mouth and let out a bellowing roar which shook his very bones. It took a single step forwards before a stream of bright orange flames lashed into the side of its head, staggering slightly as splatters of black sludge fell from them. Burning embers spread across the oily skin, turning its head towards the attacker with crimson eyes narrowing. Ritska found himself similarly turning and then promptly gaping at the sudden arrival. The teal-blue hair of Kiyohime billowed in the wind. Flames swirled around her feet as she flashed the fan open in front of her. She spared Ritska a glance, then a nodding smile before her expression hardened again. The fan snapped closed and she pointed it squarely towards the shadow wyvern. You shall not go near my ancient Sama with your crude manners, monster. Another dragon. How many more scum have you employed in your... She cut Haku off and punctuated the sentence with another river of flames sweeping across the ground. Ritsuka held up his hand to shield his face from the head. The shadow wyvern staggered backwards at the attack, snarling openly before charging forwards, heavy stepping, dragging forth a torrent of the sludge with each footfall. Explosions rippled across its back, the wyvern stumbled and keeled over, soon followed by a howl tearing through the sky and a rush of wind. Ritsuka turned his head upwards just in time to see Lancelot riding a jet plane. Sir Lancelot riding a military jet plane. A streak of blue lanced through the sky, striking the jet in the engines and tearing them apart. Ash lowered the glowing pommel of the sword as the plane spiraled through the air in a ball of fire. He caught sight of Lancelot kicking himself from the ruins of the plane with the Gatling gun in hand. The weapon screamed as thousands of bullets rained down upon him. Ash brought up his left hand, a tower shield with an eagle emboldened on the front manifested from a cloud of dust. The bullets fell upon the aegis and ricocheted off. Rituka brought up his hands, then heard the familiar clang of metal being struck, lowering his arms and finding Mash standing in front of him with her shield raised, blocking the stray bullets. He could see her form trembling. When her head snapped to the side in the direction of the berserker, Ritsuka was greeted to the odd sight of a flash of irritation upon her features, though it lasted less than a moment before worry flooded her face once more. They were gaining some ground with the battle, Ritsuka could tell that much. The real problem was getting close enough to Ash to try and stop him, but the saber stumbled backwards as Medusa slammed her chained swords into the top of his shoulders. Once more, he remained devoid of emotion even as she placed her legs down and kicked off the top of the spikes, driving them further down into his body with a sonic boom. She launched herself upwards, the chains went taut and halted her. She twisted her body around and coiled the chains all the way to the base. They formed a noose around Ash's throat. He remained uncaring, reaching up and grabbing the chain as Medusa fell down to the earth. She landed and bent her knees, then turned and pulled forwards, yanking the chains as though throwing a weight over her shoulder. Ash was pulled forwards and into the air. At the apex of his rise, the rider pulled down and twisted her body, performing a spinning kick and slamming her heel into the side of his head. His body twisted through the air before it snapped up straight, as though being returned to a default posture. His legs struck the ground and ended all momentum. He grabbed the chain around his neck and yanked backwards. Medusa couldn't even get the chance to release the chains before she was swept off her feet and felt flying towards the saber. Ash spun around and raised his arm like a bar. Medusa flew face first into the outstretched limb and coiled around it, spinning through the air like a propeller. Ash pulled his hand back, golden light channeled through his fingers before it solidified. He clenched his hand into a fist. A spear of lightning emerged in his grasp, pulling it back like a javelin. Medusa vanished, returning to Chaldea at a mental command. Instead, she was replaced by a different servant the moment the javelin was launched. The golden light struck the surface of a mirror and shattered. Vrindari released a grunt of surprise as they were sent spinning through the air from the impact. Their body charred black instantly, and Ritsuka mentally cursed for the speed at which he had been taken out. But with the night gone, swiftly returned to Chaldea almost as soon as they arrived. They revealed those who they had been guarding. The first servant went sprinting forth with the jousting lance in his hands. Astolfo looked rather worse for wear after taking the spell to the face. Ritsuka grimaced at the gamble he had taken, but it was worth it, he figured. Especially after he gave the orders. Go for the legs. Before that, the second servant acted. Caffrey spread her wings wide. The mana surged inwards and Ritsuka felt his circuits respond. Her noble phantasm activated. Turn of fortune. Glittering light surrounded Ash. The saber shifted for a moment as the light clung to their body, shining brighter and brighter with each passing second. The saber whirled his head onto the young goddess. Ritsuka gave another command. Bless Astolfo. The goddess didn't even hesitate. She cracked a confident smirk and snapped her fingers in the direction of the rider. With a tinkling sound like loose change being shaken, the rider have a little yippee before Ritsuka sent Caffrey back to Chaldea. He didn't want her to be out in combat for any longer than was necessary. Especially given that she wasn't built for it. Down with a touch. Astolfo cheered as he jumped forwards. Ash swung the javelin forwards and the spear shot clean underneath the rider as he leapt through the air, not even touching him as he did so. The rider completed the roll and slid directly in front of the saber, thrusting the jousting lance forwards as Ash brought forth another golden spear, pulling it back and throwing down. Trap of Argalia. Ash's left leg vanished, the rider passed through the newly created gap, and he fell forwards, the javelin twisted and was released, directly into his only remaining leg. A moment later, the rider kicked off the ground and spun clockwise through the air. The explosion of golden light consumed Ash's lower body instantly, incinerating his body from the waist down. It collapsed into dust and then rose once more. He turned his body and brought his arm up and across. Ash stopped moving, the flames that surrounded him were snuffed out within a split second. Their movements and expression shifted, the mask of calm was replaced by a thin veneer of disgust and irritation. The coiled sword was brought up in his hands and then positioned downwards, raising his left hand and moving to place it on the pommel of the weapon. Atalanta burst through the shades and jumped straight towards him, claws bared and savage snarl on her face as she jumped. Ash caught her by the neck instantly, having not even opened his eyes, and it was instant. There was a moment where the berserker was jumping and the next when she was dangling with Ash's left hand around her neck. His eyes still remained shut, not even looking at her before there was a flash of light, golden lightning churned through his arm. In the next moment, Atalanta just vanished. There was no warning, nothing. Just a flash of light. Then dust was suddenly drifting away from Ash in the spot where he held Atalanta. His arm came back down casually, moving to place itself on the pommel once more. With a sudden jerk, he thrust the sword down into the muck at his feet. As though it truly was oil, it caught fire instantly, the flames rushing along the surface of the liquid and coating everything that had even been touched with it in a thick haze of flames. Ritska held up his hand before his face at the sudden wall of fire that now surrounded him. He wasn't concerned for the servants that much, but he could hear the death throes of the shadows followed by the crackles of fire. Ritska lowered his hand, taking several steps backwards as the heat threatened to affect him even through Mash's shield. As though being stood in the breath of a furnace, the fire continued to burn. His eyes squinted and the light faded before rising higher and higher into the sky. The flames of the dying shades rushed inwards. For a brief moment, he could have sworn they were trying to escape, then watched as they swirled around Ash. His eyes still glowing like suns. Fire coiled around his body, forming a vortex that obscured him from view. The black sludge that had been expanding without end suddenly hissed and steamed, flaking away into the wind as they crumbled to dust. The flames surged across even the soot that rose into the sky. Swirling embers flickered and burned like stars in the night sky. Ritska let out a breath as Mash turned and tackled him, carrying both of them off the floor as she jumped through the air. He watched the tornado of fire remain, continuing its swirling without showing any signs of stopping. His feet touched ground, slipping as the roof tiles beneath his shoes slid away from beneath him as he tried to right himself. Mash was there to hold him steady. The fire was then snuffed, vanishing just as suddenly as it had appeared. Ash took 2 steps forwards, then collapsed onto his face. The night which hung above their heads shifted, suddenly replaced by a day as clear as any summer sky. Brighter, even, as though the sun was now cheering for them, but that did not wipe away the tension that now filled the space. Ash was down, seemingly unconscious. Yet that wasn't the problem was what stood in the place where he had been but moments ago. The shape was humanoid but indistinct. Unlike the shades, the body of this one was constructed of pure flame. The surface rippled and bubbled, ribbons pulsed across its surface as though a flaring stare, bubbles popped along the molten skin. The form grew larger, the fire that surrounded them rushed closer and sunk into the molten body. He was dimly aware of Haku in the back of his mind speaking in a tone of hushed surprise. This presence. But that's not possible. The arms of the burning shade were brought up, spreading them either side of their body and clenching their hands into fists. The featureless head leaned backwards and faced the sky. The world felt old, as though the heat had been sucked in. Then Ritska screamed as light burned his eyes. He brought his hands to his face quickly. The flash had been so sudden, so swift, that he couldn't even register its appearance beyond an instant flash and then a searing pain in his face. He slipped over, thudding onto the tiles and continuing his scream. Not just that, but it felt as though the moisture had been steamed straight out of his mouth. His lips cracked when he opened his mouth to scream, stiffening up and splitting open. Blood boiled the moment it left the recently opened wounds. Every ounce of exposed skin burned, a feeling of being inside an oven or what he dumbly imagined it would be like. He moved on animal instinct just to get away from the pain, rolling himself onto his front and scramble forwards, sliding tiles out of the way and fighting back a scream each time his bare skin touched something, searing pain like touching a hot plate, and a hiss of flesh, a scent of frying meat filled his nostrils. He couldn't even scream, all he could do was wheeze and groan hot air as he rolled around on the roof, unable to escape the burning. His body cooled, a feeling as though even the memory of the pain vanished. His eyes snapped open, coughing heavily as his eyes blearily opened. He looked up at Mash, similarly leaned over him as best as she could with her shield raised, the transparent ethereal fragment of wall hanging in front of the pair. He coughed several times, forcing his eyes shut and groaning as he rolled on his back, hands coming up and freezing in the grasping position. He couldn't do anything more than curl his fingers at the moment. Hissing through his teeth, his eyes cracked open and they traveled downwards and saw the state of his fingers. He closed them again and let out another pained whimper. He didn't need to be a doctor or anything to know they weren't good. The first thought that passed through his head was the surface of a grill was horrible enough, putting new light onto the pain. Senpai. Oh no. He cringed at Mash's voice, both at the panicked tone and the fact it was brought on. It did nothing for his own nerves, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. The fact he couldn't even feel the pain anymore was probably a bad thing. It was definitely a bad thing. Senpai. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Her voice shifted, hastily calling out names. Medea-san. Please, Medea-san. Jean-san. Someone. Senpai is. He just wanted to go home. He just wanted to be anywhere but here. He took in a deep breath as something flooded his body. His eyes snapped open at the gentle breeze that rolled over him. Feeling gradually returned to his body, and it wasn't as painful as he expected. It actually sort of tickled him, so very gently. Something took hold of his head. It briefly came off the ground before being lowered back down. Bliss filled his mind. Whatever he had been dropped onto was now the greatest concern. It was soft, softer than any bed or pillow he had ever experienced. The entire ordeal he had gone through was very nearly forgotten. The pain vanished, gone as though it had never been there before. His fingers twitched and he felt another wheezing breath escape him. Would it really be so bad to lie here? What the heck was he saying? Sapphire blue eyes snapped up and stared upwards. A sideways stared right back at him, or at least that's what it looked like. Just without any of the gaps, it was difficult to discern anything more specific beyond the general shape of the strange mounds. The light was still encroaching. Is now truly an appropriate time to relish in my beauty. The voice filled his ears. That voice. That damn voice. He rolled over onto his side instantly, flinging himself from the comfort faster than he could even register the moment and scrambling onto his feet, raising his hands ever so slightly and holding them out in front of him. His eyes narrowed and a dozen, somewhat unpleasant, thoughts ran through his mind for a split second. Guinevere's indifferent face stared right back at him. Then her expression turned into something more irritated. Is that display of hostility the appropriate response for having been freed of your pain? Ritsuka felt dumbstruck by her. His eyes narrowed and his lip twisted. Last time you laid your hands on anyone they turned to dust, so forgive me if I'm a little on edge right now. He snapped at her with irritation of his own. The fact all she did was raise her eyebrow at him and hum as though his anger was laughable, put on edge even further. Have I not aided you quite well recently? She remarked with a tilt of the head. This is now the third instance in which you have been healed at my hand. Ritsuka opened his mouth. Whatever he was going to say died on his lips when the light faded. More specifically, the burning torch that had illuminated the whole street and that Ritsuka have practically forgotten all about. His mind too focused on Guinevere being close to him to even consider anything else. He grimaced to himself, then rose up and rushed to Mash's side, sliding down and catching himself on her shoulder, staring at the street below. Ash still lay face down on the ground, but that wasn't what caught his eye. It instead fell on the burning shade that was now a bright light. Ritska found himself squinting to look at it even now. It lacked the same presence as before, but the brightness of it was still comparable with staring at the sun on a summer's day, possible but extremely stupid. That was what the brightness, the mannequin of light, was to him. The hands of the light slowly lowered themselves back to their side, then reached forwards and clasped at something in the air. The light surged across their body and blossomed in their right hand, rushing downwards into the ground and pooling at their feet. The swirling mass of glowing liquid churned and writhed at their feet, spluttering and choking. It rose once more, coursing across their body and splitting away from the falling light of the hand. Ritska felt as though something was wrong with that light, especially since Ash had yet to even move and remained firmly on the ground. The body of the light, which had been smooth and unblemished, was coated in the newly rising mass of liquid. The skin of the form rippled like water and expanded, shapes rose from the surface and moved outwards, the silhouette of the form twisted and changed, the head seemed to expand and drop downwards at the chin, tendrils of light jutted forth from the base of the head, forming an interlocking beard of light. The same became of the top of the head, streaks of light fell down to the shoulders. Atop the head, what looked like horns grew straight upwards, the tallest rising from the center of the head with gradually shrinking piers emerging along either side of them, forming a crown around their temple, residing just above the hairs. The lack of curvature and the sharpness of the design led Ritska to the conclusion that it was a crown, rather than a set of horns, especially when a wall of light emerged at the base of them and stretched around the head, expanding outwards to cover the circumference of it. The falling light in the palm similarly expanded and flattened itself, forming the shape of a sword. The handle rose up and the left arm gradually moved to clasp it, the weapon pointed straight down with the tip just kissing the surface of the road. The sword, large as it was, barely reached the shoulders of its owner, blade and hilt combined. With the pommel rolling into a circle, the cross guard of the weapon was curved downwards, as though moving to embrace the bottom of the blade in a hug. It extended only just past the width of the sword, and that spoke for itself, especially as the girth of the sword was great, as wide as his forearm was long. Matching the impressive height of the newly formed thing, well over 3 meters tall. The light swirled and expanded over the shoulders, reaching down and forming a wide cuirass. The sleeves were far too wide to be form-fitting, yet only extended down to the elbows. The rest of the arm was left bare save for the large bands which wrapped around the wrists. The further down the newly forming clothes made, the more detailed they became. With an appearance more like a robe as it extended down to the ankles, the feet widened slightly and grew, now looking like a pair of boots. Guinevere took in a sharp breath. Ritska would have spared her a glance if he cared. Instead he kept his eyes solely on the figure in the street below. Neither he nor Mash said a word. There was nothing that could be said. A crack, a fracture ran through the surface of the form, soon followed by the emergence of another, and another. Light bled through the breakages in the strange humanoid, almost as though it was a cocoon. The face burned brightest, the eyes and the mouth exploded with light, great torches burning from the holes as the fractures widened instantly, then shattered away into nothing. The sound of splintering ceramic filled the air and the light turned to dust. There now stood a man. Great silver pauldrons rested atop his shoulders, a long dark fur creeped out from beneath the silver armor, moving down the length of pitch-black cloth. Golden lines twinkled, the embroidery patterns in the robe glowed with an ethereal likeness to them, as though they were weaved into the cloth with light. Hanging from the chest was a heavily ornamented silver plate. Around his waist was a belt of metal. Ritska would have called it steel purely on its appearance, but that felt wrong on every conceivable level. It might have borne the similar shape to steel, but it had nothing else in common with it. From the belt there hung 2 chains. The one closest to the belt was the smaller of the 2, the interlocking squares of metal on that one thinner than its partner just below, the both of them circling around the body of the man and returning to their linkage on the belt. The eyes of the man snapped up, they glowed like suns. His face struck Ritska first. Silver hair covered him, sleeked and like rays of starlight. He breathed, the air rumbled as though in a storm, but the skies remained clear. Ground. The voice reverberated through his very bones. Ritska grabbed onto Mash for support and barely registered the fact she did the exact same thing to him. All other sounds fell away save for the voice of the man. Air. It was not like Guinevere's voice. This one nearly dominated all other sounds, as though it was the strongest one around. All others bent their knees and bowed their heads away from it. Ritska imagined that's what they felt, as he experienced the same overwhelming sensation of inferiority, a sense of being so small that he went without notice. Light. The man turned his head to the skies, staring up towards the sun and barely even showing an inclination of what was going on around him. Ritska could have sworn that the man started to glow, not just due to the light but he himself was illuminating the world around him, yet he cast no shadow at his feet. It was impossible to even notice, but there was no shadow. I feel the breath of the world upon my skin. I see the strength of the light. I feel the power of my being once more. The next words were declared with no small sense of foreboding. I live again. Ritska felt no desire to speak, no will to interrupt. Instead he stood stock still and listened to the words spoken by the giant man, watching as the cobblestone at the base of his feet started to steam and hiss, wisps of fire emerging from beneath his feet. He felt not even the desire to blink. Every ounce of his being felt completely and utterly helpless. It was much worse than when Ash was trying to kill them. This man, if he could be called that, just felt like nothing he had ever experienced. Something crunched by his side. Ritska did not even turn but he could hear the hurried movements of someone appearing at his side, then he felt something grab him. Anshin Sama. Kiyohime's voice hissed next to him. Ritska had never heard her make such a noise of fear as that before. Every syllable she spoke was punctuated by a tremble of her voice. We need to. Why did she stop speaking? Why was the man now facing him with his eyes glowing? The light faded away. It took Ritska a second to realize that the man wasn't actually looking towards him. He was looking to the right side of him, if only just slightly, and the pressure that had been on his arm from Kyoheim grabbing him vanished. No sign of her releasing her hold on him, there was just no pressure anymore. Ritska spared a glance to the side, if only due to his confusion. There was a shadow burnt into the roof tiles. It hadn't been there before, he knew it hadn't. That was so strange. The shape of the shadow was also pretty weird as well. It looked sort of humanoid to him, there were arms and legs and everything. It actually looked a bit like a snow angel, now that he thought about it. That was so weird. Why was there a snow angel of dust on the roof? And where had Kiyohime go? Quote. He blinked once, then twice. His eyes remained fixed on the spot where the berserker had been, now focused solely on the shadow that was burnt into the ground. There was a sharp ringing in his ears. It felt as though his heart stopped inside his chest. That couldn't be. But she had just been here, how could she have? The era of the dragons has long since passed. I shall tolerate none of their ilk. The voice echoed through his soul. Ritska gradually turned his head back towards the direction of the man, noticing the fire in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by the dominant glow once more. Nor of humans who overstep their bounds. Ritska just stared. You killed her. Senpai. He barely registered Masha's shout, then she was in front of him, wrapping her arm around his waist and lifting them both off the ground. Or rather, he assumed that was what happened. It was more a case of him suddenly coming to and finding himself in the air, with little understanding of what was going on before there was a flash of light, the world screamed, and then a rush of wind passed over his body, followed by a cacophony of crashing. He came to a stop, barely recognizing that Mash was holding her shield up in front of them. He was sitting down on the ground, the shielder in front of him, snowflake shield raised for another attack. His eyes remained solely on her back and then whirled in the direction of the crashing. Eyes widened as he watched the house they had been stood turn inside out. There was no other way to describe it. The inside had become the outside, torn into the sky and sent flying as distant specks of debris. The shockwave of the sudden explosion ripped apart the street. Deep cracks tore open the earth beneath them. Stone was burnt black and wood became charcoal. He barely even registered the fact Gwynner was no lying opposite them, on her hands and knees and crying rather loudly in pain. Her polished skin was now blemished with thick burns, silken white outfit now torn and blackened. She reached towards herself, a faint glowing light started to consume her before cutting out. He watched as her voice cut and she whimpered, keeping her head low to the ground. "You would dare undo my judgment, daughter." The voice of the man was piercing as it was thunderous, light faded in and out with each word spoken, as though the sun answered the call of the maw. "Daughter. But, wouldn't that make him?" Guinevere whimpered slightly louder, raising her head up with panic written clear across her features. Father. She cut herself off, the panic deepened as she corrected herself. "Lo Lord Gwyn. I beg for clemency. I have done no wrong." She screamed in pain, her body writhed as golden arcs of light spasmed across her body, dropping down and rolling on the ground in an effort to escape. Ritska felt his throat tighten, his eyes widened. This was. The light stopped, Guinevere panted heavily, unshed tears on her face, and she sent a desperate pleading look to the god. Ritska could not see the face of the giant, but he didn't need to, considering the way Guinevere looked as though she lost decades of her life. "Your crimes are clear, daughter. No. Guinevere." The god spoke with palpable disappointment in his tone. "This world that rejects the gods, these humans who think themselves are equals. You would allow yourself to be shamed so deeply by accepting existence as a servant just so that you might escape death." Guinevere blanched, opening and closing her mouth. "You would so swiftly cast aside your pride as a queen, my legacy, so that you might live but a few more months." Gwyn took in a deep breath, then exhaled. "But that is not your gravest sin. For you might have worked to bring forth the glory of the gods once more. Number. Your gravest sin, your greatest failure, is allowing my era to end." Guinevere scrambled backwards, making a half-turn to stand. Lightning flashed and she was screaming again. Gwyn continued, unabated by her howls of agony. "All I did to ensure the Age of Fire would continue. All I strove to protect." The world thundered as the fury of the god was laid bare. Gwyn barely raised his left hand, yet the lightning that emerged from his fingers looked strong enough to come from a generator, thick arcs of golden light as wide as his leg. They lashed across the goddess, burning away patches of skin as they held against her for so long a time. "And the great shame is that it is by your son, my blood, that all our sacrifices are rendered moot. Not since the betrayal of Unspoken have I known shame such as this." He didn't get an answer from Guinevere, she was too busy screaming to respond. The lightning cut out. "His life was birthed by your womb. His power came from your words. His every action was engineered by you." Gwyn started to walk forwards, each step he took sizzled the cobblestone, fire clung to the ground as he approached the goddess, the long sword in his hand burned, wisps of fire stretched across the surface of the blade. "Which means his failure lies on your shoulders." Guinevere panted in and out, turning onto her side and extending her hand towards Gwyn, her voice cracked so weakly. "Ffa fath, place plea, say." Gwyn stared down at the hand for but a moment, then slowly brought the sword above his head. "I experienced shame at the hands of one child. I shall not tolerate another, not even from you." Guinevere was gone by the time the sword struck the ground, cleaving through solid stone as though it was nothing more than paper. Gwyn was frozen for a moment, before letting out a low growl of fury. Ritska felt as though static ran across his entire body, his eyes remaining fixed upon the back of the god, who slowly straightened himself out. "I do not recall granting permission for you to gaze upon me." Ritska felt his heart hammer away in his chest, the blood rushed from his face and left him feeling cold, even as the god slowly turned around to face him, eyes burning so brightly with the luminescence of the sun. His body locked in place, he dared not even breathe, the focus of the god purely upon himself was so intense that nothing else came to mind. Gwyn started to walk forwards, humans who reject the gods. Who deem to rise above them. Who think to claim the world as their own. You are nothing. Your souls are nothing. The light of the eyes intensified, now burning into his eyes, but Ritska still could not turn his eyes. Who are you to dare claim this world for yourself? Who are you to reject your place? You, humans, are little more than thinking reeds. Coming to a stop, The god planted the great sword down into the ground at his feet churned and rippled, melting into a glowing pool of lava. The gods of this world were weak. Their hold slipped too easily from their fingers. Thus, it falls to me to bring about the correct era once more. His left hand came up, lightning crackled between his fingers. Helpless dread flooded him, his eyes drifting from the face of the god to the hand. The hand that burned so brightly with light. He was going to die. My duty is begun with you, I shall remind humanity of the god's strength. Arrows rained down onto him a moment later, yet Gwyn remained unmoved, save for the slight turning of his head towards the direction of the falling projectiles. It was as though a switch was flipped. Ritska felt himself pulled upwards as Mash grabbed him by the shoulder and stumbled to her feet, dragging him alongside him. There was a snarl as the big bad wolf came charging in. It vanished in a flash of light. Mash, keep Master safe. Arash shouted out as loud as he could. Ritska heard his voice from somewhere above him but couldn't see. Take him and Rue. Arrogance. Lightning surged and Ritska felt a numbness move through his right arm, the cutting of a contract. He no longer felt the connection with Arash. The streak of golden light rushed above his head and was accompanied by an explosion which nearly knocked him down, were it not for Mash tightening her hold on the front of his shirt and pulling him along. The hallmark of humanity. Mash. He called out to the shielder, catching a desperate look on her face as she pulled him along, her lips pulled tight and her expression set in a nearly terrified grimace. What is? We need to speak with Chaldea, Senpei. We have to get out of, she explained rather swiftly. That was as far as she got before a river of fire curled around them. Her feet dug in and she slid to a halt, churning up the stone and staring straight ahead with horror now painted on her face. Ritska stared at the wall of flames that blocked off their escape. Mash turned back around and brought her shield up. Ritska felt his nerves steel as he similarly turned around and faced the direction of the street once more. Gwyn was moving towards them once more. The only sound to be heard was the hiss of his footsteps on cobblestone. They were gone now, so many of them were gone. The voices that seemed so numerous. The screams that seemed so endless. The suffering that seemed so expansive. It was so silent now. He huddled, covering their memories from the outside. They were all that remained. He saved so few of their souls, so very few. Where there had been billions of voices, there were now only so few. He was alone. The light had moved away from him. It departed his body with the souls it had burned for fuel. He knew which soul had escaped. They were going to destroy everything. The scourge of the world. Because it was their duty to ensure the dominance of the gods. Everything he did, everything he worked for, was for that duty. He truly was his grandfather. To destroy all humanity for duty. To enforce his vision upon the world. Was this how he looked? Was this how he acted? Was this what he always was? His name was Gawain. Even in death, he followed the will of the gods. This world did not obey the laws of the gods. They did not seek the life the gods demanded of them. They wanted to be more. Sorry if that's not profound, but it is what it is. I just don't want to die. What utter madness. What incredible stupidity. Dooming themselves to suffer. Dooming everything for misery. Causing so much agony and death. All because, I don't know about anyone else but, I just want to be happy. They would suffer with duty. They would suffer without duty. So, why? Why did they struggle so hard? Why did they try fighting against their inevitable fate? Why did they continue to push down this path? Was happiness really so worth it that they would abandon their lives? Would they rather be happy for a single year than a lifetime of peace? Did they truly wish to live like that? With or without? In that case, why did he bother? What had changed? Mercy would still be required. They were a hopeless race. They could never experience that true happiness. So what was the point? If there was no happiness to be found, why not just let them die? It was a simple matter. He just had to remain here. He could just do nothing. Impossible. He couldn't leave them to that. He couldn't even debate that. He heard their screams. He clutched their deepest regrets and darkest sins to himself. A final memory came to the surface. He stares down at the body. His mind runs through a dozen conclusions. The man dressed in rags, a sack covering his head, his bloodied body lying at his feet. He left him here. He fought for his duty and he came here alone. He put his duty first. And his friend died. It was his greed that sent Gririt here. It was his duty that sent him here alone. He could have accompanied him. He could have traveled with him. He could have been here. He could have saved him. He didn't. Because he did not stray from his duty. The Lords of Cinder were his duty. And Gririt was left behind. His greed sent his friend here. His duty killed him. Gririt suffered for his duty. Ritska suffered for his duty. Mash suffered for his duty. Olga suffered another betrayal for his duty. Humanity suffered for duty once more. Ritska was no fool. He knew what human history was. He did not lament it. He did not fear it. He did not cower from it. He knew it. He accepted it. So then, did they really suffer? He didn't know. He didn't know. Ritska stared him dead in the eye. Again and again. His will did not break. He did not curse. He fought with his single life. Also he could live. With that single desire, would he really fight the First Lord of Cinder? What madness. He lost before he even drew his blade. Ritska fought to live and never died once. He fought for his duty and died hundreds of times. HMPH. If duty was so perfect, he would never have doubted himself. Humanity suffered. But they knew it. They knew it and accepted it. Why? Why did they do that? Why go so far for it? He clutched the souls tight, their memories, their regrets, their hatreds. He burned them into himself, etching their essence into his very soul. He would remember this feeling. This endless hatred. He would ensure he never forgot. Hatred born of duty, hatred born of vice. Ritska was not his master anymore. But, he did not deserve to die. He won before the fight even began. Jean appeared. Gwyn turned and the sword flashed. Both Standard and Saint were split in half in a single fluid motion. Her body turned to golden light instantly. Ritska felt a noise leave his throat, unable to articulate anything more than horror at what just happened. Aarrrrrrth. Lancelot vanished, lightning struck his body and he turned to dust. Ritska turned to another servant. Astolfo was engulfed in flames and vanished in a burst of flames. His cry of pain lasted barely a second. Ritska turned. Gwyn brought the sword down. A river of fire jumped from the blade and flowed directly into Vort. The rider didn't even have the chance to scream before he died. He turned. Nursery turned to dust. Medea. Dust. Ritska couldn't help the scream of despair that escaped him, his mind barely catching up as the servants were killed one by one. Gwyn turned to the red blur. The shape of Cu burst through the vermilion flash of light. Gaibolg whistled as it glided through the air and struck at the body of the god. He swung back, the lancer flipped over the sword and thrust the spear down. Gwyn caught it behind the head. Lightning rushed through the spear and towards the wielder. The lancer kept his form for barely a second under the intense barrage of lightning. His body crumbled into golden motes of light a split second later. The god grunted, yet his form barely stumbled as Scathach flew into his back. He turned and swung once more. She ducked under and retaliated. Gaibolg became little more than an indistinct blur of crimson light. The red wheel spun in the hands of the lancer as she continued to press the attack. Gwyn was forced to move more than a single step. Flashes of light warped across his body, bolts of lightning flung from his sword with every strike. Ritska was pulled backwards. Mash pushed him behind her. Keep back, Senpai, they are. It happened in a split second. Gwyn's body pulsed with lightning and then he vanished in a streak of gold. Scathach vanished in the same blur. Then the house exploded, followed by another, and another, and another. Ritska could barely keep up as a streak would impact through a house, then instantly blur out of it and then into one adjacent on the street. Then the shockwaves from the explosions hit him, a roar of ear-splitting rumbles. The golden streak blurred to a halt and then shot directly into the sky. Ritska followed it as best he could, watching as it soared higher and higher. The sky split open, an ocean of lightning pooled around the rising star and rushed outwards across the sky. The rippling wave thunder shook the earth. Ritska felt himself shake along with it. Then silence. The sky cleared, save for a single orb of light, so small and yet brighter than the sun. It shot straight down, crashing into the ground. Galaforce winds rushed over himself and Mash. Ritska brought up his eyes to cover his face as the flames were beaten at. The debris fell and revealed Gwyn once more. The god held the crimson spear of Scathach in his left hand, staring at the spear with a disinterested expression, his golden eyes sweeping over the scarlet lance, then tossing it to the side without further care, not even sparing it a glance as it buried itself in the ground behind him, yet it did not show any signs of disappearing. I have paid back Lloyd for his disgrace. Bringing the sword up once more, the weapon glowed above his head as fire. There was a whistle from behind him. Ritska jolted as Mash pushed him out of the way, and in the next moment, a spear with a head shaped like a heart and a body of purple crystals came rushing past him and towards the god. Ritska blinked once, opening his mouth in surprise. Gwyn staggered backwards, the spear struck him in the wrist and loosened his grip from the weapon ever so slightly. The spear twisted before it locked itself in the air and came charging right back. Ritska whirled around to face the direction it had come from. Widening his eyes as a woman, rather beautiful at that, with snow-white hair, indigo-colored armor, and a deep form came leaping through the flames with a whirlwind of frost trailing behind her, charging straight towards the god and showing no signs of slowing down. Ritska turned back to face Gwyn, opening his mouth to shout a warning to the woman. The house next to the god exploded outwards. Brick, wood and glass flew as Stahl came bursting from the building. The god made a half-turn and ended up catching the rim of the shield to the face, staggering ever so slightly before he swung back into the guard of the berserker and lifted them off the ground, his left hand piercing the chest with a rush of glowing heat, melting a hole through the torso of the berserker. He turned, throwing the berserker as though they weighed nothing. The woman kicked off the ground and flipped over the top of the berserker, catching the spear in her hand as it returned from the flight and thrusting it straight towards the god. Ritska barely noticed the flash of symbols behind her, then Gwyn swung through the air right next to her, completely missing her entirely. The woman struck him in the chest. Gwyn made a grunting noise as the spear skated off his armor once more. Golden eyes flashed and they darted to the woman, his left arm swung through the air. The woman rolled back and ducked down, the fist of the god flying just above her head. His leg swung up and caught her in the chest. She was sent catapulting through the air towards the rooftops and straight through them. Whatever her back struck on its flight accompanied her through the air. He caught the circular shield as Stahl threw it towards him, twisting it over and looking over it with indifference before tossing it to the side and narrowing his eyes at the group. The arrogance of humans is only matched by Lordkin who encourage them. Foolishness begets foolishness. Stahl swung his axe. Gwyn punched him in the head. The top half of his body turned to molten slag and was sent back to the street as a splatter of glowing liquid. Run, you fools! Ritska found himself pulled up once again, Mash dragging him as they sprinted towards the flames once more, which had now parted. Ritska could not help but gape as the director, Olga Marie Animosphere, waved them over to her with a frantic expression on her face, glancing between them and the god behind them with no small amount of trepidation. In fact, she looked as panicked as he felt. Romani. Boot up the ray shift and get us out of. I'm trying. Romani's panicked voice echoed around through the communicator. Ritska heard it louder and louder. There's a lot of interference and, Olga looked torn between pure terror, opening her mouth to speak. Flight from this field of execution is not an option. Gwyn's cold tone fell like an axe upon his neck. Ritska turned and saw the god continuing his march towards them, stepping through the body of Stahl and kicking the dissipating remains to the side without even sparing them a glance. Hubris in believing you might escape your just punishment. I shall offer no quarter, your mercy now lies with a swift death. You need to run. Just run. Romani screamed through the communicator a moment later, we'll work on it fast as we. Light exploded in the god's left hand. The sunlight spear grew in size until it was taller than the very god who wielded it. He pulled his arm back and hurled. Ritska could see what was coming a mile away. It was a desperate call. He didn't know how effective it would be, but he shouted out the only name that came to mind at the time. Mash. Lord Chaldeas. The shield slammed into the ground. The wall of light rushed forwards and covered the group. the ethereal wall that had protected them so many times raised itself once more and caught the spear in its embrace. The noble phantasm shattered like thin glass, the spear continued on its path and struck the shield with a flash of light. Mash let out a sharp cry of pain and flipped through the air above their heads. Ritska landed on his back a moment later, releasing a deep groan as the air was forced from his lungs. Then the coughing came, accompanied by the flare of pain. His mind whirled with the implications, struggling to find the conclusion to what had just happened. The noble phantasm broke, which meant the lightning hit them. Mash was stood in front of the lightning, which meant it is her. The image of Siyu's body turning to dust flashed through his mind. Mash superimposed onto it. His heart burned and his eyes widened in horror. Fear gripped his heart, as images of the young girl turning to dust filled his mind. Mash! He screamed out the name as loud as he could, forcing what little air he had left into the call. When nothing but chaotic rumbles answered him, he could do nothing but make a noise of terror. She wasn't dead. She couldn't be dead. She was Mash. She was always all right. She was always. Something grabbed the back of his shirt and started dragging him, barely aware of the cursed whispers behind him. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Olga virtually whimpered under her breath as she pulled away at him. Ritska could only groan. Casters. The street flipped over, branches and brambles ripped through the path and sent huge lumps of rock and mud flying. The wall of roots stretched high into the sky and obscured Gwyn from their field of view. Ritska could only groan as he watched the sight and slumped backwards, his body still ached. That won't hold him more than 5 seconds. That voice was, Siyu Chilane. Didn't he just? That's a god. Flat out. He's gonna rip right through that, we need to. Light burst through the wall of bramble, then the rush of fire swept through it and sent charcoal splinters flying through the air. Gwyn stepped through the falling debris without even the slightest hint that he had even been affected by it in the least, not slowly his pace, yet there was no real rush in any of his movements. What is this? A mere human taking the strength of a god for themselves. I was bestowed this power by the god's own choice. Ritska didn't know that voice. A man with a thick cloak covering dark steel armored stepped forwards, full covering helmet with antlers rising from either side of it. He pointed a large bronze axe towards the god. I steal nothing. Then I have but another god to remind of their place. Gwyn declared his intentions without breaking stride. Get more down here. Olga hissed in his ear as she pulled him backwards. Carry Mash. Get more down here. Get more down, but all the ones who had been down here were killed so quickly. They died. Gwyn killed them. If he brought more down here then they would also end up dead. He would just be throwing their lives away. What would he even be throwing them away for? Gwyn slaughtered them in seconds. Getting more servants down here wouldn't do anything. They said to carry Mash, which had to mean she was still alive. But then all the other servants had died. He was being asked to kill them. His voice cracked, eyes whirled around in his sockets. I can't. What? Olga practically hissed in his face, shock evident on her features. We're going to die if you don't. Run, pale rose. That was Nero's voice. The red dress flashed above his head as the emperor landed in the street, flourishing the burning sword and thrusting it in the direction of the approaching god. We shall hold this mere poser here. You return to Chaldea, take master with you. He couldn't say anything, being dragged along as Olga nodded her head, then went for the communicator again. Romani. We're trying. Romani assured her again, though by this time, even Ritska was dubious of him. Or he would have been if he was in a state to actually be aware of what was going on. As it stood, there was very little that he was cognitive for, his mind still whirring around to try and make sense of everything that was. Gunshots filled the air. Gwyn stopped walking and kept his features flat, not paying even the slightest attention to the bullets that were bouncing off his skin, not even scratching his features. The barrage continued for several seconds before they finally fell silent. A figure jumped through the air and landed in the midst of the street, red cape billowing in the wind, cavalry sword planted in the ground with her hand resting atop it. Despite her small stature, she stood like a giant even when facing down the god. Do you truly not grasp your futile efforts? Gwyn remarked again with a curl of his lips, sounding aggrieved. It is not for the hands of humans to approach the heavens. You are to remain beneath our shadow. I am an existence so far beyond your meager understanding that you could spend the next 1,000 years pondering my being and come no closer to an answer." Gwyn punctuated his next words with a sudden pressure. Ritska felt as though his entire body was about to be ground into the dirt. "You are nothing." The presence of the god felt crushing. Ritska could not even breathe from the power that now pressed down on him. 1,000 years. Nobunaga's voice ran clear as day. Ritska focused on her as she staggered on her feet, clearly feeling the same effect of the god's words, then dropped onto one knee, using the cavalry sword to keep her upright. "Foo foo 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 ha. Ha. Ha." She laughed. She laughed in the face of Gwyn. "I need but a single second for you," she announced, mirth spilling from her every word, be they god, man, oni or unkindled. "I have never been one to suffer arrogant blowhards." She pointed her left hand towards Gwyn, laughing all the while, "and you are the greatest blowhard I have laid eyes upon." Gwyn remained silent. "And who are you, human, to insult me so?" "Oofahahaha. I am the great enemy of gods and Buddha alike. I am the one who unifies the chaos of the land of rising suns. I am Oda Nobunaga, demon king of the sixth heaven. The one who burns 3,000 worlds. You could string together 3,000 titles for each of these worlds, you would never be more to me than a howling beast. Then you may hear the howl of this demon king. Even the heavens shall tremble." There was a short moment before the archer moved, forcing herself back to her feet, body trembling and knees shaking. The path to raising herself up was long and hard, she barely managed it by the finish up. Gwyn clearly took notice of it. "Your words would pack greater weight if you could stand before me without such a tremble in your nerves." Rather than being cowed, Nobunaga merely shook her head from side to side. What human does not shake with excitement at facing a god in battle? Turning her body, she glanced over her shoulder and looked Ritska dead in the eye. He couldn't understand where that burning confidence came from. Those crimson-red orbs shone with a light that he couldn't believe. She was going to die. Those were the cynical images that flashed through his mind. So then why was she standing so tall? "And you forget, I am the Demon King," Nobunaga proclaimed loudly. The smirk on her lips remained as she turned her attention back to Gwyn. The sword was pulled from the ground and pointed straight towards him, ensuring she stressed the last word. "What king fights without retainers?" Gwyn furrowed his brows and opened his mouth. The sky turned black once more, the pressure atop his shoulders vanished all too suddenly. Ritska felt as though he could breathe again, but there was something else. That darkness in the sky, that painted landscape that covered everything. The knight in front of him stumbled, clutching at his chest and groaning for a brief moment before shaking his head. Light flashed above Gwyn's head, he turned himself around to face the attackers. Ash's boot struck him square in the face. The god grunted as he was visibly staggered with the blow. A thunderclap echoed out at the moment of impact. Ritska felt his eyes widen and his heart stop. The unkindled pushed off Gwyn's face and flipped backwards into a sprint. But he was not alone with the streak of light that brought him there. Mordred appeared with a savage grin on her face, dropping down to the ground and accelerating forwards with a surge of scarlet lighting. Slamming straight into Gwyn's knee with Clarent and yanking it to the side, the god turned slightly with the impact, bringing the greatsword up. Gwyn cried out as Percival drove his spear into the god's shoulder, landing on his chest feet first and pulling his right arm back. The knight of the spear drove his fist squarely into the face of the god, using it as momentum to throw himself free of his reach and onto the ground into a roll, landing back at the side of Ash. The Lord of Light reached up to clasp the wounded shoulder. The final figure landed down and surged forwards. The reaction of Gwyn was very nearly instant. The hand that had been moving towards his shoulder stopped and then clenched into a fist, swinging it back out and unleashing a disk of golden light straight towards the final individual. With a single swing of their weapon, they cleaved straight down the middle of the spell. The disk split in half at either side of them and vanished into nothing. Priscilla jumped forwards at Gwyn. The god brought the great sword up and thrust straight towards her, only for Ash to parry the strike to the side with the coiled sword, having darted in front of her, and then swinging his left arm forwards as black flames surged across his palm. Gwyn caught his hand, Clenching his fist around it and engulfing the appendage entirely, he turned and threw the unkindled ash spun through the air before crashing through a nearby window. The god continued the spin and brought the sword through the air straight towards Priscilla from the opposite side. The crossbreed raised the polearm of the scythe and blocked the attack, but could not block the force as she was lifted off her feet. Percival jumped and slammed his shoulder straight into Gwyn. The lord grunted as he was shoved backwards. Mordred appeared at his back. Clarence split open and a jet of red light surged up the length of the blade. She swung the weapon up and unleashed the explosion directly into the back of Gwyn. The god grunted from the attack. The vermilion flames washed over his body and sent him stumbling forwards, directly into the waiting swing of Percival as he uppercut the god with a swing of Longinus. Ritska felt his mood improve instantly. He pulled himself free of Olga and surged back to his feet. He was happy to see Nobunaga. He was beyond pleased to see others still alive, but more than anything else, there was one thing he was ecstatic to see. Ash. The unkindled jumped from the house, leaping at the god with a flash of light and swung the coiled sword towards him. Darkness swirled across the blade as it made contact with the side of Gwyn's face, snapping his head to the side as Ash blurred past him. Blood dripped onto the ground. Gwyn reached up and touched the underside of his nose, pulling his hand back and staring at the lifeblood running down his face, passing over his lips and moving down the length of his chin into his matted beard. He remained silent for a few seconds, as did all else, staring at the blood on the tip of his finger. Then he slowly clenched his left hand into a fist. Lightning coursed over his entire body. Oofahahaha. Nobunaga let out another bellowing laugh. You see, master. A god that bleeds is a god that dies. No amount of posturing can hide that. Turning her head, she granted Ritska a full view of the confident smirk on her face. So what shall you do now? You cannot die here. You have yet to punish a certain servant for betrayal. Heck no. Ritska wasn't going to die here. Ash. He called out to the unkindled, even going so far as to ignore the rising fury of the god before him. You good? No. Ash responded after a moment. But I won't let you die. That was more than enough for him right now. Ritska stepped forwards, clenching his right hand into a fist and staring straight ahead towards the back of the god. His eyes narrowed and his expression steeled over. They had the momentum. Gwyn was bleeding. The strike from Ash proved he could be hurt, which meant they could beat him. Take positions everyone, he called out, then spared a glance over his shoulder towards the director. She was staring at him with a mixture of surprise and something else before it washed over, her expression shifting into something more composed as she marched forwards and stood right next to him, hands on her hips. Director, you forget I remain a master. Olga remarked with a curt tone of voice. Something flashed through her eyes. And I still have servants to command. As if on cue, the white-haired woman he had seen earlier dropped down next to her. An odd look passed through her eyes as she stared into his own for a few seconds before she flickered to Olga. Master, I feel as though my parameters have been weakened. It is the field above. Olga grunted. Then keep your distance and leave the fighting to the more able. Saber. Stay in close. Nero cheered and nodded her head up and down. Now comes the real thing, pale rose. Gwyn let out a breath, straightening himself up. I shall not weep and seethe over a single drop of blood. I have bled many a time to greater foes than you, he declared, sweeping his eyes over their group. Failed tools, abominations, traitors and arrogant humans. This motley band of heathens, that single drop of blood shall remain your greatest victory. Mordred snorted, blow it out your ass. They charged forwards as one. Gwyn responded back quickly, blocking the first strike that came. Ash's greatsword slid over the top of his sword and was forced into the ground. Gwyn brought his foot up and kicked the saber away. He turned and loosened a bolt of lighting. A glow covered Percival and the lightning shattered on contact. The glow receded and the lancer struck. Gwyn parried the spear to the side and swung down. Mordred slammed into the side of his body with a shoulder barge, swinging Clarent. Gwyn vanished in a streak of golden light. The servants took off after him. Both Ash and Mordred were consumed with light. Scarlet red and perfect black charged after the burning gold. the trails of lightning moved through the streets with such speed that they upturned the dirt as they did so. Nero came charging right in, the red that engulfed her body became a brighter shade than Mordred's own, yet she easily caught up with the blurs of light as they raced across the street. The streaks halted every millisecond, the image of the clash burned into his mind each time it happened. Gwyn blocking Ash, Mordred blocking Gwyn while Nero struck his back, Ash blocking Gwyn and so forth. With each strike, the clash would hang like a portrait and then the chase would resume, dancing back and forth across the road and then shooting up into the sky. Another streak of crimson dropped down from the air and caught the yellow as it made its ascent once more, carrying it straight down into the ground and then rushing forwards. The streak slowed to a halt. Gwyn revealed having caught Guy Bolg behind the head of the spear while Scathach wielded it with a bloodthirsty grin on her face, not looking at all concerned at the fact she was missing her left arm. Gwyn pulled the spear and tossed it and its owner over his shoulder. He threw his fist forwards and slammed into Mordred's head as she charged, the saber bent backwards and slammed into the ground. He moved forwards and raised the greatsword and blocked the thrust of Percival, shoving backwards only to grunt as Nero flew in like a bullet, her burning sword striking the side of Gwyn and drawing a faint reaction from him with the impact. He turned and thrust down. Ash's shoulder barged him in the gut, barreling the pair of them over and into a roll. Gwyn flipped himself and tossed golden lightning from his body. The spear of sunlight surged outwards, only to be met with a dozen flashes of blue lighting. Ritsuka watched as Cu, the caster he knew from Fuyuki, waved his arm in front of him, then sent him a coy wink before he charged straight into the thick of things. Gwyn stumbled, Scathach slammed into his back like a rocket and drove her spear into his shoulder blades. She twisted the spear and then stood up, stamping down on the back of Gwyn's head and kicking him forwards. At the same time she flashed up a dozen copies of Guy Bolg, all of which went soaring to the god. Mana flared, they were reduced to dust before they even reached him. He responded quickly, rushing towards Ash and sweeping the greatsword down. The legs of the unkindled buckled as he was driven down with the strike. Gwyn twisted the sword to the side and dragged it along the blade, bracing it with his free hand and then drawing it back around. The pommel of the greatsword slammed into the side of Ash's head. He flung lightning to Percival, dodged the slash from Priscilla and countered with a punch to the temple, accompanied by a flash of light which surged across her body and sent her flying through the air and crashing into the ground. Commands flew through Ritsuka's mind. Nobunaga unleashed a storm of bullets into the back of the god, accompanied by her pulling forth a Gatling gun of all things and then laughing loudly as she cranked it at the handle. The weapon roared as it churned out round after a round directly into the back of Gwyn. He showed barely any reaction beyond irritation, but the brief flash of annoyance was more than enough for action. Ritsuka saw the opening. Scathach drove Guy Bolg into the back of Gwyn's left knee. The god released a sharp grunt of pain as he stumbled, glaring down at the knee before his body glowed with brilliant lighting. Then he vanished once more, appearing behind Scathach and clamping his hand around the back of her neck. He pulled back and slammed her face first into the ground, pulling his foot back. Emergency evasion, and slamming it into nothing. Lancer. Olga's voice ordered crisp and clear. The white-haired woman, Lancer, dropped down and drove the glowing spear into the back of Gwyn. He hunched forwards as the spear continued its burning descent into him, not yet breaking through his armor but judging by the irritable grunt he gave, they were doing something right. Gwyn swung his elbow backwards, driving it into the Lancer and shaking her loose of him. He turned on his heel as he did so and grabbed the spear by the polearm and then pulled downwards. The Lancer struck the ground with a deep thud, the earth cracking beneath her. Gwyn swung his leg forwards and struck her in the face, sending her flying from the battle. He stepped backwards, avoiding the slash from Mordred. Both hands fell onto the greatsword and swung upwards. The burning weapon cleaved through the floor on its path to the saber and ripped free of the stone. Molten rock was sent flying directly into the face of Mordred moments before the sword struck, catching her in the guard and breaking it. She was punted through the air. A burst of black fire struck Gwyn's chest. He lost ground and his expression wavered for a brief moment, hissing at the flames before his expression cooled. He threw himself forwards into the trio of Ash, Percival and Nero. Flying between the three of them with wide powerful swings, Catching a blow from Nero and redirecting it, Percival found a thrust was blocked. Ash was grabbed by the head. Gwyn hissed and stepped back as mana pulsed from Ash. The darkness leapt from his body and burned his hand. Instead of a grapple, he just settled for driving high knee upwards. Ash held the sword in front of him and caught the attack, going airborne while also slinging another ball of flames towards the god. Gwyn obliterated the attack with another bolt of lightning. Nobunaga released another barrage of bullets, these ones scoring along the side of his face. Lightning and fire from Cu struck the area around his back, yet the magic resistance of the god proved much too great. The spells fizzled out before they reached him. Gwyn drove his elbow down into Nero and then jumped forwards, swinging his left arm forwards to grab Percival. The knight turned side on and rammed his shoulder into the wrist at the same time he thrust upwards. Gwyn turned his body, swinging the arm across and catching Percival in the side of the head instead, landing a powerful haymaker that sent him flying. He didn't even dodge Nero's sword, remaining stationary as it glanced along his robe. He unleashed another burst of mana from his body. He spun, blocking the attack from Priscilla and swinging himself forwards, headbutting her and then stepping back, swinging himself around so his back was to her and driving his left elbow backwards into the bridge of his nose. He did so while turning to pull the arm backwards. Golden light pooled across the opened palm before stretching into another spear of sunlight. A burst of darkness struck the god's hand. He hissed and loosened his grasp. The miracle faded. Momentary enhancement. Scathach drove Guy Bolg into Gwyn's side. The god released a sharp breath as she sunk the weapon around an inch deep into him, snarling rather openly as the lancer ripped the spear free of him and then blurred it into the spinning wheel once more. The spear whistled as it spun faster and faster, becoming a buzzsaw as it slashed up the side of the god, then locked in place as he swung back at it. Ash jumped over the lancer and swung down. Gwyn brought his sword up and caught the saber, throwing him over his body and onto his opposite side. Landing on his feet, Ash blurred as he snapped around instantly. The sword in his hand was consumed with pure dark. The weapon slashed through the side of Gwyn. The god let out a sharp gasp, flinching purely on instinct. Scathach drove Guy Bolg into the ground, vaulting herself up and landing a two-footed kick straight into the face of the god. She twisted her body and extended her leg on the next spin, this time driving her heel into the side of Gwyn's head. He remained very nearly unmoved, though less so when she kicked off his face into a roll. 3 copies of Guy Bolg flying towards him. The flashed with mana once more. The copies turned to dust. He turned and blocked Ash. The shorter servant pushed against the strength of the god for a few seconds, then turned his head and ducked low, letting the blow pass right over the top of his head as his left hand moved to his hip, pulling forth a black longsword, crooked horns curving around the hilt to form a guard. He reversed the sword in his grip and thrust down, straight into the foot of Gwyn, then swung his shoulder up and slammed it into the gut of the god. Gwyn staggered. Ash flipped his body around and looped an arm around Gwyn's own, pulling with all his might and throwing the god over his shoulder and onto the ground. The god fell into the roll, spinning and grasping at the greatsword with 2 hands. Mana pulsed through the weapons and the flames grew bright enough to become a second sun. The sword roared as it swung through the air. Ash swung right back. A similar jet of darkness covered the length of his blade as he met the attack from Gwyn. Power flared around his body as the swords collided with one another. The clash lasted for barely a moment before Ash was sent flying through the air, accompanied by an explosion of brilliant light. His form vanished with a flash of glowing light, a streak reaching towards the sky. He appeared behind Gwyn a second later, the momentum of the explosion carrying him forwards and with his sword braced over the top of his left arm, steadying the point of the blade as he slammed into the back of Gwyn, the sword piercing through his robes and flesh. Gwyn jolted up straight, eyes wide and a furious expression on his face. He made to turn only for his front to be peppered with hundreds of bullets, courtesy of Nobunaga. Gwyn snarled, raising his left hand and pointing it towards the Demon King. Ash's own free hand came up and slammed into the back of his head, loosening a burst of abyssal fire into his head. Gwyn jerked forwards at the same time Ash pulled the weapon free of the god and kicked off the back of his shoulders. Gwyn whirled around and swung towards him. Ash twisted his body to avoid the blade. But Gwyn was hyper-focused and Ritska saw that, as did the director. Their two lancers appeared within split seconds of one another. Scathach surged in as a comet of red light, flying straight into the side of Gwyn with enough force to unleash a sonic boom. The god barely jolted with that strike but was forced to take several steps. Then the white-haired lancer flew in from the left side as a meteor of burning flames and struck the god. This time, Gwyn did let out a cry of pain. Mordred! Ritska shouted out at the top of his lungs, now! Saber! The cry from the director. The two lancers pulled away from the god. He staggered forwards slightly, then his head snapped backwards as the saber smashed into his front like a battering ram. Clarent loosened its howl and red light surged from the blade, swinging upwards directly into the face of the god and consuming his upper half. At the same time, Nero went right for the back of his feet, sliding into from behind and bouncing along the ground with long steps propelling her forwards. The twisted her body, spinning faster and faster until she became a blur of red and orange before becoming visible once more, impacting the back of the god's knees and sweeping them out from beneath him. Mordred landed on the ground in front of Gwyn as his feet lost contact with the floor. She hurled Clarent forwards like an arrow. The sword pierced the wall of red flames that still clung to the space around him, striking dead center in the chest. While the sword did not pierce the armor, Mordred didn't need it to. She just needed it there. She rocketed forwards and brought her leg back, then swung her boot directly into the pommel of the blade. The tip of the sword was driven straight into the chest piece and Gwyn was sent catapulting through the air without any rhyme or reason as to where he was going to land. Another flash of light and ash was above him, bringing his sword above his head and consuming it with darkness. The roaring jet of nothing swung clean down into the top of the god and rocketed him down into the floor. The vortex of midnight rolled over his body moments later as Ash continued up the offensive. A flash of gold light and then lightning struck Ash dead in the chest. He was sent flipping through the air for a few moments and then crashed through the roof of a nearby house. Gwyn staggered back to his feet, glaring in the direction the saber had vanished off to. Then he lazily brought up his left hand and caught the scythe that had been rushing towards the side of his body. The weapon had not even fully materialized from invisibility when he caught it. Turning his head ever so slightly to the user and letting out a noise mixed between disgust and irritation. Bringing up the sword in his hand and pointing it squarely towards her. He leaned to the side, avoiding an arrow which crashed into the street. He turned around and pulled the scythe along with its owner. Priscilla was yanked off the ground and tossed away with all the grace of a sack of potatoes. The woman smashed into the debris of one of the fallen buildings and sent fragments scattering in all directions. A pulse of mana from Gwyn incinerated the wood before it even got close to him. Of all the things for you to fight, the tanned archer lamented as he stood next to Ritska. He himself couldn't help but feel a touch awkward about the tone of voice, as though it was somehow his fault they were fighting a god. He did ignore the comment, shaking his head and pointing squarely towards the god. I know. Archer continued on, drawing his bow back and loosening another few arrows to the god. Gwyn began his march once more. Fire burned through his eyes. Nero sprinted past them, accompanied by Scathach. The pair rushed towards the god. Gwyn vanished in a streak of gold. In the next moment there were two impacts on either side of the street. Ritska jolted as he realized that both Scathach and Nero had been floored, having been batted aside in less than a moment. At first, he wondered why, then his eyes turned upwards and he noticed something. Cracks forcing themselves into the sky, streaks of light piercing through the obsidian horizon and shone down on the world. He blanched. Mywell kept the fire burning for countless cycles. Gwyn's voice rung out, his words accompanied by more cracks piercing through the sky above their heads. Rays of light shone down and seemed to converge. Light spotlights. The light from the cracks swiveled and moved towards the god. Not even paying attention to the attacks from Archer, the arrows shattering the moment they touched his body and the explosions of light from their impact being walked through. Do you truly believe that a spot of dark would be enough to bring about my doom? Master. The alert came from Archer, clear tension in his voice. Ritska understood what he was asking and didn't hesitate for a single second. Do it. Archer barely needed the command, he figured, but it was given regardless. The servant brought forth a sword of coiling steel. Unlike Ash's weapon, this one was more streamlined in its corkscrew shape. Then it was knocked into the bow like an arrow and drawn backwards, the weapon groaning as its shape was pulled, taut and streamlined. Cracks spread across the surface. Ritska could feel the power just now. It was fast. Faster than Ritska could react. Archer widened his eyes and then placed a palm on his chest and shoved him backwards. He struck Olga. In the next moment there was a flash of golden light as Archer turned to avoid it, hissing as the stream of lightning barely managed to lance across his side and yet still did more than enough to send the servant spinning through the air with half his ribs missing. Archer! He cried out, watching as the coiled arrow in Archer's hand vanished back into ether. The servant hissed and grasped at his side. He looked as though he was going to say something, but Ritska didn't let him, promptly sending him back to Chaldea. He'd lost enough in this fight without losing any more. He whirled in the direction of Gwyn, watching as the god brought his hand back, lighting spit from his palm and then grew into a large spear. He threw the spear, but not at them, straight up towards the sky. The streak of light soared upwards and looked as though it would have gone on forever. Then the lightning peeled apart with a flash of light, opening like a flower and then curling back downwards. Hundreds of bolts of lightning coursed across the sky and then curled down towards them, falling like rain. Ritska felt his blood run cold at the sight. They didn't have anyone to protect them. Mash was still injured and he heard the director let out a gasp behind him. He turned just in time to feel something similarly grab his own right arm and then pull him backwards. He turned and widened his eyes at the steeled expression on the face of the ordinarily diminutive girl. Mash pushed both himself and the director behind her, then hoisted her shield up and aimed the face of it towards the sky and the falling spears of sunlight. Mash! Don't worry, senpai. She cut him off before he could even get a word out, adjusting her footing and forcibly steadying her hands as she spoke in a louder than average tone of voice. I can take it this time. He opened his mouth, then closed it again. He nodded once, not that she could see, but he stepped forwards and then placed his right hand on her shoulder. His left hand moved up and grabbed the underside of the shield near her hand. Tightening his grip on the shield for a few moments and then glancing at her from the corner of his eye. He could see the visible surprise in her face, probably from the movement, but he didn't mind so much about that right now. Instead, he spoke first. His right hand burned once more as he felt the use of a command seal. Mash Kyrielite, protect those who cannot protect themselves. She looked at him for barely a moment, her visible eye widened before determination flashed through it. Yes, she shouted out, turning her head back towards the shield and stealing her expression. Ritska looked over her shoulder towards the director. Waiting is probably the worst part. Olga just stared at him. Wah! Lord Chaldeas! The cry emerged from the shielder. Once more the light flashed above their heads. The barrier spread out from above the shield. Ritska felt his nerves burn, his heart thunder, sweat pooled around his forehead. It was an odd thing to consider, but he really wished Mash didn't get disgusted by how clammy his hands currently were. The roar of thunder above them was not helping matters. He ground his teeth together. Caster, support her. On it, lass. Ritska watched as several runes carved themselves into the space around Mash. He glanced over his shoulder to see that the Cu Chalain from Fuyuki was standing right behind him. He had no idea when this happened, or when half the servants that the director arrived with got here, but he didn't much care for those answers right now. Cu saw his glance and flashed him a smirk as he stepped forwards and moved the director closer to the pair of them. Best spot to stand, this is. He informed her, then thrust his staff into the ground and closed his eyes. Can't have too much protection, He received no answer, for the answer was obvious. Runes swirled around him, streamers of symbols hung from the air and Ritska felt something within him shift. His body felt stiff but at the same time it felt stronger. The lighting fell, Mash's body shuddered and trembled as the world around them was consumed with light. Flashes streaked around them, the roar of the outside world, and it did sound akin to a roar, like the entire world was exploding around them, was ignored as he focused solely on the shield above his head. He paid attention to nothing else. his hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles turned white and he felt the bones in his body quake as the storm of lighting hammered away at them. Perhaps he should have been worried before, perhaps he would have been worried in the past, but for right now, he was absolutely confident that the shield would hold. The world fell silent just as swiftly as it had screamed. The only sound to be heard was a faint crackle. The shield was lowered and Ritska risked a glance around him, only to find himself unable to tear his eyes off the devastation. The entire neighborhood had been flattened, and he meant that literally. Within what must have been 300 meters on either side of them, there wasn't a single building left standing, all turned to dust and carried into the wind. Does this sight terrify you, boy? Words echoed out. Ritska tore his eyes from the burnt world and back towards Gwyn. The god stood stock still in the scorched land around him. A wisp wind kicked up a cloud of dust that washed past his feet. The burning eyes of the god stared straight into him. Do you truly understand the sheer difference? This is barely a fraction of my power, and this city, which might have taken decades to build and cost hundreds, if not thousands of lives, is already on the verge of being reduced to dust. With a wide sweeping arm, Gwyn gestured around them. This is the power of the gods. The power you claim to take for yourselves. The arm was slowly lowered back to his side. He resumed his march, ash crunched beneath his feet. Neither you nor your undead pet can change what is to come. Gwyn stopped moving, golden eyes visibly narrowed before he turned his head to look over his shoulder. Ritska frowned and turned as well, focusing his attention on whatever had attracted the eyes of the god, yet the thick cloud of black smoke that hung around them did little for their field of vision. Then he saw it, a distant glowing streak of light shining through the smog. The light was not even dimmed. Through the fog, a single voice rang out crisp and clear. Oshkond Holy Lance. A gallop of hoofbeats reached Ritska's ears, the smoke parted, the shape of Percival burst through the haze, expression steeled and now riding atop a white armored steed, the spear in his hand pointed backwards as light swirled around the weapon. The head of the lance grew and extended, the shape twisting from a bladed spear into one more traditional of a jousting lance. Twin ribbons billowed from just behind the head of the weapon. Let the countdown commence. The spear shifted from golden light to brilliant red. Gwyn made a small noise as Percival drew closer and closer. Perhaps this shall prove things. His voice remained unconcerned at the lancer charging straight towards him, no longer even paying attention to Ritska or anyone else around him, now fully focused on the charging lancer. Longinus. Golden light streamed from the spear, it screeched in a high whistle as it was brought back around and towards the direction of Gwyn, the god snarling as he seemingly hunched over and focused his mana. A moment later, he released a stream of light directly towards the sky. The blackness above their heads peeled away, the sun shone down upon them once more. Count. Light rippled from the tip of the spear in Percival's hands, racing across his body as he became a grounded comet. The star streaked forwards with no sign of stopping, the silhouette of the night barely being seen. Gwyn pulled his left arm back. The largest spear of light he had seen was pulled into existence, the god swinging his arm straight down towards the ground. 0. Percival reached the god, the streaking comet slammed straight into the Lord of Light. Gwyn was thrown off his feet. The last image Ritska saw was the pained grimace on the face of the god as Longinus was driven into his chest. Then he ducked behind Mash as light burned and swirled, rising as a beam directly into the sky. The shockwave rushed over them, a singular boom rippled through the air, the ground trembled. Then there was silence. The light stretched towards the sky, covering everything in front of them, yet there was nothing sinister about it. Ritska felt no heat, no oncoming rush of fear from the light as it rolled over their bodies, rather than that it felt peaceful. He felt a little better than before, like someone was standing just over his shoulder and watching over him. He didn't turn, but he didn't need to. The comforting presence was more than enough for him. As the light dimmed, so did the presence, but Ritska found as though he didn't demand it return, unlike with Guinevere. It was just something that felt natural, a gentle passing and nothing else. Longinus. He heard the director whisper to herself, turning his eye towards her and noticing that her eyes were wide and her features were pulled tight, opening and closing her mouth several times before she sputtered out in a shocked gasp. As in Lucius Longinus. Ritska. Had no idea who that was. Sir Percival. He corrected her, turning his eyes back to the light as it started to settle. Only the dust remained, the explosion having kicked up such a flurry of debris that nothing could be seen, neither the presence of Percival nor of Gwyn. A noise reached his ears, gentle clopping. He could feel a smile come upon his features as a shape slowly emerged from the cloud of dust. Percival's horse trotting forwards, the knight flicked his spear as though to shake it clean of something. He nodded towards them, exhaling. Through all the silence, his voice echoed crisp and clear. I apologize for the lack of warning, but after that display, I felt it best to end the fight swiftly. He'd get no arguments from Ritska, that was for sure. Or, tried to. Something moved behind him, the rays of light above their head intensified, bursting through the clouds of dust and soot, pulling them aside as though tearing open a set of curtains. Then he heard it, labored breathing. It echoed out through the streets. Ritska focused solely on the sound and could feel the tension seep back into his body. After all that punishment he went through, he was still alive. When the clouds parted, it was a silent affair. Gwyn was revealed to the world once more, though the shock of his survival was short-lived as Ritska got a good look at his actual appearance. A deep ugly burn was present in his right side and spreading up across his body. His armor had been melted away at the shoulder, fragments of his robe burned clean off, blood dripping down his face and into his beard from his nose and lips. All of which was punctuated by the fact he was hunched over, his breathing coming out as labored gasps as he used the sword in his hand to keep himself upright. If Gwyn was trying to keep himself from showing pain, he was doing an excellent job. His expression was devoid of emotion, a perfect mask, even as it was clear from how his body trembled, how his arms shook, that he was in a great deal of pain. Especially when the wound on his right side pulsed with light for a brief moment. The silence was broken when the god spoke, a noticeable strain in his voice as he worked to keep it measured. A vocal howl, I admit. Taking in a deep breath, Gwyn exhaled. But it remains fruitless. He straightened himself up, the rays of light surged around his body. Light shone down upon him, his body was embraced in an ethereal glow, wounds knit themselves closed almost instantly, a singular pulse swept across the god and the harm that had been done, the damage that had been inflicted, reversed itself as though it had never occurred. Ritska grit his teeth as he glared in the direction of the god. After all that, even using a noble phantasm, the god was still standing and had just healed himself back to his prime. Ritska felt himself slump ever so slightly, mouth slightly parted and eyes fixed on the god. He was back to how he had been, he looked no worse for wear. He took a noble phantasm to the chest and just got back up. How did one even? Don't let his appearance deceive you, Fujimaru-kun. He's a god who just got stabbed with Longinus. Even if he looks alright, he's still going to be in a lot of pain. Romani supplied through the communicator. Ritska didn't know the significance of Longinus. He didn't think they were talking about the same one from Evangelion, but that was beside the point. It sounded pretty bad for gods. It's dangerous, but you might get lucky again. Luck played no role, coward. Gwyn cut him off curtly, his voice carrying a bit of indignation, surprise, yes, but not luck. Golden eyes soon narrowed onto Ritska himself. I shall proclaim for all to hear. You have pushed me further than the demons of Izalith ever did. He slowly raised his left arm into the sky. But that is all this stands as, a trial for myself. If I am to bend this world to heel, I must be undisputed. His left hand clawed, fingers curling inwards. Which means that there can be no doubt of my power. Take heart, humans. You shall be the first to bear witness to my majesty. I am the light that ends the eternal. I am the power that shatters the unbreakable. I am the will that commands the world. Bide Dekrau. Light pooled into his left hand, swirling around and writhing in his grasp. It was as though the world was darkening, yet unlike with ash it was not sudden, nor was it complete. Instead, it was like the god was bleeding the light from the sky and taking it into himself. The pressure returned in force. Kneel. And Ritska dropped straight down, knees clattering against the floor. It wasn't just him either. Others around him fell to their knees, Mash and the director. It was as though Gwyn was finally letting loose everything that he had been holding back. Even without the light from the small sun now growing in his palms, the god was throwing his full weight against them. It was as though something cracked. The star in Gwyn's hand started to whistle, screeching as it grew larger and larger in size until it reached the equivalent of a melon. But the heat was something unbearable. The burning he felt returned in force. He let out a pained gasp as he could feel his face start to burn, turning himself as best he could and struggling to bring his hands up to block it out. A pulse behind him, several bodies cluttered to the ground while the final one stood tall, or tried to. They took a single step forwards and then dropped to their knees, using the black sword in their hands to keep themselves upright. The ground churned beneath the tip of the sword. The more they pushed up, the greater the force upon them became. The ground cracked under their knees, yet they started to move. Their legs buckled and their armor bent, but they still moved. Ritska could barely make out the shape in front of him. Set upon by the light, they looked little more than a standing shadow, but they stood all the same. Black sword in their hand, started to flicker and bubble, like it turned from metal to sludge within a split second. Darkness dripped from the blade like a tap, pooling underneath them and rolling across the floor to Ritska's hands. He winced at the prickling cold he felt, but the pressure started to lessen. He moved his head a little higher. There is a lot I want to say. Ash's voice was gentle, barely above a whisper, but all else fell to silence as he spoke. Just a rush of wind in his voice, cracked and broken. But, I'm sorry. I wasn't a good servant to you after all. I don't know why you fight, I don't know why you try, but it was a stronger will than mine. The shadow turned and gazed down at him. The light obscured any trace of expression on his face, hiding whatever Ash looked like. Your duty, your life, is just beginning. I won't let it end here. Not to him. The silhouette turns back around. They start to walk forwards. Wisps of light burn at their body. The sword trails a river of shadows as they march toward Ash. The words of Ritska fall deaf upon his ears. He ignores them and continues to push forwards. The turmoil of his mind falls silent. That which demands he kills the boy and brings mercy. That which demands he defends Ritska as his duty for a servant. They fall silent in consensus. The suffering of mankind, the pain of the world, all mean nothing to him in this one moment. He continues to push forwards. His every step is dragging the force of his body. The weight of Gwyn's soul bears down on him. His feet crunch into the ground beneath him with each footfall. He gains closer and closer. Everything is devoted to this single goal before him. He pushes onwards. Confusion turns to resolve. He won't let Ritska perish at the hands of Gwyn. Every 1 ounce of his strength is rushed into his arm. He feels his body burn and blacken the closer he gets. His hair and skin catch fire. The star in the hands of Gwyn burned brighter and brighter, stealing the warmth of the world for himself, holding the light of the planet in his hand. His left hand moved across to the coiled sword, finding the hilt of the weapon and curling his fingers around it. His body cracked under the pressure. His left eye went dark, the right felt aflame. He kept moving, everything focused on raising the sword in his hand. Nothing else mattered, nothing else save this single task. This one duty that he could do because he had to and because he wanted to. The body turns to nothing more than a mechanism for moving the sword. Consciousness falls to the wayside. The arms raise even as the bones break. Titanite melts and fuses with skin. Fire washes over him. Pain is a thing of the past. His very soul is being turned to nothing with this attack, but the body continues to move. The sword is slowly raised above his head. Light burns. The wielder of the sun is indiscernible now. But the light is his target. The sword is that which ends the light. Dawn becomes dusk. Blackness explodes across the body. The souls scream inside him as one. Day becomes night. The sword becomes the gate of the void. The light is consumed, swirling around the blade and reduced to nothing. Creation dies. Fire becomes embers. The star meets its match. The light of the world is being dragged between 2 points. My sword of falling suns. The sun protests. The weight on the body increases. Cracked ripple through, bones and ground to dust, and the body remains upright. O blade of fading flame. Shadow spreads across the land. The splotches of midnight stain the light. The luminescent sky is spoiled. It crumbles. Sing true the chorus of silenced souls. Those within the body. Those behind the body. They all protest their deaths. They congratulate life. The body takes a step forwards, metal snaps and rends, the exposed flesh is turned to dust instantly. The body will break under the pressure. Don't lose, Ash. The body might shatter, but the will remains. It pushes through the pain, it pushes through the agony. It pushes through for one single thing. It doesn't want those behind them to die. The sword falls. Clyome bas soleil. Light becomes dark. Everything becomes nothing. The star of beginnings is shattered by the sword of ends. There is pain. Then silence. Olga was surprised she was even still alive, especially after everything that had just happened to her. It was a sudden shock when reality slammed her in the face. She was still alive. Though she was facing the sky, lying flat on her back with a dull ache coursing through her entire body. But she was still alive, or she imagined that she was. She doubted she could be anything else but alive. A groan emerged from her lips as she pushed herself off the ground, reaching up and nursing her head. A pounding reverberated through her skull as nausea swept through her body. She flipped herself onto her side, propping herself up with her arms and then vomited onto the ground. It wasn't pleasant, it was painful and disgusting, but that was all she could do. Finishing with several wet coughs, another heaving sensation and then pushing herself up ever so slightly. Forming coherent thoughts was well beyond her at this point. She didn't know what was going on, not when she arrived and certainly not now. She knew even less now. She'd barely managed to get any information. She could worry about that later. Where was Fujimaru and Mash? Eyes swept across the surroundings, narrowing ever so slightly as she tried to pick out whatever distinct shape that she could, but ultimately failing. The thick layer of falling soot around her blocked out whatever she was trying to see. Opening her mouth to breath proved to be a mistake as a lungful of ash rushed into her throat. It clammed up instantly and she scrambled backwards, clamping her mouth shut and slapping her hands over the top of it, ignoring the wet sensation around her chin, and clenching her eyes as they started to sting. Was this what Fujimaru was putting up with? And what was that noble phantasm a second ago? It was just something beyond words. It was just nothing. A sea of nothing. Why was Ash hiding it all this time? If it could counter the authority of a god, why were they struggling so much? Why didn't he use something like that against Solomon? No, not right now. None of that right now. Make sure they were all still alive first and foremost. Her eyes opened up, squinting once more and focusing on something stood a short distance from her, humanoid and upright. The breath left her. The design of that sword. That sword was. Something lay just beyond the standing figure, hunched over and on their back. The god was wounded. No, he was crippled. The debris settled around them, the ground lay bare of any sign of bodies or ruins, just a thin layer of dust and nothing else. But that didn't matter, the god lay on his side, so that she could barely even see a flicker of movement from them. Instead her focus shifted between the god and the back of, that was Ash, wasn't it? So then why did his sword? To think, after all that, Gwyn still draws breath. That was Fujimaru's voice. She felt relief run through her body as she turned towards the direction of it, soon catching sight of the master standing upright. His hands by his side, actually, not quite, his left hand was extended forward somewhat with something held in it. It looked rounded, but a little difficult to see clearly. Though something about his words struck her, they were a bit too composed. He spoke with Fujimaru's voice, but he didn't talk like Fujimaru would talk. I suppose that is what one expects with the Lord of Light. Even the power that ends creation cannot overcome one who bends the very world to his will. Something tickled the back of her neck as she stared. There was something off about how he was talking. Something very, very off. Whatever relief she felt about Fujimaru being alright had already begun to ebb. Instead, a wariness crept in. She slowly pulled her hands away from her mouth but kept still. Fujimaru was there, but where was Mash? Well, they certainly came close though, so I can grant you that, Ritsuka. Fujimaru continued to speak, bringing up his left hand into the light as the haze started to clear. Was that a Her eyes confirmed it, there was no deception, but it just didn't register with her. There was no reason for it to. That wasn't. It was a head. You showed me where the real dangers lay. The true power of heroic spirits, I'm certain to use this information well. The head slipped from his fingers lazily, clattering onto the floor with a wet thud and rolling around for a second before it fell on the side, thankfully point away from her, but all the same, her eyes remained focused on the dirty mop of white hair that now faced her. Short and spiked, flakes of light peeling away and shattering the outline of it. Ba Bastar, Olga jolted at the voice, gruff and somewhat feminine, coming from somewhere in the dust. The layers already clearing and revealing. Fujimaru stood up, his right hand held behind his back, turning his body slightly and lowering the left arm back to his side, his gaze aimed downwards at something. You're still alive then? Certainly, battle continuation can't be underestimated. Fujimaru commented with a shrug of his shoulders. Oh well. The left arm came back up, sapphire light surged through the limb towards his hand. Olga jolted, watching as the spear of blue light rushed from Fujimaru's hand and towards something, whatever it was, it exploded into red mist. A splattering of liquid on the ground reached her ears and a noise like dropping raw meat on the floor, mixed with a tearing of armor. You might not have been a dragon, but you carry enough of their blood. Fujimaru turned, stalking towards another shape on the ground and leaning down. Oh, Priscilla. To see how far you have grown, he leaned over, bringing his leg up and pressing down on the shape. The settled image of a body as his right hand loomed closer to it, it penetrated the silhouette with a sharp crack and wet splat. Truly vexes me. Such troublesome resistance from a failure. With a sharp snapping sound, he pulled his hand back with something clasped inside of it. After a few seconds, he clenched the hand into a fist. Whatever had been in his grasp exploded and dripped from his fingers to the floor. Lumps of solid matter accompanied it. Is especially embarrassing. He flicked the hand to the side, shaking whatever still clung to his fingers away from them. And, aha, there it is. Leaning down once more, his left hand clasped at something and pulled it back. Golden light shined in his grasp, the distinct shape of the Holy Grail was in his hands. Oh, you should relax, Ritsuka. Fujimaru spoke to himself, turning around and walking towards the direction of Gwen. I'm doing you the favor of leaving Kairilight and the woman alive, aren't I? Fujimaru turned to glance at her, and she froze. Why were his eyes glowing bright yellow? He kept her gaze for a few seconds, then turned away from her. His right hand came back up, now slick with blood, and glowed once more. She realized that it was now pointed in the direction of Ash, who was only just beginning to turn. A stream of blue light struck him in the chest. He staggered backwards, then another struck him in the right shoulder and tore through his body, the sword falling from his hand as he brought up his left arm to block. Another streak of blue slammed into his chest once more. Shattered fragments of armor tore from his chest and fell to the ground. Ash stumbled backwards and reached towards his burning chest, heaving weakly as he looked up. A final streak hit him dead in the center. He fell backwards with a groan, light tearing clean through his torso and out the back. His knees fell from underneath him and he dropped down, falling flat onto his back and going deathly still. Smoke rising from the grievous wounds now marking him. You humans, you make such wondrous inventions. I don't believe Gwyn could ever see that, but I'm sure he'll be more wary this time around. Fujimaru commented, lowering his right hand and giving it a once-over, then turning his attention onto the Grail in his left, a sharp smile coming upon his features. It's nothing personal. Just the cost of research. Fujimaru dropped like a puppet with their strings cut, yet the Grail remained in the air as though still clenched in the hands of something, and indeed it was. The air around the Grail shimmered for a brief moment, then light pulsed and a distinct shape emerged. A glowing humanoid shape started to form where Fujimaru had been, transparent at first, then a creaking sound echoed out as their body became solid. The shape calcified over, a body of solid crystal now turned, a faint blue hue to its surface. The head of the thing turned towards Fujimaru for a brief moment, then leaned down towards him and took his left hand into itself. After a few seconds, it drew its thumb across his palm. Blood pooled into the hand of the thing, soaking into the body, and then it released the limb just as quickly. It rose back up, marching towards the downed god, not before pausing next to Ash and turning its head towards him. This really is why Guinevere shouldn't raise children. At least mine did what I told them to do so willingly. The voice finished with an exasperated shake of the head, then moved towards the god and leaned over, placing a hand on the shoulder of them. They froze once more, slowly turning their head and staring off to something. A distant caw of furious crows echoed through the wind. A growing fluttering sound reached her ears. Dear me, Velka, you were the one who wanted him back and now you become aggrieved when he returns in full. With a mirthful touch to their words, the crystalline figure shook their head from side to side. If you didn't account for things to go wrong, then you should not have put effort into this plan at the moment of its inception. A light flashed, and they vanished. Olga blinked several times, opening and closing her mouth as she struggled to comprehend what happened. No words came to her. Nothing. All that remained was the eerie silence, and the gentle whine of the air around them and the distant caw of crows. Crimson eyes stared, lip curled in open disgust. Gilgamesh all but sneered. This was entertainment. There was now a mongrel god loose in his garden and the ones responsible had failed to even kill them. His jaw tightened. Reining back his fury was difficult enough. The desire to unleash his treasures and just sweep away the filth beneath him, to just be rid of this sorry sight was almost overwhelming. It was no less than they deserved. Perhaps the achievement of taming the beast was worthy of a small dose of praise, but that was it. Certainly not nearly enough to excuse whatever this pathetic display was. This failure beyond words. His eyes closed. It would seem that Chaldea truly were fools. The chore of cleaning out pests was beneath a king, but for a display such as this, his presence was now required. Those mongrel oafs in Chaldea. That foolish beast. Red eyes moved towards the downed beast and narrowed. Avenger. How odd. Did they realize their own folly, then? It mattered very little. If Chaldea thought they could put an end to this, then they were mistaken. This was the fool who brought the menace to this world, and this was the fool who would make it right. Only then would Gilgamesh execute him for his crimes. And, ah yes, Gwyn. Not just a servant or a divine spirit. This is Gwyn, the original Lord of Cinder. Nice work, Velka, your husband is alive again. Gwyn, Lord of Cinder. Saint Graph designation, ruler. Strength, A+. Endurance, A+. Agility, A+. Mana, X. Luck, A. Noble Phantasm, A++. Bide-tan Dekrau, the fire of origin that grows the world, A++. Anti-world, max target, 1000, max range, 1 to 100. Condenses his authority over sunlight into the birth of a star within the palm of his hands. Once created, the newly birthed star will then be thrown at enemies, incinerating all in its path. It is the conceptual victory over the dragons and the beginning of the Age of Fire. This noble phantasm is as much a composite of his soul's strength. Not only does the noble phantasm have a considerable power behind it, there is also the added benefit of the rays of light generated by it healing the wounds of allies and revitalizing their strength. The noble phantasm is particularly useful at slaying dragons. Enor Londo, City of the Gods, A+, support max target, 300, max range, 50. Summons his cathedral around him. Once inside he is granted defensive and offensive buffs for himself and his allies. It is his seat of power, the absolute proof of the god's dominion over the world. Within this noble phantasm there is little need for him to even swing his sword. Though the magical energy cost is high, once it has been established the cathedral serves as his base of operations. Shards of sunlight, bolts of immortal slaying, A. Anti-army, max target, 50 max range. Gwyn's bolts of lightning strip the immortal scales from the everlasting dragons. As such, his bolts can strip conceptual immortality from a target if he strikes them often enough. Such is the power of a lord who slew the everlasting dragons. However, it is only his mighty bolts of lighting that can do this. Class skills. Lord Soul of Light, A. It is power over light itself bestowed by the first flame. He is the king of the gods. His magical energy is without question, even as the flame had eroded at his soul, the consumption of a majority of Ash's Sangraph had rejuvenated him to a status more befitting of a god. Though he is still weaker than his prime. Magic resistance. X. Modern magecraft means nothing to him, one would require mysteries from the age of gods to even so much as scratch his skin. Personal skills. Authority of light. A. The moment the rays of sun touch his skin, he is granted great power. However, it goes beyond this. He is the Lord of sunlight itself. Should he declare there be a sun in the sky, the sun shall rise, if only shortly. He can craft great miracles with his Lord's soul, as the progenitor of miracles. Yet the skill is damaged, his soul is still withered from for eons it has remained in the flame. It is only his memory that has constructed it once more. Charisma of the King of Gods. A. Led the attack on the dragons for centuries and was king of the gods. Dragon Slayer. X. Demon Slayer. A+. Led the assault on Izalith, slew scores of demons in the attack. Voyager from the depths. A++. Rose from beneath the surface to take it from the everlasting dragons. He is triumphant in the face of adversity when all seems hopeless, it is when he shines most. For better or worse, he achieved a greatness which brought forth the end of the age of ancients. Bringer of cycles. X. His sacrifice to continue the age of fire shattered the order of the world and enforced the cycle of fire linking. This skill manifests itself in the wake of that act. He is immune to time-based attacks, as he brought about the very ritual which would render the concept meaningless. Ash. Servant. Beast. I lost mercy. The beast of humanity from his own world, his is a sin of mercy. When existence becomes too terrible, when the burden upon the soul becomes too great, then it is a comfort to put it at ease. His is the sin that looks upon the pain and decides that it must be put to rest, in complete permanence. Suffering that he cannot abide will be torn up from the root, ending all humanity in the process if that needs be. He cannot stand the suffering of man, for he loves them too much to allow it, thus their deaths are the greatest kindness he can give. Strength. A+. Endurance. A+. Agility. B+. Mana. A++. Luck. A. He escaped the pruned world, the planet that should never have existed. Noble phantasm. A++. X. Clyome Ba Soleil, the sword which rends the light of the planet. X. Anti-world, anti-divine, max target, max range, 1 to 99. It is a sword to represent the end of the age of fire. More than this, it is a weapon designed to cull everything that suffers in his eyes. It is his one true noble phantasm and his singular ability as a beast built upon mercy. A continuous attack which will spread and kill all before him without exception. Their lives are suffering, so it is better to end their struggle. His mercy upon the world. The weapon attacks the very texture of the planet, in effect it could be seen as a similar existence to the weapon of Surtur. However, rather than incinerating life, it brings about its natural end. The complete destruction of existence and a return to nothing. A sword fitting to cut away the last remnants of the world, completely and utterly removing all trace of their existence. To call it something like a divine construct is false. It was not forged by the hands of a god and is solely a weapon that exists as Ash's authority. That said, the scale of this weapon falls into the same category as weapons forged by the planet itself. The singular purpose of this weapon is an attack upon creation itself, a natural end to the world. The Ashen One Eternal. I shall never know death. X. Anti-unit max target. 1, max range. 0. He dies and dies again, yet none will ever truly stick. He is the eternal warrior who rises again and again as long as there is ample magical energy to support his existence. For other unkindled servants, this would ordinarily be a personal skill, but its effect for Ash is magnified by virtue of his existence as a beast. He does not die, nor will he allow himself to die until he believes his task is fulfilled. The pledge he made to himself, he will never fade nor falter. Only the complete and total destruction of his spirit core will spell his demise, but even then, it does not guarantee an instant death. However, it extends to being more than this. As an unkindled warrior, Ash is one who can endure great physical damage and learns through each experience. As such, the more damage he takes from an opponent, the more he can begin to read their movements. Similar enough to instinct, but it requires him to take damage. For any other servant, this would be utterly foolish. For him, it is nothing to be concerned with. This is magnified considerably if he dies. He gains greater clarity from each death, sometimes throwing away whole lives just to learn how an opponent fights. From pain, I gain wisdom. From death, I gain clarity. The end result is a rapid understanding. Though he cannot fully predict every single move his opponent can make, he knows enough to counter them at specific points and close the gap. Even against those with tremendous skill with weapons. Memories of times long past, the echoes of the world once upon a time. EA plus reality marble, anti-unit, max target, max range. An application of his reality marble, utilizing the strengths of the souls within his body. Utilizing this will grant him the abilities of one of the many individuals within his body, granting him a number of skills, insights or perhaps powers that he would not have otherwise. It is the most basic use of taking one's strength for yourself. As a result of using this noble phantasm, he will undergo a temporary, class change, depending on the skill set he had opted to utilize for himself, though it is a brief change and not one he can use often. The most powerful abilities are ones that come with the greatest costs in terms of magical energy, though they are naturally greater in scope as a result. Some of these abilities are noble phantasms in their own right. Another application of this noble phantasm is the creation of shades based upon the souls he harbors within himself. One might just as easily call them shadow servants, dependent on the creatures and beings he killed with his own two hands. They are legion and they come to him at will, though this application is one he does not use. Memories of warriors, their power becomes mine. EB anti-unit max target, 1, max range. Unkindled, more so than any other undead, or beings of memory. As such, they can call upon the memories of the skill of weapons. Though it remains only a fraction of what it was, but still more than enough to give them an inkling of how to wield the weapon itself. More than this, it allows Ash to take the weapons of opponents he has slain provided it meets two criteria. 1. He must have personally slain them. 2. The weapon cannot exceed the rank of B. However, it is simply the weapon itself. Any NP that accompanies the weapon is not applicable to him, as they were not earned by him. Passive abilities remain active however. Bottomless box, EA++, anti-army, max target, max range. Class skills. Independent manifestation, B. Magic resistance, A. Nega soul, B. The stronger the Saint Graph signature of an opponent, the more damage he deals to them. Those with extraordinarily high Saint Graph readings would find themselves nearly crippled by a single strike from him. Authority of the Beast, A. In combination with his Mystic Slayer ability, he has increased damage against divine beings. For all intents and purposes, he is a being who excels in dealing death to divine spirits. Essence of the world, X. It is not simply the presence of great souls who would link the flame, but also the souls of gods, dragons, demons and all other manner of creatures. He represents the remnants of his dead world, or rather he has consumed their essence entirely. His magical energy at this ranking puts him on par with a chief god. Personal skills. Dorchata's Gondere, X. The ultimate in skills and an accumulation of his life. An end goal that applies a true dark upon the land. Once this skill is activated, darkness shall sweep the land and blot out all other light from the world. Beyond this, the basic parameters of Ash are improved, as well as granting him a considerable advantage to slay those who are inhuman. Furthermore, it truly brings about his ending of the Age of Fire. Under the effects of this skill, all those who are inhuman will find themselves weakened from this effect. Consumer of souls, A+. He consumes the souls of his victims provided they are slain by his hand. Their deaths fuel his own existence with magical energy and restore his body. Mana Burst, Soul Charge, A++. He has massive amounts of magical energy, a result of his excess power from slaying countless foes. He can channel massive amounts of magical energy into his body or his weapon and release bursts of that power to increase his physical stats or unleash bursts from his weapon. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.